Power Play. A Titus Black novel, Book 7. By R.J. Patterson. Performed by Kyle Tate. Chapter 1. Via Russia. Titus Black eased his rental car onto the side of the road and turned off the engine. After adjusting his earbuds, he checked the long stretch of the two-lane road behind him. It was clear, unlike the sky overhead, with the late afternoon sun blocked by the gathering storm clouds. Black knew he needed to complete his objective before night fell. "Did I lose my tail?" Black asked over his comms. "Because I don't see anyone." "Your guess is as good as mine at this point," said Christina Shields, Black's partner who was sitting at the Firestorm headquarters in Washington, D.C. "Too much cloud cover for me to tell anything now." "So, I'm on my own?" "More or less," she said. "I can keep tabs on any heat signatures for you, but that's about it." "Good to know. Wish me luck." "Since when did Titus Black need luck?" Black huffed a laugh through his nose and got out of the car, the snow crunching beneath his feet. A gust of wind whipped across his face, confirming the fact that he was indeed in Russia, in the middle of January. "Remind me again why I'm not playing tennis at a club in Florida," Black said, as he crossed the quiet road. "Because hitting a ball back and forth over a net isn't your kind of excitement," she said. "You have a point," Black said. "But it's in conditions like this that I start to question my sanity." "I question your sanity all the time," Shields said with a chuckle. Black stopped and glanced at his phone once more, refreshing the image of his target a final time before attempting to secure him. A picture of Sergei Kozlov flashed on the screen. Just a few months earlier, Kozlov had been locked up at a CIA black site, enduring hours of interrogation day after day. The Russian hacker had been accused of breaching U.S. military intelligence servers, and the agency was unsure just how much he knew, or how he had penetrated all the state-of-the-art firewalls. But he had managed to escape one night, when the prison lost power during a storm. By the time local CCTV came back online, Kozlov had vanished into the city. The CIA worked with Interpol to figure out where he had gone, but after a few weeks of poring over footage, they decided their effort was a futile one and attempted other means to locate him. Kozlov was eventually spotted through facial recognition software on a hijacked feed from Russia. And that was the reason Titus Black and the Firestorm team had been engaged in the operation. Sending in a CIA operative was too risky for diplomacy reasons, but an off-the-books operation required a Black Ops agent with a death wish. Get caught, and there would be no acknowledgement of his existence, let alone a prisoner exchange to regain freedom. Though, according to everything Black had heard, death was preferable to getting locked away in Moscow's famed Lefortovo prison. Duty and fear shared an equal role in driving him on this mission, and he enjoyed the adrenaline rush far more than he should have. The house was a simple one-story izba comprised of logs and set back approximately 20 meters from the road. There weren't any immediate neighbors to speak of, save a small bungalow kitty corner some 100 meters away. "Do you have visual on the target?" Shields asked. "Negative," Black said softly, as he peered into a side window. "But I can verify that if this isn't Kozlov's place, he's got far too many computers for a normal household." "I still don't have any heat signatures, other than yours." "Then he's still in there somewhere." Moments later, Black heard what sounded like wood slapping against wood. He darted around the side of the house in the direction of the noise. It was quickly followed by the whine of a snowmobile engine. A rooster tail of white powder rose from the back of the vehicle as it sped away. Black hustled toward the garage in search of another snowmobile to give chase. "I've got a heat signature now," Shields said. That'd be Kozlov and his getaway machine, Black said, before cursing under his breath. What's wrong? She asked. He glanced at the ever-darkening sky. Snow started to fall as the waning minutes of daylight faded. I didn't expect to track the target through the snow at night, he said before sighing. Think of it as an opportunity to brush up on your wilderness skills. Yeah, well, I could do it on foot, but not for long. Who knows where he'll stop? What do you need? Shields asked. I left all my winter survival gear at the hotel, he said. I packed it in my suitcase because I didn't want to attract too much attention when I went through customs. To be honest, I didn't think I'd need it. You know that getting cocky will get you killed, right? Black grunted. Killed or captured. Though I'm not sure there's much difference in this country. Well, I can follow the target until he stops, while you run back to the hotel and get all the gear you need. How's that sound? You're a lifesaver, Shields, he said. I try, she said. Black couldn't see her, but he knew she was wearing her trademark sly smile as she responded. The fact that I'm still alive shows that you do more than just try. Always a first time for everything. You're not exactly instilling me with a lot of confidence right now, Black said as he hustled back to his vehicle. You have enough confidence for the both of us. But if you don't at least have a twinge of fear that makes you pause before charging into danger, you're probably going to end up dead sooner rather than later. More encouragement from Christina Shields, Black said as he turned the key, igniting the car's engine. Tony Robbins better look out, or he's going to have some serious competition with you spewing all this positive thinking. Not trying to get a speaking platform to tell millions of people what they already should know, she said. Just trying to keep you alive. And I can assure you that my job is far more difficult than Tony Robbins's conference speaking gig ever will be. Black chuckled as he wheeled the car around in the direction of his hotel. Send Kozlov's coordinates to me when he finally stops running. Roger that. And good luck. 10 minutes later, Black approached the rundown hotel on the outskirts of Via. He leaned forward on the steering wheel to get a better look at the parking lot. His car's headlights cut through the snow, now flying sideways due to the storm's stiff wind. His first cursory glance put him at ease that he was safe from a tail by FSB agents. But to be safe, he parked his vehicle in front of a room at the far end of the building. The Russian secret police weren't following him, as far as he knew. But all it took was one tip from a suspicious citizen, and Black's every move would be put under a microscope. As a precautionary measure to avoid needless attention, Black used his key to enter through a side door near the stairwell. He shook off the snow and crept up the stairs. Walking casually down the hall to his room on the 3rd floor, he surveyed the area in case he needed an escape route. Nothing stood out to him, but he did see one less than desirable exit. He eased up to the door and then froze. Earlier in the afternoon, when he left his room, he had placed a small string on the door handle, forming the thread into a heart shape. It went beyond the call of duty and good tradecraft, but he couldn't waste the trick his younger sister had taught him when they were both kids. Now, his art piece lay sloppily draped over the handle. Someone had recognized what he'd done, but only after they'd knocked it onto the carpet. And the only type of person intuitive enough to even notice the string in the first place wasn't who he wanted to see when he walked in his room. Black spun on his heels before breaking into a sprint down the hall. Before he got to the end, he heard the door click open and a man shouting for him to stop in Russian. Black glanced over his shoulder to see the man training his gun toward him with one hand, while holding a radio with the other. Veering down the stairwell, Black hustled down a few steps, before he noticed another Russian agent rushing up to meet him from the 1st floor. Black turned around and returned to the 3rd floor, where the man from inside his room was racing toward him. "What's going on?" Shields asked over the comms. "Are you in trouble?" Black took a deep breath. "Say a little prayer for me, will ya?" Chapter 2. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt shuffled to a spot at the far end of the counter at Lincoln's Waffle Shop. He removed the chewed cigar from his mouth and jammed it into his pocket. After taking off his coat, he hung it on the back of his chair and settled into his seat. He leaned forward on the counter and picked up a menu. "Good morning, Senator Blunt," asked Reggie, the restaurant's head cook. "Can I interest you in a waffle?" "Do we really have to do this every time I come in here, Reggie?" Blunt asked. "You even asked me earlier this week. And do you remember what I said?" Reggie cocked his head to one side and gazed upward out of the corner of his eyes. He stroked his chin as he appeared pensive. "I believe it was something to the effect of, 'Hell no, Reggie. You know I hate waffles. Why do you always ask me that?'" Blunt rubbed his forehead and squinted before responding. "That was verbatim, Reggie. Well done. Now, if you'd actually think about what that means instead of, 'Sir, my #1 job besides serving you the best damn breakfast food in the city is to convince you to eat one of our world-famous waffles. And I'd do this all day long to every single person who walks through those doors. I'm not going to stop either. These waffles are that good." Blunt slowly shook his head as he eyed Reggie. "Well, if that's what I gotta do to make you stop, why not order a waffle?" Reggie's eyes brightened. "Seriously? Hell no, Reggie. You know I hate waffles. Now give me some of your world-famous over-easy eggs with home fries and grits." Reggie pointed at Blunt and smiled. "You almost had me, Senator. And one of these days, you're gonna order a waffle." Blunt chuckled. "If you believe that, you probably believe everybody in this town is here to make this country a better place, instead of leveraging their position within the government for their personal gain." "I wasn't born that long ago, Senator, but it wasn't yesterday," Reggie said. "I'll never believe that. Except for you." "Me?" "Yeah, you," Reggie said. "I think you're here to make a difference. Either that, or you're stupid." "And what makes you think that?" "Because you eat here whenever you're in town, instead of at one of those fancy places. That's not the Washington way. You're different." "I'm just broke," Blunt said. Reggie shook his head as he cracked 2 eggs. The griddle sizzled as the eggs hit the hot surface. "Something tells me that you're lying. A broke man doesn't tip like you do." Blunt didn't say anything as a wry grin leaked across his face. "I save up for the best short-order cook in the city." Reggie laughed and returned to cooking Blunt's breakfast. Their back-and-forth banter was interrupted by the sound of a chair dragging across the floor next to Blunt. He turned to see a familiar face. Adriana Dixon removed her coat and draped it around the back of her seat before sitting down next to Blunt. "2 high-powered elected officials in this joint on the same day," Reggie said. "If somebody sees this, they might start thinking I'm handing out lobbyist money in here." Dixon sighed and leaned forward on the counter. "He's a former elected official who does whatever the hell he wants. And I've introduced 3 bills aimed at targeting lobbyists. So if anyone thinks lobbyist money is getting handed out now, they're either drunk, high, or stupid." "Stop describing my competitor's customer base," Reggie said as the corners of his mouth curled upward. "It's just not nice." Dixon pointed at Reggie and smiled. "Always with the quick comeback, Reggie." "The usual, Mrs. D?" he asked as he slid Blunt's breakfast in front of him. She nodded. "You know it." Blunt salted his grits before looking at Dixon. "If I didn't know any better, I'd think this was planned. Either that, or you're stalking me. JD, I'm still happily married, but you'll be the first person I call if that somehow changes. Just my luck that the most beautiful woman in Alabama is taken, he said, before shoving a forkful of eggs into his mouth. I was Miss Magnolia Pines, not Miss Alabama, she corrected. And I am 24 years younger than you, unless you've been tinkering with your Wikipedia entry again. Shh, Blunt said. Don't let my secret out. Making the ladies think I'm younger than I really am is the only way I think I'll ever get another woman to go out with me. I won't argue with you there, she said. So, Adriana, what can I help you with? He asked. I think it's safe to assume this isn't a social call. She sighed and reached into her briefcase before producing a large envelope. I have something you need to see. Blunt licked his lips as he continued to scarf down the breakfast Reggie had just made. Under most circumstances, Blunt hated being interrupted while he was eating. And given his stature in the city and his distinct chin and piercing blue eyes, he found himself warding off admirers and political enemies alike more often than not. Lincoln's Waffle House was one of the few places he could frequent without getting recognized. However, Adriana Dixon would never draw his ire. The congresswoman from Alabama was a breath of fresh air in the city. She had only served 4 two-year terms, but she'd ruffled enough feathers in Washington that her constituents couldn't get enough of the quick-witted, silver-tongued representative with a heart of gold. Her legislative accomplishments included authoring bills to help get those living below the poverty line access to healthier foods and to limit the number of terms Congress could serve. Helping the everyday person wasn't just part of a campaign slogan for Dixon. She was genuinely set on making a real change in Washington, which is why she always found herself at odds with the city's establishment. What is it this time? Blunt asked. I know you didn't track me down just to show me some family photos, did you? Dixon bit her lip and gazed off into the distance. I can't tell you how evil these people are. If this becomes public, it's going to kill my husband. Philip would never believe anything negative about you, Blunt said. He's the most supportive spouse I've ever seen. More so than your ex-wives? Blunt chuckled. Why do you think they're my ex-wives in the first place? This job is very demanding, and they couldn't continue to support me. So they divorced me. Better than the alternative, Dixon said. You could be in a loveless marriage. Or dead. No argument there, Blunt said. I'm still alive and happy. And apparently they're happy too. It's a win-win. Well, I wish I could say that's the potential outcome for me here. But it's not, she said, still clutching the envelope. Blunt glanced at her hands. You're starting to really worry me, Adriana. What's in there? Do I need to be worried? She scanned the restaurant for a moment before leaning in close. Let's just say I'm very concerned that there isn't a way out of this that doesn't end in me resigning from office. Blunt stroked his chin. Congratulations. You've made it. If someone is trying to destroy you, it means you're actually making a difference in this town. And if I recall correctly, that was the whole reason you came to Washington in the first place. It was, she said. But I never dreamed it could cost me my integrity and my dignity. That bad, huh? She shook her head. I'm afraid it's much worse. Blunt nodded at the envelope. Let me see, so I can assess the damage. Dixon didn't budge. If I show this to you, I don't know if you'll ever look at me the same again. I can promise you that no matter what's inside that envelope, it's not going to change what I think about you, or how I feel about you as a person. Reggie didn't interrupt as he placed Dixon's food on the counter in front of her. Thank you, she said. Thank me after you've taken a bite, Reggie said with a smile, before hustling down the bar to take care of another customer. Blunt held out his hand. "Let's get this over with." She relinquished her grip as Blunt took the envelope from her. He discreetly unclasped it and slid out the contents. Blunt's eyes widened before he put the documents back. "We need to talk about this." Chapter 3. Via Russia. Black took one look over his shoulder at the Russian agent. The approaching footsteps of the other agent hustling up the stairwell forced Black to proceed with his only option. Rocking back on one foot, he darted forward toward the large plate glass window at the end of the hallway, no more than 10 meters away. The agent fired a warning shot that shattered the glass, enabling Black to penetrate it and leap outside. Black landed in the soft snow and rolled a few feet. After scrambling to his feet, he looked back to see the pair of FSB agents watching him through the new opening. One of the agents aimed his gun to fire, but the other man pushed his hand down before they both vanished. Black's feet felt heavy as he trudged through the frozen precipitation. Despite the fluffy nature of the snow, it was well over a foot deep in places that weren't regularly trafficked. In a situation like this in the U.S., Black would have gone straight for his car, but he realized that he'd be caught quickly without a more intimate knowledge of the city. Shields could only help him so much. Never mind the fact that a car chase in this small town would make escaping nearly impossible. "What's going on, Black?" Shields asked over the comms. "I'm in a bit of a jam here," he said. "I'm being pursued on foot." "How the hell did that happen?" she asked. "I'll fill you in later, but I need your help. Do you think you can navigate me out of here?" "I'll do my best. What do you need?" Black checked over his shoulder. "I don't know, but keep watching my position and be ready." "Roger that." Black raced through a park before darting down an alley. He found a rut of packed snow flattened by car tires, enabling him to obscure his tracks and buy more time from the pursuing FSB agents. He maneuvered through a maze of back streets before stopping to rest near a corner house. Without any lights on inside, he circled the dwelling before attempting to break inside. However, the door to the garage wasn't locked. Black smiled as he let himself in. He closed the door behind him and sat slumped against the wall. "You there, Shields?" Black asked over the comms. "At your beck and call," she said. "Want to tell me what happened?" Black recounted the events of the past half hour. "You sound strangely calm," she said. "Almost as if you're pleased that the level of difficulty has increased tenfold." "Where's the fun in a straightforward mission?" "The fun happens when you return home alive. At least for most people. I've got a long way to go before that happens. Now, aren't you wishing you'd joined me on this one?" "I'm fine with helping from afar. Besides, you know how much I hate the cold." "What are you talking about?" Black said, trying to suppress a chuckle. "You mean you didn't grow up with high temperatures of 10 degrees and sideways blowing snow in South Georgia?" "Not a chance. The only snowflakes I ever saw growing up were the people who got offended whenever I made a joke about Florida Gator football fans." Black huffed a laugh through his nose. "That's something I wish I could have seen." "Well, I'd like to see you get back on track with this mission." "That makes two of us," he said. "So what do you need?" "Do you still have Kozlov's coordinates?" "I tracked him to a small farmstead about 5 miles north of where you encountered him," Shields said. "I'm sending you those coordinates right now. You're not considering trying to get there on foot, are you?" Black shook his head. "Not a chance. I'd stick out like a pig at a dog show, and there'd probably be at least a dozen people who would report me to the authorities." "Then how do you plan to get there?" "I'm in someone's garage right now," Black said. "I'm going to borrow this car I'm looking at right now. But I need to do it quickly before the 2 FSB agents set up a roadblock to get in and out of this town." "A little late for that now," Shields said. I'm seeing a line of traffic forming on both ends of town. One car is being allowed to leave at a time." Black cursed under his breath. "Then I need you to guide me around it. I don't need to tell you what'll happen to me if I'm caught." "I'm studying the roads now. Let me know when you're ready." Black opened the door to the blue Aleco and found the keys sitting on the dashboard. At least something's going my way today. He adjusted the seat in the cramped compact before inserting the keys into the ignition. The engine coughed and sputtered a few times before roaring to life. Black got out to open the garage door. He backed down the driveway and then shut the garage door before easing onto the icy street. When he came to an intersection, he raised shields on the comms. "So, have you plotted a route for me to get to Kozlov's location?" Black asked. "Still working on it," she said. "The problem I'm running into is that there's only one main road that runs through the town. There has to be a way around the checkpoint. I'm finding a few options, but I'm not sure what the roads will be like since they aren't paved. I want to give you a fighting chance in case you get stuck in the snow. I'd rather take my chances against the elements than at La Fordova." She sighed. "Okay, I'll guide you through it. You need to head east on the street in front of your house." Black followed Shields' directions, navigating for a couple of minutes along several side streets. He avoided even crossing one of the main thoroughfares, where the handful of local law enforcement agents would most likely be patrolling. The snow continued to pelt his windshield, his headlights barely able to cut through what almost appeared to be a white sheet. The fluffy flakes were now mixed with frozen particles, tinkling against the outside of the car. As he eased down the road, Black leaned forward on the steering wheel in an effort to see as far ahead as he could. The conditions, coupled with the sporadic placement of street lamps, decreased his visibility, as well as his chances of escape. "How's the target doing?" Black asked after rolling to a stop at an intersection. "He hasn't moved," Shields said. "And based on the amount of precipitation you're getting right now, I doubt he's going anywhere else tonight." "Is there more forecast?" Shields chuckled. "It looks like a storm the size of China is about to swallow up the middle of Russia." "And what's so funny about that?" "Nothing. Except I don't have to be in it. This is one mission I'm glad I opted out of." Black checked both directions before accelerating through the intersection. "I'm glad you're not here either. I'd have to endure endless stories of you talking about the 2 times it dropped below 30 degrees in South Georgia, and you almost got frostbite. Now I know what you really think about my stories. When I get back, I'm going to buy you a parka. I'll still tell the stories." Black growled. "Just tell me how to get out of here. I'd still rather hear your cold weather stories than go to prison." "Roger that." Shields returned to giving Black directions. A couple of minutes later, an intersection caught him by surprise. He hit the brakes, skidding on the street that had rapidly grown slicker since he'd ventured onto the road. When he came to a stop, an accompanying thud sounded on the front of his vehicle. His eyes widened as he saw a man brace himself with his hands on the hood. The man glared at Black, who let out an expletive. "What is it?" Shields asked. "I just ran into a police officer walking across the street." The officer shuffled around to the side of Black's car and motioned for him to roll down his window. "I'm so sorry," Black said in Russian. The officer maintained his steely gaze. "Papers, please." Chapter 4. Washington, D.C. President Noah Young paced around the Oval Office, pondering his next course of action. He'd inherited an unstable security situation from his predecessor, but the American public didn't care who was responsible. The citizens just wanted to be safe, and they would voice their satisfaction or displeasure in one definitive way: at the ballot box. But Young was actually more concerned with what weakened security might mean to the future of the country and the world than he was his re-election prospects. And that was a testament to his love for his country. given the fact that his party repeatedly told him he was unelectable. For the previous 4 elections, he had formed an exploratory committee to consider a White House run. But each time, party leaders strongly dissuaded him from entering the race. Yet here he was. As he eased into his chair, he leaned back and wondered how many men before him who'd sat in this office wished to be out from underneath the weight of heavy decisions. In Finland, a hacker armed with dangerous knowledge of the intelligence community's best-kept secrets had escaped the clutches of the CIA. And then there was the threat from within, the lingering remnants of the Full-Good Initiative, a covert group within the Pentagon attempting to manipulate the world through any means available to it, including both militarily and politically. That was all on top of the rising unemployment and social unrest at home that seemed to be tearing the country apart. His country, the one he fought for, the one he loved. For a moment, he considered that perhaps he'd misplaced his affections. Americans signaled their virtues by publicly proclaiming a hierarchy of God, family, country. Young had willingly adopted the pecking order, talking about it while stumping as the vice president for his running mate. But Young wasn't certain he truly ascribed to those ideals. Young first went to Washington for the sole purpose of helping others. He didn't care if they were rich or poor, black or white, his party's voters or the other party's voters. Yet he felt his focus blurred by the constant pressure cooker that was Washington. Lobbyists, media, bureaucrats, and campaign donors formed what felt like an endless line of taskmasters and socially acceptable beggars, all dictating his decisions. The tail was wagging the dog, and he loathed it. But despite a political system that had plunged the country into highbrow corruption, Young still viewed America as the younger brother he always fought with. Despite their differences, there was only one person who got to point out the foibles and expose the deficiencies: him. If anyone else threatened or put down his brother, Young would race to his defense, even if the attacks were true. To Young, the Full-Good Initiative had done far more than just cross the line when it came to assaulting the country's integrity. The clandestine group had tried to usurp the power of the people, seizing it for themselves, and acting as if it knew what was best for the United States. Young wanted to make sure that everyone affiliated with the group suffered in one way or another. For months, various members of the group had been exposed and dealt with through the legal system, but a handful of them employed their intelligence training and vanished. 2 men had been captured, but their trials had become another flashpoint, dividing the nation. Young wanted to handle the traitors with transparency and afford them the opportunity to defend themselves. However, after watching how increasingly divided the public became over each trial, he considered handling it in a different manner, at the suggestion of Dave Salisbury, Young's chief of staff. As Young paced around the room, Salisbury sat on the couch in the Oval Office, stroking his Yorkshire Terrier, Abe. The dog yapped when one of Young's aides delivered a stack of documents. "Here you go, sir," the young man said, before placing them on Young's desk. "Please shut the door on your way out," Young said. The man smiled and nodded before complying. Left alone, Young opened the files. His mouth fell agape as he scanned the first page. After a few seconds, a wry grin developed. "What is it?" Salisbury asked. "You remember that hypothetical conversation we had about how to deal with any future Full-Good Initiative traitors?" Salisbury nodded as he scratched behind Abe's ears. "Of course I do." "Well, we've just officially moved out of the hypothetical stage of that conversation," Young said, handing the first page to Salisbury. Salisbury scowled as he took the page. "What's this?" "We have a location for Charles Harris. The NSA captured a conversation with him and was able to trace the call back to Port Vila and Vanuatu." With a sigh, Salisbury handed the document back and returned to petting Abe. We don't have an extradition treaty with Vanuatu, but that shouldn't come as a surprise. Harris isn't a fool. If he was able to subvert his own government for years without getting caught, he's certainly not about to make a rookie mistake and escape to a place that would allow for us to easily bring him back here for a trial. But like you said last week, we don't need any more Full-Good Initiative trials, do we? Salisbury drew in a deep breath through his nose and cocked his head to one side. He opened his mouth as if he was about to reply, but didn't say anything. Well, we don't need any, do we? Young asked again. Because you said, I know what I told you, Salisbury said with a scowl. Part of that was frustration with how things have grown so polarized. Young nodded. And I considered what you said, but not without a lot of soul-searching. And what I've come to realize is that sometimes the right thing to do doesn't always align with your values and ethics. But that doesn't mean it isn't the right thing to do. Salisbury raised his index finger as he stood. Sir, if I may, that's a slippery slope you're on right there with that line of reasoning. In fact, it sounds an awful lot like what the Full-Good Initiative was doing. I don't care what it sounds like. It sounded like a good idea to you when it first came out of your mouth, and it sounds like an even better idea right now. Mr. President, Now, Dave, before you protest any more, let me ask you this. What was the outcome of the previous 2 Full-Good trials? They both ended in convictions. Young nodded. That's right. And there's no reason to think this one won't end any differently. We all know what Harris was doing now. Let's just spare the country the pain. Sometimes the pain helps us grow, Salisbury said. It serves as a cautionary tale, and maybe helps us figure out a better path forward. I wish I could agree with you, but times have changed. Nobody is interested in working together. They're only concerned with being on the right side of history, whatever the hell that means. There is no nuance. There is no gray. And Harris's trial will be viewed in the exact same manner as the previous 2. Now, can you honestly tell me something good is going to come from this for our nation? You never know where it will lead to. Bringing such darkness into the light might help ignite the fire in more patriots to become more involved in government and make sure this never happens again. Young broke into a chuckle. You're one optimistic son of a bitch. I think you mentioned that was one of the traits you liked most about me when you hired me, sir. And today, your optimism isn't going to talk me out of doing what needs to be done for the sake of our country's unity. Understand? Salisbury sighed and nodded. Yes, sir. Good. Now that we've got that squared away, I've got a phone call to make, so if you'll excuse me, I'd appreciate it. Of course, Salisbury said, before scooping up Abe and heading toward the door. But just remember that no country is worth losing your soul over. Thanks for the warning, Young said. I'll keep that in mind. As soon as Salisbury exited, Young dug his secure burner phone out of his desk and placed a call. A few seconds later, a man answered. This is Hawk, the man said. Agent Hawk, this is President Young. I was wondering if you could do me a favor. I'm all ears, Mr. President. Just tell me what you need me to do. Chapter 5. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt scowled as he stabbed at the remnants of breakfast on his plate, his mind whirring as he considered the implications of what Congresswoman Dixon had just shown him. He put the last forkful of food into his mouth, before dabbing the corners of his mouth with a napkin. Do you feel comfortable talking about this here? He asked. Dixon slapped enough money on the counter to cover both their meals and the tip. Let's step outside. Blunt hustled to keep up with Dixon's long strides. Even in high heels, she glided effortlessly out of Lincoln's waffle shop and onto the busy sidewalk. He noticed the extra-long glances directed at her from men who passed by them. proof that the former Miss Magnolia Pine still possessed traffic-stopping looks. "Ask me what you want to know," she said, fixing her gaze straight ahead. "Perhaps we should start with the obvious question," Blunt said. "You'll have to be more specific," she said briskly. "I'm not sure there's anything obvious that should emerge from that." Blunt sighed. "Is that really you?" Dixon stopped and turned toward Blunt. She flashed a faint smile before answering. "See what I mean? That is not the question I thought you would ask first." "Well, it matters because—" "Relax, JD. I'm not upset. In fact, I'm quite flattered that you think I still look like that. I might be a former beauty queen, but I'm not a timeless goddess." "So these have obviously been photoshopped." Dixon nodded before resuming her walk. "I wouldn't have shown them to you if they were real." Blunt dug into his coat pocket and fished out a cigar as he kept pace. "I figured as much, but I at least needed to know the lay of the land before proceeding." "You're still using tobacco?" she asked, eyeing his cigar. "Keeps my mind sharp," he said, inspecting his stogie. "And I figure I'm going to need to stay as sharp as possible to help you out of this predicament." She sighed. "I was hoping you'd just make a phone call and make it all go away. You have no idea how stressful this is, especially as a woman." Blunt chuckled. "If anybody had naked pictures of me with another woman, it'd be immediately dismissed as fake. In fact, I might pay someone to put that out there, just to give the illusion that I still possess some charm." "Well, I'm glad you can find some humor in all of this, but I certainly don't. Look, I'm sorry, and I wish I could just call someone to clean this all up, but it doesn't work that way." "I wasn't suggesting that." "It's okay. I'm only authorized to employ my people in situations of national security. Otherwise, I'd be nothing more than a mob boss." "Well, I feel like it's got something to do with national security." He furrowed his brow. "Were there any accompanying demands, or just those images?" "Just pictures for now, but I think someone sent those to me as a warning." Blunt nodded. "Probably. But we can't just make the assumption that it's related to national security. I'll have to do a little digging first. Since that's out of the way, let me ask you the next big question. Have you told Philip?" "Not yet," she said. "He's tied up in recruiting, trying to make sure that Alabama gets the finest football players in the country next season. I won't see him until signing day." "You should tell him, in case this leaks out somehow. You don't want him to get caught off guard by a scandal, real or contrived." "That's why I came to you first. I don't want anyone even suggesting this is real." "Things okay between you two?" Blunt asked. "It's been a little bit stressful lately," she said. "Between my re-election campaign starting up and his coaching duties, we haven't seen much of each other lately, and it's taken a toll on our marriage. I'm afraid this might push him over the edge. Not to mention, this isn't the kind of thing the people in the great state of Alabama are going to just forgive me for. Even if I prove that it was all a lie, some people will still hold it against me." "Okay," Blunt said. "If I get a digital forensics expert to verify that this is fake, will you promise me you'll tell Philip?" Dixon pursed her lips. "Fine, but I don't want you to stop there." "I won't. But your marriage needs to be prioritized over everything else. And I share that wisdom with you because it's born out of all the pain I endured through my divorces." "So what are you thinking after that?" "I'll submit those pictures for inspection, and then I want you to tell me of anyone who might like to see you removed from office, and why. If this is related to national security, I might be able to employ more persuasive means to handle this threat. But as my daddy used to say, we don't need a backhoe to dig a post hole when a shovel will suffice." "That sounds like a note in a Texas fortune cookie," she said with a smile. "When you grow up in West Texas, you hear a lot of sayings related to ranch life. So, You got any leads for me off the top of your head? Or any other ideas that could be related to someone attempting to blackmail or extort you for a vote?" Dixon stopped as they approached a crosswalk. Traffic rushed past them as they waited for the signal to change. Blunt eyed her closely, her gaze distant. "Anyone come to mind?" "There is one guy who's been a pain in my rear for a while now." "Just one?" Blunt asked. She chuckled and shook her head. "I don't have time to rattle off all their names, but only one that I can think of right away who would have the resources and the gall to attempt something like this." "His name?" "Earl Cunningham," Dixon said. "He's a developer who's very active in my district." "And why would he want to control you?" "I've been an outspoken advocate for keeping Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery from getting shut down." "So it's full of prime real estate?" "That's the understatement of the year," she said. "The base is located on the banks of the Alabama River. Plenty of waterfront property close to the center of the city. And if it was his to develop, it'd make millions. And honestly, he's probably one of only a handful of investors in the Southeast who would have the capital to buy it and develop it." "Has he given you trouble before?" "Cunningham has tried to woo me over to his side, promising me plenty of perks, including a custom-built home on the property, deeded to me after I leave office if I acquiesce to his demands," she said. "But I've rebuffed him every time." So now he's changing his approach. The light turned green, and Dixon and Blunt joined the throng of pedestrians heading to their offices. "If it's him who's doing this, it's a stark departure from how he's handled me up to this point. But I wouldn't put anything past him. He didn't become one of the best developers in the state by winning awards for his congeniality. And as I recall, you didn't win many of those either during your pageant days." She smiled wryly. "I'm not a pushover. That much is well documented. Miss Louisiana can attest to that. But I'm also not going to claim victimhood in this instance, even though that's clearly what's happening to me. Now that I know more specifically what you want, I'll see what I can do. I'll pay this Cunningham guy a visit and try to get a feel for what he's really about." She led him out of the flow of traffic and against the side of a building. "Thank you, JD. You know I wouldn't ask you for a favor like this, unless it was really important." Blunt nodded. "I know. I'll do my best to figure out who's behind this and why, all before they attempt to extort you again." "You have no idea how much this means to me." Blunt's gaze met hers. "Tell your husband now. You'll thank me for it later." "I'll try." Blunt patted her arm before walking in the opposite direction. He was fond of Dixon, but also wasn't sure she was telling the truth. And there was only one way to find out. Chapter 6. Via Russia. Titus Black reached inside his coat pocket and produced the documents requested by the officer. While Black understood there was no guarantee that the policeman would accept the papers, they upheld scrutiny at immigration, which applied the most rigorous validation test utilized by the Russians. If Black got into the country, it stood to reason that he'd survive a cursory inspection by a small-town officer. Black gripped the steering wheel as he awaited a response. "Yuri, I'm going to need you to step out of the car," the officer said. Yuri Fadiv was the name on Black's passport, a Moldovan businessman who sold fertilizer to small farmers in Russia and other Eastern European countries for Ovchem Industries. The company was a legitimate one, organized and set up by the CIA 3 decades ago, to also serve as a way to move assets around the region. And since Ovchem had maintained a presence in the area for years, the officer wasn't likely to suspect anything. "You're selling fertilizer at this time of year?" he asked. Black nodded as he exited his vehicle, keeping the motor still running. "Spring will be here before you blink. You can never be too prepared. Selling shit in Russian winter. the officer said with a chuckle. "And I thought my job was bad." Black watched the man's hands, waiting for him to return the passport. "Did I do something wrong, officer?" "Open your trunk." Black reached inside the vehicle and released the lever for the trunk. It popped open, and the officer peered inside. As Black walked around toward the back of the vehicle, he held his breath, unsure of what might be hidden inside. He prepared to concoct a cover story on the spot if an interrogation arose. "Hockey sticks and boxes of vitamins," the officer said. "These are unusual items for a traveling salesman." Black shrugged. "What can I say? I work hard to stay healthy and keep up my passion for hockey, even while I'm on the road." The policeman eyed Black for a moment. He remained calm, confident that he could take the officer if it came to that. "Very well, mister," the officer said before pausing. "Fadiv," Black said. "Yuri Fadiv." "Ah, yes, Mr. Fadiv. Be careful out there. The roads are getting very slick." Black nodded and returned to his car. He waited for the officer to drive off before resuming his search for Kozlov. "Okay," Black said over the comms. "I'm ready for more directions." "I thought you were a goner when he asked to look in the trunk," Shields said. "Never underestimate my ability to bullshit in a pinch." She chuckled. "I'll remember that." Black followed her directions, leading him well off the paved streets of Via and onto the rural dirt roads, which were covered with snow and ice. After a few minutes, Black reached the apex of a hill and slowed to a halt. His headlights appeared to be shining into the abyss of snow. Meanwhile, the road was nowhere to be seen. "Are you sure about this, Shields?" he asked, as he leaned forward to look for the ground. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I mean, it looks like I'm about to drive off a cliff. There's no road here." "There's one on my map," she said. "And I don't see a bridge there either. Could your map be wrong?" "I guess it's possible, but not likely. You're going to have to trust me on this one." Black wanted to get out and inspect the situation further, but he was afraid the car might roll in either direction, both of which would be disastrous to his survival chances, let alone catching Kozlov. He took a deep breath and eased off the brake. "Here goes nothing." The car began to move forward, finding the road to be a steep embankment. In an instant, the vehicle lost all traction and started to slide toward the bottom. After a few seconds, Black lost control as the Aleco broke into a spin. He let out a string of expletives as he fought to right the car, but round and round the Aleco went, somehow managing to stay on the road. However, when it reached the bottom and started to travel up another incline, the car's momentum slowed and eventually stopped altogether before sliding back down. In a matter of seconds, the ordeal ended with the vehicle still running, and Black still able to operate it. "Everything all right?" Shields asked. "I almost died, but other than that, I'm good," Black said. "Almost died as in you're barely alive now? Or almost died as in you experienced a brush with a potentially deadly situation?" "Why parse sentences now?" Black said. "The fact of the matter is—" "The second one," she said. "Good to know that you're fine and don't require immediate medical attention." "These roads will be the death of me before the Russians will," Black said. "Just keep going. You're almost there." "Define almost." She chuckled. "Another 500 meters over the ridge and you'll be at the target's new location." "Forget it," Black said. "I'm walking." "It'll take you 5 times as long," she said, raising her vigorous protest. "If it means I'll actually make it there, then that's fine by me. Unlike you, I can handle the cold." Black rolled the car off to the side of the road and then struck off across a nearby field. Shields warned him that she couldn't promise him anything about the route that he chose, albeit a more direct one. But he was more comfortable in the open than trying to drive up an icy road in a Russian vehicle well past its prime. Black's jaunt across the field was rather uneventful, aside from leaping over a small creek twice. After 15 minutes, he stopped and knelt behind a large rock, about 30 meters from the house. "Are you still locked in on my location?" Black asked. "Roger that. And you can confirm the cabin in front of me is where the snowmobile stopped?" "Yes." "Can you tell me if there are any more heat signatures in the house?" "It's difficult to tell at this point," she said, "but there don't appear to be any others." "All right," he said. "Wish me luck." Black crept up to the house. He stealthily maneuvered up the porch steps and tried to turn the knob. As he anticipated, the door was locked. He then hustled around to the back and tried that door, which was also secured shut. Black found the bathroom window to be slightly ajar. After opening it, he hoisted himself up and into the house. He put the toilet seat down and waited for Kozlov to appear. A half-hour passed before Kozlov entered the bathroom. When his eyes met Black's, Kozlov jumped back and shrieked. He hit his head against the wall, dazing him for a few seconds. By the time he'd regained his wits, Black had a death grip on Kozlov's arm and was leading him to the living room. "Please, sir, don't kill me," Kozlov pleaded in Russian. "Take anything you want. Just leave me alone." "That's not how this is going to work," Black said in English, shoving Kozlov onto the couch. Kozlov's eyes widened as he drew back. "No, no, no. You can't make me go back to your CIA prison. I did nothing wrong. Relax, Sergei," Black said. "I'm not going to kill you. Yet. But if you want a favorable outcome, I suggest you listen closely and do everything I ask." "Anything. Just don't let me go back to that prison." "I hear it's far better accommodations than Lefortova." "You don't know what I endured while I was there, and I couldn't tell them what they really wanted to know." Black grabbed a chair from the kitchen table and then straddled it, leaning on the back of it as he faced Kozlov. "I'm a straight shooter, both literally and figuratively. You understand what I'm saying?" Kozlov nodded. "Good," Black said, as he dug a silencer out of his pocket and screwed it onto the barrel of his gun. "I don't have time for games. You're either going to tell me what I want to know, and I walk out of here, never to bother you again, or you lied to me, and I shoot you between your eyes. You'll be dead almost instantly, and it'll be a permanent condition. So you decide right now what consequences you're willing to suffer." "I swear to you, mister, that I didn't do any of the things the American government has accused me of doing," Kozlov said as he held up both hands. "Please, let me be of assistance to you in exchange for something I deem far more important than my life." Black stroked his chin as he studied the disheveled man. Kozlov wore wire-rimmed glasses perched on the end of his nose. He ran his fingers through his mop of brown hair and cocked his head to one side, his eyes pleading with Black. "Is that your wife?" Black said, nodding at the picture on his desk. Kozlov nodded. "Where is she now?" Black asked. "She's not here, if you're worried about her coming after us. She's had to go into hiding, and I haven't made contact with her since I left the facility in Finland." "Why should I believe anything you say? The best intelligence agency in the world says that you're the mastermind behind a cyber attack on the U.S. Kozlov sighed and closed his eyes. "Well, that's partially true." "What part is a lie?" Kozlov opened his eyes and pursed his lips. "I'm not who they think I am. They think you're the infamous hacker Dark Knight. Were they wrong?" "I tried to tell them, but they wouldn't listen," he said. 6 months of torture, and I told them over and over who the man behind the attack was, but they wouldn't believe me." "So to be clear, You're saying you're not Dark Knight?
No, I'm not. I operate under a different name on the dark web. I'm more of what you might call a broker.
Black furrowed his brow. Then you were involved with Dark Knight.
Only as far as connecting him with a client in search of a hacker. That's what I do. I'm not a monster.
Where is this Dark Knight character?
I don't know,
Kozlov said.
I just make connections.
Black trained his gun on Kozlov. In that case, you're still dangerous, and I have a mission to complete.
Please, sir, have mercy on me. You'll be orphaning my son.
Black froze. Your son?
My wife is pregnant. Would you really widow her and orphan my son because I simply connect evil people together? I mean, everyone has to make a living these days.
Black clicked off the safety on his gun. Sorry, man. I have to make a living too. Before Black pulled the trigger, Kozlov threw his hands in the air.
Wait. What if I told you I could find Dark Knight for you?
I'd wonder why you didn't lead with your best offer.
Never lead with your best offer, Kozlov said. Every salesman knows that.
I'm not a salesman. I'm more of a closer.
Please, don't shoot. I can get you Dark Knight.
Black lowered his weapon. Okay, you lead me to Dark Knight, and I'll let you live.
If I may, I'd like to amend that proposal.
You're pushing it.
I lead you to Dark Knight. You give me and my wife and my son asylum in the U.S. Then we'll call it a deal.
I'm not authorized to do that. Kozlov sighed and shook his head.
I thought you were the closer, right? Wouldn't you enjoy getting something out of me, considering the CIA couldn't crack me after 6 months of torture?
If you're playing me, Sergei, I can promise you that it won't end well for you. A bullet from my gun will find its way to your head.
I swear to you on the life of my unborn son that I am not lying.
Black eyed Kozlov closely. How do you intend to lead me to Dark Knight?
I know someone who knows where he is.
And where is this person?
She is in St. Petersburg.
Black forced a smile. Do you have a vehicle that can get us there? Chapter 7. Porta Villa, Vanuatu. Brady Hawk slung his pack over his back as he exited the private charter jet. Any plane that appeared to be affiliated with the U.S. government would have been easily identified by Charles Harris from practically anywhere on the main island. The airport wasn't that busy, and every arrival was a major event each day. Hawk handed his passport to the customs agent, who stamped it and wished him a happy stay on the island. After Hawk found his rental car, he wondered if he could extend his stay. The weather was warm, a stark contrast to the biting cold of Washington, and the islanders seemed to wear wide smiles on their faces every minute of the day. For a moment, Hawk considered if sadness existed in a place like Vanuatu. Alex would love this place. Hawk thought about calling his handler to let her know that Vanuatu should be added to their running list of places they went for work, but should have gone for vacation. It had grown lengthy over the years while working for Firestorm, and so far, they hadn't been able to visit many of them. But the island vibe made him consider moving Vanuatu near the top of their list. But there wasn't anything pleasant about this trip for Hawk. He was there for one reason alone: finding Charles Harris and killing him. Hawk had been briefed thoroughly. The Full-Good Initiative's aim had been to undermine the president's administration by serving as a de facto government. Instead of being accountable for their actions, the Full-Good Initiative had been able to conduct operations however it saw fit, without the president's knowledge. Elected officials had been toppled, along with entire democratic governments in free countries, due to Full-Good's actions. And it had all been done in the name of national security, the cause that seemed to trump everything in a country fixated on avoiding the pain of 9/11 ever again. But Hawk knew that was a fool's errand. The pain would be inflicted, one way or another, and often the result was one that brought about a stronger nation, a more resolute people, a united front. Efforts to avoid such misery often led to more pain, just the delayed version. Fulgood had made sure of that by creating more enemies for the U.S. And that's why Charles Harris needed to atone for his actions. Getting to live out the rest of his days in peace in a South Pacific paradise seemed unfair by all accounts. That is, if the reports about Harris were true. Hawk wasted no time in heading to Harris's address. The small condo overlooking the water was devoid of any security, yet it offered a fantastic view of the burgeoning harbor. Sailboats lined the docks that seemed to sprawl across the bay. A few yachts dotted the seascape, but were dwarfed in number by the other boats. Hawk paused before entering Harris's building, allowing the wind to whip across his face. The cool island breeze confirmed his suspicion that Vanuatu was one of the South Pacific's hidden gems. Maybe another time. Hawk dialed the number for Harris's apartment. After the phone rang a few times, it stopped and went to a voicemail system. Hawk hustled up the steps to the third-floor unit and jimmied the lock open to let himself in. He took a seat on the chair in the corner and waited for Harris to return. After a little over an hour, the door unlocked and Harris strode in. Dusk had settled over the bay, and Hawk was confident he was barely visible to Harris. Harris flipped on a few lights and then entered the living room. When he did, Hawk turned on a reading lamp, his gun trained on Harris. "Have a seat, Mr. Harris," Hawk said. "We need to talk." Harris narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hawk, and then eased into a recliner. "I had a teacher once who told me that consequences were inevitable, no matter what we did," Hawk said. "You can get away with something for a while, but eventually, there will come a moment when you have to pay for your sins. For you, Mr. Harris, that moment is now." Harris raised his hands in the air in a gesture of surrender.
Please, you have no idea what's going on.
"Enlighten me, if that's how you'd like to spend your last few moments on this planet."
You have it all wrong if you think that I'm the bad guy in this story. Whoever is telling you this is lying to you.
Harris rubbed his bald head with his right hand, while his left hand clutched the arm of the chair. "Is that so?" Hawk asked.
I swear to you that there's more than meets the eye.
Hawk chuckled. Trite phrases aren't going to dissuade me from completing my mission. Besides, I think I'd rather enjoy sticking around in Vanuatu for a few more days, while living in your apartment.
You'd be making a grave mistake. I don't know who told you that I'm the problem, but I can promise you that there are others who are far more devious than me.
Yet, you're still devious, Hawk said. Harris shrugged.
I'm sure I am, at least by some standards. But whoever sent you here to kill me has you doing the devil's work.
Hawk kept his gun trained on Harris. If you're going to insist that you're innocent, at least present your case to change my mind. Otherwise, I'm just going to pull the trigger and then take your little boat out for a spin. Harris clasped his hands and sighed.
All I can ask for is a chance.
I don't have all day, Hawk said.
Where to begin? Where to begin?
Harris said, before launching into his story. You tell me, Hawk said. I was sent here to eliminate you, a proud member of the Fulgood Initiative. If you'd like to deny that, I will posthumously lodge a complaint on your behalf. In the meantime, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to explain your side of the story. Otherwise, I'm going to call a spade and end this obvious stalling tactic.
I'm not stalling. I'm just trying to figure out what might help persuade you to see my situation in the right light.
Why don't you start with the truth?
Hawk suggested. In that case, I'll give it to you straight. I'm not affiliated with the Full-Good Initiative, but I am scared of them. They are manipulating the American public, getting the lemmings to lap up whatever disinformation they feed the media. It's sickening, and I'm more afraid of them than I am you. Right now? Hawk asked. In this moment? Well, since they don't have a weapon trained on me, I suppose not. But their resolve to do more than just kill me is what I fear. Once I'm dead, you'll walk away. My family will go about their lives tomorrow and every day until they die. But Full-Good? They'd keep me alive to watch my parents, friends, and children all suffer horrific fates. So if you shoot me, that's okay. That might actually be a relief. Yet here you are, attempting to convince me that you don't want to die. It's survival instinct, I guess. Hawk drew in a deep breath and exhaled slowly. So tell me what I need to know about Full-Good, Mr. Harris. Have you ever heard of Martin Kellerman? Hawk scowled and thought for a moment. It sounds familiar, but I can't quite place him. He's a tech executive in the Bay Area, founder of KindNet, Harris said. He has plans to bring America to its knees, and the U.S. government will be none the wiser. Then how do you know? That's not important, Harris said. No, Hawk said, slamming his fist down on the end table. It's not only pertinent, but it's the kind of information I need to determine if I'm going to shoot you or not. Harris sighed and shook his head. I can't tell you for certain what's going to happen. I just know that there's a plot in the works. Months or years away. No, Harris said. Days away. Full-Good has major plans to put the U.S. in a tailspin, and I'm confident that whatever Kellerman is planning would do precisely that. So are you scared of Kellerman or Full-Good? Hawk asked. They might as well be one and the same at this juncture. They're both going to wreak plenty of havoc on the U.S., some of which we'll be able to easily identify. Others of it will blindside us. Hawk shook his head. Stop beating around the bush. I know you're just trying to save your ass here, but I'm not buying it. Then what would make you change your mind? Proof. Harris eyed Hawk cautiously. What kind of proof? The only kind there is. I need you to show me that Kellerman is the threat you're making him out to be. Otherwise, this is just a lot of smoke and mirrors to try and keep me from shooting you right now. Harris shook his head. I wish I had something that could convince you that I'm telling the truth, but there's not. I heard a phone call between Kellerman and Colonel Marshall about a month ago, where they discussed how the plan would unfold. I didn't get all the specifics, but I know that Marshall was excited. I'm afraid that's not enough to dissuade me from carrying out my assignment, Hawk said. You obviously dealt with the underbelly of the Pentagon, but I can't let you walk away based on that. Harris buried his face in both his hands. I knew this would happen. Everyone thinks I'm lying, but I swear on my mother's grave that every word out of my mouth is true. That's a bit over the top, don't you think? Hawk asked. I'm begging you, please don't kill me. And if you let me live, you can rest easy knowing that I'm going to be dead soon anyway. Are you that convinced that Kellerman or Full-Good will catch up with you? To be honest, I'm more afraid of Kellerman, the silent yet deviant assassin. But the truth is, neither of them is nearly as deadly as the stage 4 pancreatic cancer I have. Hawk froze, unsure if he should exhibit empathy or caution that he was getting played. Instead, he resorted to interviewing. When were you diagnosed? About 2 months ago. How long do you have to live? 3 months? Maybe 4 if I'm lucky. This cancer is very aggressive and advanced. Hawk let down his tough veneer for just a brief second. Sorry to hear that, Mr. Harris. Please, call me Charles. Just know that I'm not lying to you. I swear. I can show you my diagnosis.
That won't be necessary, Charles. Any man deviant enough to use cancer as a way to gain empathy and leniency will get everything that's coming to them, and much more. Hawk watched Harris's eyes to see if he could detect any signals that the former Pentagon official was lying. But Harris appeared cold, his stare blank, almost as if he was thinking about something else, miles away from his current conversation. Hawk snapped his fingers to try and recapture Harris's attention. "Are you still with me, Charles?"
"Oh, yes,"
Harris said, flashing back to the present. "I thought I'd lost you there for a minute."
"My apologies. There's a lot going on in my mind. Some things that I can't even set aside when there's a gun pointed at me."
"Your story is heartbreaking," Hawk said. "But I could do you a favor, ending your life in a quick and painless way."
"This is my final request. If you walk away from here and let me live, you won't be letting me run free and begin my reign of terror. I'll be dead before you know it. You'll forget about me and move on."
"What was the date?" Hawk asked.
"The date?"
Harris asked, cocking his head to one side. "The date you heard this alleged phone call between Kellerman and Colonel Marshall. When was that?"
"I think it was around the 12th of December,
Harris said. "Think or know?"
"No,"
Harris fired back.
"It was on the 12th, about 2:30 in the afternoon, to be precise."
"Stay right there," Hawk said, as he backed into another room. "I need to make a call." Hawk got up and backed into a bedroom just off the hallway, where he could still maintain visual with his target. Then, Hawk dialed a number.
"This is Mallory,"
a woman said on the other end.
"Mallory, this is Hawk. I was wondering if I might be able to trouble you for a bit of information."
"Certainly. What do you need?"
Hawk explained what he was looking for, before asking Harris for Kellerman's number. She ran a search for Kellerman's phone records on December 12th, and found that they matched a call to the Pentagon around the exact time Harris had said. Hawk thanked her, and then ended the call. And while it wasn't definitive proof that Harris was telling the truth, everything seemed to be lining up. Hawk returned to the room. "Let me see your cancer diagnosis."
"But
Hawk didn't budge. "It's the difference between you living 3 or 4 extra months or getting shot right now."
Okay,
Harris said as he stood, his hands raised in a posture of surrender.
"It's over here, in the kitchen. I have a folder of all my medical documents."
"I understand," Hawk said. "And as long as you understand that I will shoot you in the head if I detect even the slightest of sudden movements, we're good." Harris nodded and swallowed hard.
"Of course. I wouldn't dream of pulling any stunts."
He shuffled over to the kitchen and dug through a filing cabinet on top of a small table. "I can't imagine there are many great oncologists in Vanuatu," Hawk said.
"You might be surprised. There are actually several naturopathic doctors who specialize in cancer and have cured hundreds of patients with their natural medicines."
Hawk grunted. "Sounds like a bunch of voodoo to me."
"I've met several of them. It's pretty incredible, to be honest."
Harris held up a piece of paper. "Let me see it," Hawk said. He scanned the page and noted the diagnosis. Stage 4 pancreatic cancer, just like Harris had said.
"I don't know what else I can do to convince you that I'm telling the truth, but I think you'll find that Martin Kellerman is planning a big attack on the U.S., which will inevitably make him not just rich, but filthy rich. Mark my word, something is coming down the pike, and it won't be good for our country."
"Our country?" Hawk asked. "From the looks of things here, it seems like you've given up on your country and aligned with a new one."
"Vanuatu will never be a threat to the U.S., and you know that. That's one of the reasons I chose to move here."
Hawk shook his head.
The other being the fact that Vanuatu doesn't have an extradition agreement. Am I right?
Well, of course, Harris said. I knew someone would come for me, but never knew who that'd be. It could have been someone with an agenda wanting to make an example out of me and drag me home for a trial that'd do nothing more than divide the country further. Or, instead, what I got, a reasonably minded agent who understands the amount of disinformation and propaganda shoveled out of Washington onto American citizens every single day. And I'm hoping you see the intel I've given you is worth the price of allowing me to live for 3 or 4 more months in peace.
If I let you live, who's to say that the Fullgood Initiative won't knock on your door next? Hawk asked. If I found you, they can too.
They won't come looking for me if I'm dead.
Hawk scowled. I'm starting to get confused. I thought you wanted me to spare your life.
I do, but I just don't want anyone else to know that you did.
Seems like you're in a predicament then.
Harris shook his head. Not if you help me stage my death.
Hawk shrugged. I didn't see that coming.
It's a win for everyone. Whoever assigned you to terminate me will think that you succeeded. Whoever else might consider coming after me won't waste their time. And you return to the U.S. with a piece of information that might save the country from disaster. What's not to like?
Hawk chewed on his lip as he weighed the consequences of going along with Harris's plan. If we do this, we need to do it right.
I'm friends with the coroner here in Port Vila, Harris said. We can make this as real as you want to.
Hawk sat down and went through the pros and cons of the situation. He could conceivably still shoot Harris and leave with the information. But he didn't feel right about doing that, much less murdering an American citizen without a fair trial. And if Hawk went along with staging Harris's death, he could solve all his moral and ethical dilemmas, aside from lying to President Young. That was a moral justification he could live with. Hawk looked at Harris and nodded. Let's stage your death. Chapter 8. Kazan, Russia. Black stared out his passenger window at the Russian countryside as Kozlov neared the city of Kazan. Nestled along the banks of the Volga River, Kazan was a thriving financial center and a booming metropolis, attractive to both Russian oligarchs and mob bosses alike. And where there was a foreign den of corruption, there was the CIA with its agents to identify legitimate threats to U.S. interests. Black had once met Boris Lobachevsky while on assignment in Latvia, when the Firestorm agent was still working for the CIA. But it had been at least 10 years since they last saw each other. Lobachevsky was a crafty spy, whose intuition was a valuable asset to the agency. He once saved the life of a Russian diplomat who had begun passing intelligence to the U.S. when he suspected the tea at their coffee shop had been poisoned. A lab analysis later proved Lobachevsky was right, enabling the agency to gather several more months of intelligence before the diplomat died in a single-car accident. But Lobachevsky's real talent was forgery. Despite becoming the station chief in Kazan, he still maintained his role as the chief document maker. Whenever an operation in Russia required credentials, Lobachevsky was charged with creating them. His work was so convincing that never once had anyone been fingered as being fraudulent while using his documents. He once crafted an access badge for an agent who had to enter Lefortovo as a prison guard, who eventually helped the CIA map out the famed Russian prison. While teaming up with Kozlov could result in the elimination of one of the most dangerous cyber terrorists, Black understood how dangerous traveling with him could be. Black could handle the disguises to avoid detection over Russia's vast closed-circuit camera network. But if the FSB was also searching for Kozlov, as he claimed, there would inevitably come a point where they would need proper documentation to cross the border, gain access through a roadblock, or simply avoid being detained.
Once Black and Kozlov arrived in the city, they found a hotel near Lobachevsky's office and wasted no time in paying him a visit. Lobachevsky, who grew up in Moldova before attending school at MIT, was clutching a bottle of vodka.
What?
Lobachevsky said as he poured a glass and eyed his two visitors.
It's 5 o'clock. I'm entitled to a drink. It's my birthright.
Black noticed Kozlov trying to figure out if the surprise meeting was about to explode into conflict or laughter out of the corner of his eye. Black suppressed a smile as long as he could, trying to outlast his stone-faced former colleague. But after 15 seconds, the dam broke, and the two men erupted with guffaws.
You win again,
Black said, seeing that he cracked a smile first.
I don't know how you do it. It comes with living in this part of the world,
Lobachevsky said, gesturing for Black and Kozlov to sit.
When you endure as much misery as we have, you have to force yourself to smile, even when you see something that makes you happy.
I'm hoping you're referring to seeing me, Black said.
I'm always happy to see you, Agent Black,
Lobachevsky said, before taking a long pull on his glass.
And who is this friend that you've brought with you?
He's a new acquaintance, but someone I trust will be very helpful, Black said. This is Sergei Kozlov. Sergei, meet Boris. Lobachevsky got up out of his chair just enough to reach across his desk and shake Kozlov's hand.
Drink?
Lobachevsky said. Black nodded.
When in Rome, this is no Rome. That much I can assure you of,
Lobachevsky said.
But like Rome, this once great country has most definitely fallen, and fallen hard.
Kozlov signaled that he'd take a drink as well. When all three men had their glasses, Lobachevsky proposed a toast.
To Russia, he said, raising his glass in the air. To the great country that you once were, and the great country you can become again.
After serving with him, Black understood that Lobachevsky was a committed asset to the CIA, but only because he longed to see Russia one day shrug off the tyrannical rulers that governed her and become a place where people no longer lived in fear of those in power. In the past, he admitted he enjoyed doing his part, disrupting Putin's regime piece by piece. The approach was a slow and arduous one, yet it was proving to be a winning strategy. No one at the agency ever thought it would take as long as it had.
Never underestimate Mother Russia,
Black said. You showed me that there's still greatness in her.
Some days I'm not sure I'll ever live to see it,
Lobachevsky said.
Other days, I feel like freedom is rushing toward Russia like a runaway freight train.
We'd like to move more quickly, Black said, but we need to be cautious.
Which is why you're here,
Lobachevsky asked. Black nodded. We need proper documents. Lobachevsky took another sip and closed his eyes before leaning back against his chair's headrest.
And that's your reason for being here?
You're the best on the continent. Dare I say planet, Black said. Lobachevsky chuckled.
All my failures are dead and buried, so you'll never know about them.
For a spy, you're a terrible liar, Black said, before he threw back the rest of his drink.
Step into my studio,
Lobachevsky said, gesturing toward a door behind him.
You two gentlemen deserve some nice mug shots.
Black and Kozlov retreated to their hotel for the evening after grabbing a quick bite to eat. They awoke early the next morning to go pick up their IDs from Lobachevsky. After Black finished getting ready, he called Shields on his encrypted sat phone, while Kozlov took a shower. Do you still trust Kozlov? Shields asked. You and Blunt are about the only people on this planet that I trust fully, Black said. You know what I mean. Black sighed. It's hard to say. He's quiet, but if this isn't your world, this kind of situation can be traumatic. And if I'm being honest, sometimes it's still traumatic for me.
So you're just going to wait and see?
That's about all I can do, Black said. If I leave now, we'll miss our opportunity to catch Dark Knight. And if he pulls the trigger on whatever he's planning, who knows how many innocent people will pay the price.
I understand. Just be careful about what you say and who you introduce Kozlov to. We just don't know much about him.
Roger that. I'll update you when I have something. But in the meantime, keep tracking me and be ready to help out when I need it. I know it's late there for you.
I'll be right here. Be safe.
Black hung up in time to see Kozlov exiting the bathroom with a towel wrapped around his waist.
Everything okay?
He asked.
We're good.
Get some clothes on and let's go grab our IDs and get out of here. A half hour later, Black and Kozlov walked in tandem toward Lobachevsky's office. When they arrived, Black pushed the intercom button to let Lobachevsky know they had arrived. But there was nothing but awkward silence. A minute elapsed after Black's third attempt to garner Lobachevsky's attention. Frustrated by the lack of response, the firestorm agent tugged on the handle, which surprisingly gave way. Black shrugged. That was easy, Kozlov said, as he stepped into the storefront office. Black put his hand on Kozlov's chest. Don't go any farther, Black said in a whisper. Something doesn't feel right. Black drew his weapon as he stepped in front of his new asset. They crept through the quiet building, the silence interrupted by the occasional horn blaring outside on the street, or the whirring of the oscillating space heater positioned in one corner of the room. Black approached Lobachevsky's office and knocked on the door, which was slightly ajar. Boris, Black called. Are you in here? Black swallowed hard when he saw a hand dangling over the arm of the chair, which was facing the opposite wall. Kozlov gasped as he peered around the corner to take in the scene. Black put his index finger to his lips and stealthily moved across the office toward the door leading to Lobachevsky's studio. A quick glance at Lobachevsky made Black think the CIA operative was dead, but that couldn't be verified until Black was confident the facility was secure. Black and Kozlov poked around the entire building before finding it to be completely empty. Satisfied that there wasn't anyone waiting to ambush them, Black returned to check Lobachevsky's body. Once he confirmed that the Kazan station chief was dead, Black returned to the studio to search for the IDs that Lobachevsky had created for them. After 15 minutes, he called off the search. Boris obviously hadn't finished them, or maybe not even started them. But they couldn't hang around the office much longer. The scene left no clues as to the motivation for Lobachevsky's murder. Maybe it was sinister. Maybe it was over a poker game. Maybe he was a double agent. But no matter the reason, Black felt more uneasy than he'd felt the entire time he'd been in Russia. Moments later, a bell clanked against the glass door, and a husky voice called out for Lobachevsky. Boris, are you in here? Black motioned for Kozlov to join him and exit through a door leading to the alleyway behind the building. Kozlov hustled behind Black, and moments later, they were outside and sprinting down a narrow passageway. Black nodded toward a stack of pallets. There, we can hide behind those pallets. They worked furiously to arrange them in a way that formed a blind in the alley. And just as they completed their task, they heard approaching footsteps and ducked down into their makeshift hiding spot. You can hide, but you can't hide forever, Mr. Black, said a man in English, wearing a dark pea coat and wielding a handgun. Yes, I know exactly who you are. Black watched the man carefully, almost feeling as if they'd made eye contact. It gets awfully cold out here at night, the man said. I just want to talk. Black swallowed hard. He wasn't buying it. If the FSB had been pouring in resources to track him to this point, the Russian secret police weren't going to scold him and then release him. They obviously had big plans for Black, and he didn't want to stick around to find out what they were. Chapter 9. Kazan, Russia. Sasha Petrov flicked his lighter and held it up to the end of his cigarette. He sucked hard as the flame ignited the tobacco. After he inhaled and then exhaled, he watched the smoke swirl upward. The snow crunched beneath his feet as he paced down the alley. Agent Black, I know you can hear me, Petrov said. I'd much rather we had this conversation face to face. But if you must hide like a coward, I understand. It is the American way. Petrov took another long drag on his cigarette before continuing. You probably don't remember me, but I remember you all too well. The American operative who ruined my career in the military. But make no mistake, this time, you will help me achieve my greatest triumphant. I'll see you very soon. Petrov strode down the alley, checking over his shoulder several times to see if he could spot any movement behind him. Cameras were already blanketing the area, serving as an inescapable surveillance net. Petrov wasn't completely sure that Agent Black was in the alley, but it was the most likely place. And even if Petrov had to repeat his speech, he didn't mind. He'd been rehearsing it for several years in anticipation of this moment. If he was honest with himself, he never thought he'd ever get the opportunity to atone his greatest failure. But sometimes, life surprised him. Once Petrov reached the main street, he signaled for his car to pick him up. He told his driver to leave in a hurry and ordered all the other FSB agents supporting him on the case to do likewise. In his effort to catch Black, Petrov wanted to create a sense of false security, the kind that would lure the American into the open, where they could apprehend him. During the short drive 2 blocks away to the FSB field office, Petrov stayed in constant communication with the team monitoring all the area's cameras. He'd already received word that one analyst had spotted the exact location where Black had entered the alley. But then, Black disappeared amidst a strange glitch with the camera. That's no glitch, Petrov said. That is willful interference with our surveillance network. Track the glitches, because that's their path. When the SUV pulled up to the office, Petrov flicked his cigarette onto the sidewalk and then rushed inside. He bypassed the elevator, hustling up 3 flights of stairs to study the situation. As soon as he walked into the command center, one of the analysts gave Petrov a recap of all that had happened, along with the bad news that he'd somehow vanished. It's happening again. When Petrov was stationed at the military prison on the Kamchatka Peninsula, he was the general charged with security. It wasn't the best assignment he could have drawn, but it was an easy one. The facility was located in a remote area, and anyone wishing to break out would have to endure the harshest of conditions to escape. Only a fool would try it. And during Petrov's tour at Kamchatka, only 3 prisoners were foolish enough to attempt it. 2 of them failed miserably, ending in their deaths at the hands of the elements. But the 3rd escapee was the one who haunted Petrov. An American pilot had crashed in Russia and was being held at the prison. However, one night, a Black Ops team broke him out. It wasn't until weeks later, when the surveillance footage was reviewed, that Petrov discovered that there wasn't really a team involved. A single man had managed to breach their supposedly impenetrable defense mechanisms and break out the pilot. In an even more puzzling twist, footage showed that the pilot didn't seem like a willing participant as the operative knocked him out to continue their escape without incident. That operative was Titus Black, and he'd inexplicably returned to Russia to retrieve another unwilling target, Sergei Kozlov. Chasing Agent Black made Petrov feel as though he were Ishmael in pursuit of his elusive whale. But it was the only pursuit that Petrov felt was worthy in his life after all that Black had taken from him. After the debacle at Kamchatka, Russian brass couldn't let the escape go without severe consequences. Petrov was the easy target, fingered as the culprit for his lax security measures. But that was just an excuse for the higher-ups to signal to President Putin that they were vigilant about rectifying the situation. They assigned blame to Petrov and stripped him of his rank before dismissing him from the military. But that was just the beginning of his troubles. The Tax Commission discovered a considerable amount of unpaid taxes, forcing Petrov to sell his vacation house on the Caspian Sea. 2 months later, his wife, the daughter of a high-ranking military leader, divorced him and won custody of their 3 children. He eventually lost his house, too. Petrov's situation could have grown much worse had he not curried favor with a regional director within the FSB. Petrov became an agent tasked with investigating foreigners. And when a picture of Agent Black in disguise fell on his desk, he wasn't fooled. The mere image of the man whose assault on the Kamchatka prison resulted in the complete dismantling of Petrov's life angered him. For days, Petrov tracked Agent Black across Russia. The American was so close to being captured in Vaya, but he'd somehow managed to escape. That was where Petrov figured out what Black was up to. And while the former CIA operative might be able to evade capture for a while, Petrov had a plan to snare Black. One way or another, Petrov was going to exact his pound of flesh from the American. Chapter 10. Washington, D.C. Brady Hawk entered the bowels of the White House, unsure of how he felt about lying to President Young. The previous administration seemed to be at odds with Firestorm and Blunt on a regular basis. And while none of the quarrels ever trumped national security, Hawk didn't like how it strained relations with the administration and felt it might have cost the organization the opportunity to capture high-level terrorists. That was all water over the dam at this point, but Hawk wanted to start off on better terms. Fabricating a cover story after his first direct assignment from the White House wasn't exactly the best way to engender trust with President Young. As long as he never finds out. Hawk knew better than to keep a secret from the most powerful man in the free world. At least, Hawk figured he knew what Blunt would say if the topic arose. However, discussing the decision with Blunt would have been a mistake, since it was better to let him claim plausible deniability than fall on his sword for the rest of the team. Hawk wouldn't shy away from admitting the truth, and he'd give his reasons why without hesitation, confident that he did the right thing in not only allowing Charles Harris to live, but also to fake his death. Hawk was seated comfortably in a plush chair when President Young hustled into the room, flanked by a pair of Secret Service agents.
"Brady Hawk,"
Young said.
"how the hell are you?"
"Good, Mr. President. And you?" Young couldn't stop grinning as he eyed Hawk.
"I'm unbelievably fantastic, thanks to you."
"Me?" Hawk asked, feigning shock. "Whatever did I do?" Young pointed at Hawk.
"You sly devil, you. You know exactly what you did, even getting it covered in the local news to send a powerful message to everyone affiliated with the Full Good Initiative. We're coming for you, and we're not going to wait around for a lengthy trial."
"One hell of a message, eh?" Young nodded.
"You have no idea. I guarantee you every single one of those guys still out there who thinks we didn't catch what they were doing is experiencing extreme paranoia right now."
"Sure, but
I thought the ultimate point was to punish Charles Harris for his role in the Fullgood initiative. Young waved dismissively at Black. Oh, sure. But this mission had some incredibly secondary results accompanying it. We could always just bring them in one by one and court-martial them, Hawk suggested. Young wrinkled his nose. Are you kidding me? That'd be a disaster. The media would cry about it not being a fair trial, and the people would begin to question our motives. Not having a trial is far better than enduring all the fallout. What about transparency? Young chuckled and shot Hawk a sideways glance before his expression turned more sober. Oh, you're serious, aren't you? As a heart attack, Hawk said. After all, isn't openness and transparency one of the hallmarks of our democracy? Used to be, Young said while nodding. But times have changed. We can't do things like we used to. Everybody has to pick a side about everything. It feels like we can't all just be Americans these days. And you think Charles Harris would have endangered something we don't already have? Young narrowed his eyes. Watch yourself, Agent Hawk. Or do I need to remind you that you're talking to the Commander-in-Chief? Hawk shook his head. I understand, sir. I was just trying to gain a little clarity on your thinking. You're not paid to think. Are we clear on that point? Crystal, sir. Good. Now, thanks again for your service and the report. You're dismissed. One more thing, Mr. President, Hawk said. Are you familiar with a Martin Kellerman? Why, of course, Young said. He's one of my top campaign donors. He runs KindNet, one of the biggest tech firms in Silicon Valley, and organizes plenty of fundraiser dinners for me. Why do you ask? Oh, it's not a big deal. But one of the last things Charles Harris said as he was pleading for his life was something about Kellerman and how he was going to bring down this country from within. Young shook his head and chuckled. Just a desperate attempt from a desperate man trying to save his own skin. So you think Kellerman's clean? Think? I know. That man is a veritable saint. If I ever need help with an idea, Kellerman has 3, ready at his disposal. Hawk shrugged. I just found that to be an odd deathbed confession. Why don't you ask your father? Young suggested. After all, Kellerman is working with Colton Industries to develop some next-gen cybersecurity. In fact, you ought to go out and visit Kellerman to learn more about what he's up to. Your whole team could benefit from learning about where the future of cyber warfare is headed. You think he'd honestly have time to talk with me? He'd make time, especially if I suggested it, Young said. I'll get something on the books next week, if you're not too busy gallivanting the globe to save us all from a terrorist attack. Right now, my week's clear. That can change in an instant, but for now, I'm open. Excellent, Young said. I'll have my secretary coordinate something between you and Kellerman. I think you're going to like him. I look forward to finding out, sir, Hawk said, as he offered his hand to the president. The 2 men shook before Hawk exited the room. On the way out of the building, Hawk couldn't help but wonder if Charles Harris was just making a desperate attempt to smear the president, or if it was a real concern. He couldn't get a sense one way or the other. But thanks to Young, Hawk had a way to find out for himself. And he couldn't wait. Chapter 11. Kazan, Russia. Black watched as the FSB agent blew a plume of smoke into the air before disappearing into a waiting car. Once the car was gone, Black looked at Kozlov and nodded toward the alley. Follow me, Black said, and not a word. With the area cleared, Black hustled back to the door leading to Lobachevsky's office. Black noticed all the cameras in the area and recognized that they wouldn't have long before the FSB would spot them and unleash a team of agents on them. Black hustled through the office, pushing machines out of the way to get to the emergency exit, a tunnel that led to the city's sewage system. Before leaving,
Black snatched a handful of the materials Lobachevsky used to create his forgeries and shoved them into a backpack he found lying in the corner. He also grabbed a couple of guns and some ammunition from Lobachevsky's secret stash, as well as a flashlight. "Let's go," Black said in a hushed tone. He activated the secret panel, revealing the door. Black went first, scurrying down the ladder 10 meters before landing in the sewer. He waited until Kozlov was halfway down, before closing the hatch. "I'm not sure I can bear this stench," Kozlov said, pulling his shirt up over his nose to try and block the smell. "You'll get used to it," Black said. "Come on." Black was familiar with the tunnels in Kazan. On a previous mission, when he was under heavy surveillance, he utilized the sewage system to get back and forth to Lobachevsky's office to avoid the FSB agents staked out in the lobby of his hotel. But he was alone for that one. This time, it'd be more challenging. "Will we be able to get back to the hotel?" Kozlov said. "My laptop is there, along with all my contacts." "That's where we're headed," Black said. "There's a passageway that has an access hatch behind the hotel. We can sneak in through the back and use the stairwell to get to our room." "And you don't think they'll be waiting for us?" Black brandished his gun. "If they try anything, I'll be ready." "What about me?" "Just stay out of the way. It shrinks their target, and I'm confident that I'm the better shot between the two of us." "I won't argue that point." The two men sloshed through the sewer for the next 15 minutes, without talking, before Kozlov started chuckling. "What's so funny?" Black asked. Kozlov shook his head, still laughing. "My father is probably turning over in his grave right now." "Why's that?" "I'm trying to escape from Russian agents with the help of a foreign agent, whose government killed my father." "The U.S. had your father killed?" Black asked. "More or less," Kozlov said. "He worked for the KGB during the Cold War, but apparently the Americans found out about him after it was discovered that someone was leaking intelligence secrets. My father was the handler for one of your own traitors." "And you find all this humorous?" "More like ironic," Kozlov said. "Yet you seem to trust me." "Because you're the first American to believe me. I swore there wasn't an honest person in your country, but I found one, and if we don't stick together, we both die. It's not noble, but the irony of this situation as we walk through a Russian sewer is comical. But maybe I only find it that way because I'm Russian. In fact, I'm not sure there's anything more Russian than this." Black laughed, nodding his head in agreement. They slogged along for a few more minutes in silence, before he spotted the way out he was looking for. He aimed his flashlight toward a ladder. "Time to get out of here." "I thought you'd never say that," Kozlov said, picking up the pace. He fought his way through the water, which had risen to knee-deep in this particular area. "I haven't seen you move that fast since I came after you at your house," Black said. "I only move when I must." "Or when the area smells like the innards of a dead cow." Kozlov nodded. "Where exactly does this come out?" "I'm not quite sure," Black said, "but I think we'll pop up within a block of the hotel, if not right behind it." "I hope you're right." "You better," Black said with a chuckle. "Those manhole covers are a pain in the ass to move back into place." Kozlov ignored the comment, scampering up the ladder. In a matter of seconds, he was out of the sewer and shouting something to Black that he couldn't make out. Black put the flashlight in his mouth and began his ascent. He raced up the ladder and emerged through the hole that Kozlov had uncovered. "Good work," Black said once he reached the top. The two men worked together and slid the cover back into place before creeping into the employee entrance of the hotel. They navigated through a kitchen and 2 laundry rooms without incident. However, when they went to exit, a man started shouting at them in Russian. He appeared to hold a managerial position and didn't want Black and Kozlov entering the guest area dressed so sloppily. For a moment, Black considered running, but he thought that the man didn't even know who they were. Black decided to employ his inventive storytelling talent. Not even a half-minute elapsed before Black had mesmerized the man with a story about how they were almost killed by a runaway bus, which slid through an intersection and sprayed dirty snow all over them.
"We have other uniforms you can wear," the man said in Russian. "Let me show you where they are."
The man gestured for Black and Kozlov to follow him back to the laundry room. He quickly got them outfitted with the proper attire and sent them on their way. Black's eyes widened as he looked back at Kozlov. "This is a major score," Black said. "But keep your head down in case anyone recognizes you." Kozlov acknowledged Black's directions with a nod, and they continued to weave through the underbelly of the hotel. Eventually, they found a sign pointing them to the stairwell entrance for staff only. "At least we won't run into any FSB agents in these back stairwells," Black said.
"Don't be so sure," Kozlov said. "Wherever the FSB wants to go in this country, it goes."
They hustled up the stairs to the hallway where their room was located and inspected the area while remaining largely concealed beyond the corner of a wall. "It's clear," Black whispered. "We need to move fast, but act casual." They walked quickly to their room and unlocked it. Black pulled out his weapon and checked the hallway one final time before entering the room. He turned the lights on and charged inside with his gun trained in front of him. He rushed over to the closet and checked it before clearing the entire room and bathroom. Satisfied that they were alone and their stuff hadn't been tampered with, he locked the door and fell onto the bed.
"Do you really think they don't know we're here?" Kozlov asked.
Black shook his head. "I don't know, but we need to leave tonight."
"I'm a little shaky," Kozlov said. "I need something to eat."
Black sighed. "We need to lay low until tonight."
"I don't know if it was that long hike and all the adrenaline, but I must have food. I'm going to pass out if I don't get it."
"Can we at least wait until it gets dark?" Black asked as he glanced at his watch. It read 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
"I'm not sure."
"It'll be dark in a little over 3 hours. You can hang in there that long, can't you?"
"I guess we'll see, if you're not offering to let me go get some food on my own."
Black shook his head. "We need to stay together if we're going to get out of this. Who knows what kind of story they've concocted now that Lobashevsky is dead." Kozlov groaned as he removed his glasses and then buried his head in his hands.
"I knew this was a bad idea."
Black chuckled. "You didn't really have a choice. And I can promise you that this little adventure is better than the bullet I was going to put in your head."
"I suppose that's true."
Black reached out to Shields to update her on what was happening.
"Lobashevsky is dead?"
she asked, as if she didn't believe what Black was telling her.
"How?"
"Someone gunned him down in his chair," he said. "I found his camera, along with some other supplies he used to forge the Russian IDs. So, wish me luck."
"You're going to try that yourself?"
"I'm always up for learning something new," Black said.
"But if you fail?"
"If I fail, I'll go to Lefortova. Or if I'm lucky, they'll kill me. But I can't fail unless I try. And let's be honest here. My options are extremely limited."
"I won't argue with you there."
"All right, let me get to this. But do me a favor and keep an eye on us. I'm still really uncertain if we're going to be able to sneak out of the city without getting caught."
"I'll be here when you need me," she said.
"You're the best, Shields."
"So I've been told."
Black hung up and went to work on creating Russian IDs for him and Kozlov. The hacker had already fallen asleep on the bed. Though Black was jealous, he didn't want to wake his new partner. The anxiety and tension that accompanied most of Black's missions would have taken a toll on anyone. But add that with trying to escape with someone who wants to put you in a small cell in one of the most fortified prisons in the world, and you've got yourself a stress bomb just waiting to implode from the inside out. Black worked on the forgeries for an hour and a half. When he was finished, he held them up to the light, inspecting them. The hologram glistened beneath his bedside lamp. Lobachevsky would be proud, Black said quietly to himself. Here's to you, big man. The world will miss you. Black took a deep breath as tears welled up in the corner of his eyes. He'd been so focused on escaping the FSB that he'd pushed aside the fact that one of his friends was dead, someone who Black appreciated more than just as a colleague. Kozlov stirred, and Black dried his eyes. He stood as Kozlov sat bolt upright.
How long was I out for?
Kozlov asked.
Almost 2 hours.
Kozlov stretched and then stood. He sauntered over to the window and noticed that darkness was drawing near. We'll get you some food soon, Black said, and then we're getting the hell out of here. The two men inspected the IDs and then discussed their plan for getting to St. Petersburg to meet with the woman Kozlov insisted knew the whereabouts of Dark Knight. Once they settled all the details, the sky was pitch black. The streets were now illuminated only by automobile headlights and pale street lamps leaning over the sidewalk. You still hungry? Black asked.
How do you say it in your country? Hungry enough to eat a horse?
Black chuckled. Kozlov's command of American idioms was impressive, especially since he seemed to use them at the proper time. That's how we say it, Black said. The two men donned disguises and headed to the lobby in search of dinner. Black wore a stocking cap with glasses and a jet black wig that was about shoulder length. Kozlov wore a coat and tie and carried a leather briefcase. He also wore a goatee, altering his appearance considerably.
Are you sure this is sufficient? Kozlov asked.
It should be, Black said. Just pray I'm not wrong. They descended to the lobby in the elevator and quickly grabbed a table in the hotel restaurant. After an uneventful meal, they were walking through the lobby when Black noticed a small crowd of men gathered near one of the large televisions. He peered over their heads to see what had arrested their attention. When he watched the news footage of Boris Lobachevsky's office in total disarray, Black had to restrain himself from gasping. But when he saw the images of his friend dead in his chair, Black decided he'd seen enough.
What is it?
Kozlov asked.
It's nothing. Let's go.
Black tried to act casual as he ambled toward the elevators. However, out of the corner of his eye, he thought he saw a concierge watching him before picking up the phone and dialing a number. Throughout the man's conversation, he never lost eye contact with Black. When we get back to the room, we're grabbing all our stuff and getting the hell out of here, Black said in a hushed tone to Kozlov. You understand me?
What did you see?
It's what I'm seeing right now that's making me the most nervous. When Black entered the elevator, he spun around and noticed the man on the phone still staring at him and speaking. They rode up without saying a word. But when they reached their floor, they darted down the hallway and started to gather up everything they had with them.
What did you see? Kozlov said. Please, tell me what's making you so anxious right now.
Only one of us at a time needs to be anxious, Black said, collecting all the materials he'd taken from Lobachevsky's office. And it's my turn. Kozlov tossed everything else he had into his bag and announced that he was ready to leave. Black zipped up his backpack and jumped to his feet. In that case, let's go. As Black strode toward the door, he heard a sound that made him freeze. A lump formed in his throat before he took a deep breath and removed his weapon from the back of his belt. Someone was knocking on the door.
Who is it?
Kozlov whispered. Black shrugged before inching up to the door and peering through the peephole. It was a man dressed in a suit and tie, the same man he'd seen in the alleyway earlier that day. Black placed his gun behind his back and cursed under his breath. Chapter 12. Montgomery, Alabama. J.D. Blunt lumbered up the mound of dirt on the construction site, carrying an envelope in one hand and tightening his hard hat with the other. Behind him, the area hummed with activity. Machines beeped and roared. Men shouted instructions at one another. Trucks kicked up dust as they transported supplies from one location to another. And overlooking it all was Earl Cunningham, like a king overseeing his kingdom. Cunningham kept his gaze fixed on the scene before him, avoiding eye contact with Blunt as he approached. The developer worked over a plug of chewing tobacco, a hard scowl across his face. "What's this going to be?" Blunt asked as he neared Cunningham. Cunningham shot a quick glance at his visitor. "Luxury living, for those who can afford it." Blunt chuckled. "High-rent condos in Montgomery? I definitely got into the wrong business." "Politics is always the wrong choice, if you want to keep your soul," Cunningham said, his eyes fixed once again on the site. Blunt's eyes widened. "So you know who I am?" "Spotting thieving politicians is a special talent I possess." "Well, perhaps your radar is malfunctioning, because I was never a thieving politician, and am no longer in politics." Cunningham grunted. "Once a politician, always a politician. Now what can I do you for, Senator Blunt?" "Like I said, I'm no longer a senator. You can call me J.D. "Like I said, what can I do you for, Senator Blunt? I'm a busy man, and I like to cut to the chase." For a fleeting moment, Blunt wondered if he could hit the burly developer hard enough to make him tumble down the mound of dirt. He let the thought pass without acting on it, and decided to keep the visit as brief as possible. "I believe you're familiar with Congresswoman Dixon, are you not?" Blunt asked. Cunningham nodded. "I guess you could say we're more than just casual acquaintances." "That might be an understatement, given your past record of donations to her campaign, and how you've hosted multiple fundraiser dinners for her." "Get to the point, Senator." Blunt opened the envelope and slid out a copy of Dixon's blackmail pictures, which had black bars placed over the naughty bits. "Hey, Senator, I'm a married man, and this is a family-friendly work environment," Cunningham said as he glanced at the photos. "What are you trying to do here?" "I'm trying to find out who's blackmailing Congresswoman Dixon, who happens to be a good friend of mine," Blunt said. "I would never stoop so low as to hire a private investigator to capture pictures like that in an effort to strong-arm someone." Blunt furrowed his brow. "Really? Is that why you confessed to doing that exact thing to Ron Villanueva when you were trying to acquire some property in Birmingham?" Cunningham shrugged. "That was a long time ago. I'm a changed man. A leopard never changes its spots." "I resent that remark," Cunningham said, before spewing a stream of tobacco out of his mouth that landed just inches away from Blunt's shoes. "It'd be almost impossible to gobble up half of Alabama's prime real estate without utilizing some underhanded tactics. So forgive me for calling it like I see it. It's not so hard when you have financial backing, Senator. Everybody likes money, especially all you money-grubbing thieves in Washington." "Fine," Blunt said. "Suppose I take your word for it. Do you know anyone who might have reason to blackmail Congresswoman Dixon?" "Hell if I know. She's got a special knack for making enemies out of people. You should ask her." "I did," Blunt said. "That's why I'm here." Cunningham glared at Blunt before turning and spitting. A wry grin leaked across the developer's face. "Well, Sherlock, if I did send him, I sure wouldn't tell you. But I can promise you that I had nothing to do with catching her in a compromising situation and trying to leverage that for financial gain." "Who said anything about catching her? These images were photoshopped." Cunningham took the photos out of Blunt's hand and studied them more closely. Nah, she's pulling a fast one on you. There's nothing photoshopped about these pictures.
What makes you say that?
Blunt asked. There is no doubt that's her, Cunningham said with a wink. A gentleman never kisses and tells. Blunt took the images from Cunningham and returned them to the envelope.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Cunningham.
Cunningham chuckled.
I'm glad I could be of some service to you. Who said you were?
Blunt asked, before turning and walking down the mound of dirt. Blunt heard Cunningham shout something to a worker. The developer had likely already forgotten the conversation, but Blunt fumed over the exchange. He'd offered to help Dixon, who hadn't been completely honest with him about her dealings with Cunningham. Had they been lovers at some point? Blunt couldn't escape the uneasy feeling that Dixon was lying to him. At best, she left out some details that would have been helpful for him to know in crafting his line of questioning. And if Cunningham was right about the photos, Blunt would be all the more furious. He still had plenty of questions, and he was going to get them answered, one way or another. Chapter 13. Kazan, Russia. Black scanned the room, his eyes searching for a way out. He hustled over to the window and inspected it. After a few seconds, he pushed up on the glass, but it didn't budge. Then he stuck his head in the bathroom, searching for anything that might give him an advantage when it came to surprising the FSB agent standing in the hallway. Nothing.
Come on, Agent Black, the man said. I know you're in there. Don't make this any more difficult than it needs to be.
What's going on? Kozlov asked.
Is it FSB?
Black nodded. Fear swept over Kozlov's face.
They will kill me too, just for being with you.
Hide in the closet, Black said as he rummaged through his backpack and then produced a roll of duct tape. Use this to bind and gag yourself. By the time they find you, you can claim that you were with me unwillingly, and
this is your last chance, Agent Black, or you're about to be swarmed upon by armed FSB agents. I just want to talk.
Go, Black said. It's your best chance.
What are you going to do?
Kozlov asked. Don't worry about me. I'll probably be dead in a few minutes anyway. Just get in the closet. Now. Black ushered a bewildered Kozlov toward the closet and shut the door.
I'm giving you to the count of 3,
the agent shouted from the hall.
1, 2.
Black opened the door with his hands raised in the air. He'd realized there was no chance he could shoot his way out of the situation, especially with FSB agents crawling all over Kazan. The best way to get a most unpleasant stay in Lefortova, if there even was any other type, was to murder a Russian agent. If Black played nice, he might get some leniency, as slight as it might be. Come in, he said, nodding at the agent, who was in the hallway alone.
Agent Black, it's nice to finally meet you, the Russian said. I'm Agent Petrov. You probably don't remember me, but I remember you.
We've met then? Black asked, lines creasing his forehead.
Yes. Perhaps you will remember the occasion not that long ago, on the Kamchatka Peninsula?
Kamchatka, Black said, shaking his head. Remind me where that is? Is it in the north of the Kara Sea?
Don't be so coy. I know you remember, but I doubt you have any idea the pain and destruction you caused to my life.
Since this is our first meeting, I'd have to say you're right, Black said with a shrug. I have no idea who you are, or what I could have possibly done to you.
I was the general over prison security that night, when you stormed the prison and set off chaos, Petrov said, as he dug out a cigarette and ignited it. You escaped with the American pilot, but others managed to make it out as well,
A total of 8 prisoners, all of whom had committed unimaginable crimes against our country. Freed in an instant.
I'm sorry that happened to you. If you promise not to illegally imprison our soldiers ever again, I will vow never to initiate a riot that leads to a prison break. How's that?
Petrov smiled.
I like you, Agent Black. Even in the face of great danger, you stand as a principled man. But I must say that I'm not mad at you. I was desperate to get out of that assignment, not to mention marriage. And when military leaders chose me as their scapegoat to avoid Putin's wrath, I got my wish. No more job, no more marriage. Fortunately, I had a friend who was willing to bring me on as an agent with the FSB.
And now you have a chance at revenge, don't you? Black quipped. Funny how things work out that way.
There's nothing funny about it, Petrov said. From the moment I joined the FSB, I made it clear under no uncertain terms that I wanted to catch the great Agent Black and make him pay for what he did to me and to this country. But in no way do I want either my marriage or my job back.
Looks like you got what you wanted, Black said.
I'm only getting started, Agent Black.
Petrov knelt and peeked beneath the bedskirt. He stood again, and then trained his weapon in front of him as he opened the closet door. Kozlov, bound and gagged with duct tape, threw his hands in the air and mumbled something.
What is this?
Petrov asked, as he shot a sideways glance at Black.
While I applaud the effort, this isn't fooling anyone.
Sergei is my prisoner, Black said.
No, he's not, Petrov said. We know the two of you are working together, but I do like your creativity.
Petrov yanked Kozlov to his feet and ripped the piece of tape off his mouth.
Now, what I should do is either shoot you as a spy and a traitor, Petrov said. I'd be awarded medals of commendation for my bravery in defense of my country. But that's, how do you say, low-hanging fruit.
What do you want? Black asked. Petrov smiled as he tossed a pair of handcuffs each to Black and Kozlov.
I want you to put those on and come with me.
Black complied while scanning the room for an opportunity to turn the tables on the Russian. But every idea Black came up with, he realized the likely outcome was a bullet in his head. He secured the cuffs and stood, awaiting further instructions from Petrov, who found Black's gun lying on the floor underneath the bed.
You won't be needing this again, Petrov said,
as he shoved the weapon into the back of his pants. Black shook his head, realizing his mission and his life was about to be over. Shields, I sure hope you're listening. Chapter 14. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt crammed a bagel into his mouth before slinging his golf clubs onto the back of his cart. He enjoyed his monthly outing with Louisiana Senator Bernard Fontenot. Both men were competitive on the course and had developed a friendly rivalry over the years. Fontenot inspected Blunt's attire, which consisted of a pair of khaki pants and an untucked polo shirt.
Between that get-up and the cream cheese still on your face, you look more like a caddy than a serious threat to my game, Fontenot said. You wouldn't last 2 minutes dressed like that in the bayou.
Blunt wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and then grunted.
Good thing we're in Washington, then. Besides, you think I give a damn what people think about my golfing outfit, either here or in the bayou? I'm just happy to be on the course and swinging the right end of the club. You're in a fun mood today, Fontenot said. Interested in doubling our wager? Are you trying to take advantage of me? As you'll recall, I play better when I'm angry. Oh, so you're angry. About what? We could play 3 rounds before I finish telling you all the things that have me heated right now, Blunt said. Why don't we tee off?
before I start to tell you what's sticking in my craw these days." "Of course," Fontenot said with a grin. "Age before beauty." Blunt stopped and shook a finger at Fontenot. "You leave the cart girls alone today. I've got a niece who drives the drink cart at a country club, and she's told me about some awful things men have said to her. You know I'm always a perfect gentleman, J.D. There's no need to tell me that. I'm not sure which word you use to describe yourself makes me laugh harder. Perfect or gentleman. I won't be so gentle on the course against you today." Blunt chuckled and was about to deliver his own zinger when he heard someone shouting his name. He groaned when he looked up to see Brady Hawk hustling toward him. "What is it, Hawk?" Blunt asked, shaking his head. "You know this is my sanctuary, the one chance I get every month to escape all the madness that is Washington. And here you are." "I'm truly sorry, sir," Hawk said. "I couldn't reach you, and that's because my phone's turned off, which should make you realize I don't want to be found." "I understand, but I wanted to give you a heads up about something before you spoke to the president again." Blunt looked at Fontenot. "If you'll excuse me, Bernard, I have to take care of this, but I'll be right back." Blunt narrowed his eyes as he turned toward Hawk. "This better be good. Look, I don't want you to get caught off guard by the president, but he asked me to deal with Charles Harris," Hawk said. "Harris has always been a problem," Blunt said. "Well, as much as I respect your opinion on that, I don't think it's in the country's best interest to have the president handing out death warrants because he thinks someone is part of a shadow organization. There's little doubt that Harris was involved with the Full-Good Initiative," Blunt said. "He needs to answer for what he did." Hawk sighed. "If he did anything at all. President Young offered me no proof. He just told me to find Harris and take care of him." "And did you?" "Probably not in the way the president wanted." Blunt bit down on his cigar. "What do you mean?" "I didn't kill him." "When did you start showing mercy to everyone? Look, I don't have a problem with eliminating someone who is a threat to our national security, but a guy hiding out in Vanuatu doesn't strike me as some criminal mastermind. Harris can be tricky." Hawk shrugged. "Maybe, but I'm not about to put a bullet in his head just because the president tells me to. That's not how this is supposed to work." "So what did you do?" "I helped him fake his death," Hawk said. Blunt scowled. "What the hell, Hawk? That's never a good idea." "Simmer down, sir. I'm not irresponsible. I bugged his apartment and both his phones, including his burner." "Okay, that's not the worst thing in the world to do. If he's plotting an attack on the U.S., it's likely to happen regardless of whether or not he's involved. So if we can keep tabs on him, at least we might be able to find out when it's going to happen and stop it before anyone gets hurt." Blunt pulled the cigar out of his mouth. "That's not a half-bad idea, Hawk. Who do you have on it?" "I gave all the info to Mallory Kaufman to keep her ear to the ground." "Good call. Mallory's one of the best in her field." Hawk nodded. "Well, I'm telling you all this so if the president asks you about it, at least you know what I've told him and what's really going on. Harris better not re-emerge. He's promised me that he won't. I think he's aware that I won't mind paying him another final visit, the kind that I won't be so generous about." Blunt inspected his cigar before jamming it back into his mouth. "Thanks for the update. Now, I've got to go whip Fontenot's ass to pay for my dinner tonight." "Good luck," Hawk said, before he turned and headed back in the direction of the clubhouse. Blunt spun on his heels back toward the tee box. "Everything all right?" Fontenot asked. Blunt nodded. "It will be, after I crush you on this round." After Blunt finished his round, he wished Fontenot a good night and told him to schedule a dinner with his assistant in the morning. Fontenot grumbled as he walked back to his car,
upset over the fact that Blunt had edged him by one stroke. Blunt mulled over Hawk's revelation from earlier that afternoon. He was playing a risky game, but one that Blunt trusted to be the best move. When Hawk said he figured it was better to know what the enemy was thinking, rather than cut off all communication, Blunt concurred that the move was the best one to make. It's what he would have done, had he been an asset in the field. Blunt glanced in his rearview mirror, unable to resist the sinking feeling he had about Young. Enduring Conrad Michaels's term had been challenging for everyone involved, but Blunt had hoped that the situation would change under a president believed to be more balanced and less partisan in his approach. Yet, in the early days of Young's tenure, he appeared to be cut from the same cloth as his predecessor. Navigating through Washington's afternoon traffic, Blunt finally arrived at Adriana Dixon's office. He was greeted by a cordial woman at the desk, who directed him to a waiting room. Moments later, Dixon entered with a wide smile on her face. She approached Blunt and gave him a hug.
"It's so nice to see you again, JD," she said, gesturing for him to sit down. "I'm wondering if there's a way to make this a regular part of my week."
Blunt grunted. "I'm a busy man, Adriana, and as much as I enjoy our visits, I'm not sure I have time to work this into my schedule. Besides, do you really just want to spend time with an old man who wants to shout, 'Get off my lawn,' at pretty much everything that's happening now?" She chuckled.
"See? I'm laughing. I don't do that with anyone else, other than my husband."
"Speaking of which, have you told him yet?" Blunt asked. Dixon sucked in a breath through her teeth and shook her head.
"I was hoping that you could fix this for me so I wouldn't have to."
"The longer you go, the guiltier you look."
I know. It's just that."
She paused and turned toward the window. "Adriana, is there something you're not telling me? Are you and Philip not getting along?"
"No, we're fine. Things are fine. Nothing bad at all. It's just that."
Adriana paused again, this time content to move off the subject. "For a former lawyer who's persuaded many juries in the courtroom, you're not very convincing right now." She sighed.
"Maybe it's because I know I can't lie to you."
Blunt shifted in his seat, unsure of what he was about to hear. "It sounds like you've already tried."
"The truth is, Philip and I are going through a rough patch. And if I told him about this, it might be the last straw, even if it's completely fabricated. I'm afraid he might want to believe it just so he can justify leaving me."
"That doesn't sound like a rough patch," Blunt said. "More like you're teetering on the edge of a cliff." She shook her index finger at him.
"And you wouldn't be wrong about that either."
"You know what I say, Adriana?" She closed her eyes and exhaled.
"Honesty is the best policy."
"It's what made me somewhat of a unicorn in this town."
"But you still stretch the truth sometimes, don't you?"
Blunt nodded. "Yes, but only when national security is at stake. Otherwise, I'm a straight shooter. That's why what I'm about to tell you regarding Cunningham isn't going to make you happy."
"What? Did he say what he's after?"
she asked. "No, that's because he didn't do it. At least, that's my read on him. I don't think Cunningham is your guy. He uses 100 different flavors of shady, but he seems to admire you."
"He played you too, huh?" she said.
"What do you mean?"
"Earl Cunningham can turn on the charm when he must," she said. "He didn't become one of Alabama's premier developers by being a goody two-shoes."
No, I could sense his penchant for deception. But there was something in his voice when he talked about you.
"So, the perv has a crush on me? Big deal. It's not like he's settled more than a dozen harassment cases out of court."
That could have been some of what I sensed in his voice. But I just had a feeling about the guy. He likes you. Genuinely.
Maybe in an unhealthy way. Maybe fine. I don't know. But I don't think you're going to get anywhere if you try to get him to confess something. Especially since I don't believe he has anything to confess. Dixon buried her head in her hands and rubbed her face before making eye contact again with Blunt. "What else are you not telling me?" he asked. She sighed and grabbed a piece of paper off her desk before handing it to him. "It's this." "What am I looking at?" Blunt asked. "I got this delivered to me today by a courier. I demanded that he tell me where it came from, and he said he didn't know. His job was just to deliver the messages." Blunt scanned the letter, which demanded that Dixon resign, or else the pictures would be made public. "Damned if you do, damned if you don't," Blunt said. "You're in a tough spot." "Don't I know that?" she said. "Before you do anything, tell Philip," Blunt said. Dixon shook her head. "Whoever is doing this to me is going to pay." "So you're not planning on resigning?" She narrowed her eyes and then slammed her fist down on the table. "That thought has never once crossed my mind." "Then what will you do?" "We're going to find the son of a bitch who thinks he can do this to me and push me around," she said. "Will you still help me?" Blunt fought back the lingering doubt in his mind about Dixon and who she really was. They'd been friends for a long time, and he hesitated, wondering if his long-time friendship with her was clouding his judgment. But the hook had been set. Blunt was like a dog with a bone when it came to cases of corruption in Washington. "I'm in," he said. "Let's find the bastard." Chapter 15. Kazan, Russia. Black shuffled across the parking lot with Kozlov, following all of Petrov's directions. He led them to his car and secured them to the inside of each door. "Don't go anywhere," Petrov said. "I have something I need to take care of." Black waited patiently for Petrov's return, but Kozlov squirmed in an effort to get out of the handcuffs. "There's no use in fighting that," Black said. "If they found us this time, they'll find us again." "It's you they want," Kozlov said. "If I get away, the FSB won't hunt me down like they did you." Black shrugged. "Perhaps, but they'll eventually find you." "Not if I get out of the country first." "It's a great idea," Black said. "You're starting to think like an operative. But you're never going to get out of these cuffs unless Petrov releases you. Trust me, I've tried." Kozlov rattled the handcuffs in frustration before seating. "This is all your fault." "That's not the kind of talk that's going to endear you to me once I break free," Black said. Kozlov furrowed his brow. "You just said it's impossible." "To get out of these," Black said, holding his hands up as far as he could move them. "But I'll figure out a way to escape." "Do you have an army on the way to rescue you?" "Hardly," Black said. "My government will disavow that I was on a sanctioned mission and will portray me as a traitor, should it come to that." "Then how do you intend to escape?" "I'm still working on that." Kozlov drew in a deep breath before exhaling in exasperation. "We're going to die. That's what you're telling me. I need to make peace with that in a hurry. But I'm not ready to." Petrov returned to the car wearing a slight grin. "Thank you for waiting." "I didn't realize we had a choice," Black said. "You're not as funny as you think," Petrov said, wagging a finger at his prisoners. "But relax. We have a nice drive ahead of us before we will stop again." Petrov started his vehicle by pushing the ignition button and eased onto the main street in front of the hotel. He drove out of the city and into a remote area. When they finally came to a stop, Black stared at the forest setting. Pine trees dotted the landscape, as did large rocks and boulders. The snow covered everything else. Black didn't see the small cabin until he was almost walking up the steps. Without any lights, other than Petrov's headlights when they arrived,
The darkness enveloped the area.
"Watch your step," Petrov said as they hustled up the steps.
For a fleeting moment, Black considered darting into the woods and seeing how far he could get. But the snow, and his unfamiliarity with the terrain, would have ended with either a harsher interrogation or a bullet to the back of the head. He dismissed the idea and focused on doing what he could to stay alive until the opportunity to escape arose. Petrov led his prisoners inside and turned the lights on. He instructed them to sit down at the table. Black complied as he took in his surroundings. A stone fireplace dominated the far wall and the cabin's open floor plan. Rickety chairs and a well-worn wooden table comprised the dining area, which was cordoned off by a set of stairs leading to the second floor.
"I've heard horror stories of Russian prisons, and even visited one," Black said as he settled into his seat. "But I must admit that this is not what I expected."
Petrov removed his jacket and eyed Black.
"Do you always feel the need to fill the silence with some witty remark? You Americans don't appreciate silence."
Black shrugged. "Unless I'm mistaken, and you brought us here for a surprise guys' weekend, I think your intent is to make us talk."
"Yes, with meaningful words," Petrov said.
"I'm not sure there's much more to say based on our conversation at the hotel," Black said. "You won. You captured me, and my fellow comrade here. All you have to do is drop us off at one of your Siberian prisons, maybe even the one on the Kamchatka Peninsula." Petrov chuckled again, tapping the barrel of his gun against the side of his head.
"That's too simple, nor is that what I want anymore."
Black scowled.
"I'm more than a little confused at this point."
Petrov nodded.
"Of course you are. I'm not like you, who just goes from point A to point B without any wavering. You obey commands without thinking. You're like a robot."
"But not you," Black said, pointing at the Russian. "You're a savvy, more nuanced man, who knows how to spin things in his favor."
"I do. And that's why I want to form a partnership with you, and your comrade here. An alliance, to help us achieve an outcome we all want," Petrov said.
"And what is that?" Black asked.
"You want to live, do you not?"
Black nodded. "And what do you want?"
"To catch the Dark Knight, of course,"
Petrov said. "What has he done to Russia?"
"He's done plenty. But the most egregious thing he's done has been hacking into the president's personal cell phone and sharing his pictures online. It hasn't been looked upon favorably by Mr. Putin."
"And then what?" Black asked. "You're just going to let us go?"
"Why not?"
Petrov said with a shrug.
"I'll tell everyone I buried your body myself, and you can leave this country with a promise never to return. That way you'll give me what I wanted twice, Agent Black. First, freedom from my horrible job and my depressing marriage. Now, prestige and power, along with favor from the most powerful president in the world."
Black nodded, recognizing that his ability to bargain was severely hampered by the circumstances. Refusing the deal would mean either a bullet or the rest of his days spent in misery at Lefortova. Accepting the deal, at the very least, bought him more time. Black didn't have much of a choice.
"I accept," Black said.
Petrov turned toward Kozlov.
"And you, comrade, will you help?"
Kozlov shrugged.
"I'm the only one who can help."
Black struggled not to react. Kozlov was about to out Black and make him expendable.
"Is that so?" Petrov asked. "Tell me more."
Black cleared his throat and glared at Kozlov, who didn't look in Black's direction. Kozlov pushed his glasses up on his nose with the back of his hand, and then shifted in his seat.
"The reason Agent Black pursued me was because I am the only one who can locate Dark Knight.
I was going to lead this man to the computer savant in exchange for my life. But I owe no allegiances to him.
Petrov stroked his tightly groomed salt and pepper beard for a moment, before responding.
While keeping a third member of our alliance may create some challenges for me, it also affords us greater strength. And at this point, who knows what it will take to apprehend Dark Knight? And I prefer unity over rugged individualism. As a Russian, you should too.
Kozlov nodded, but didn't say a word.
Very well then, Petrov said. You will share a room in the back that has a toilet in it, and remain locked in there until the morning. Then we'll eat a good breakfast before being on our way. Which reminds me.
He paused and stared at Kozlov.
Yes? He asked. Where exactly are we going? Petrov asked. St. Petersburg. That's where my contact for Dark Knight is.
Petrov signaled for the two men to get up. When they did, Petrov, with his weapon still in his hand, rushed over and snatched the small earbud out of Black's ear. After holding up the device, Petrov spoke loudly. We won't be needing that anymore, he said. And if your people try to come after you, you will die. Then he threw the small mechanism onto the floor and ground it into splintered pieces with the heel of his shoe. Get a good night's sleep, comrades, Petrov said. We have a long journey ahead of us. Chapter 16. San Francisco. Brady Hawk greeted the bespectacled young blonde with a faint smile and a firm handshake. Clutching a clipboard, she gestured for Hawk to proceed down the hallway. The sound of dogs barking echoed from the doors leading into the Moscone Center's main meeting space. Hawk zeroed in on Martin Kellerman, the entrepreneur and tech mogul fingered by Charles Harris, as someone who was preparing to execute nefarious plans on the U.S. But Kellerman didn't look the part, as he held up a puppy and nuzzled its nose. Several news photographers snapped pictures of the scene, while another woman issued directions on where he needed to stand and how exactly to hold the chocolate lab. I'm really sorry that we couldn't get you a more formal meeting with Mr. Kellerman, the woman told Hawk as they approached the photo shoot. It's just that his schedule is so busy these days. He's very excited to meet you, but didn't have another opening for at least 6 weeks. So this was the best we could do without pushing your meeting out. I just appreciate him taking the time for me, Hawk said. Thank you again. My pleasure, she said with a smile. They stopped a few meters away before the director alerted everyone that this would be their final series of shots. A woman took the chocolate lab from Kellerman and foisted a golden retriever on him. The energetic puppy scrambled up Kellerman's coat as he struggled to contain the animal. As it scratched and clawed its way toward Kellerman's head, one of the dog's toenails dug into the coat and ripped it. Everyone working around the tech executive to get the perfect picture froze, collectively holding their breath to see what Kellerman would do. Instead of getting upset, Kellerman grinned as he held the puppy out, keeping him at eye level. It's a good thing you're cute, he said in a babyish voice. The group exhaled and snapped a few more pictures before wrapping up. Kellerman handed the retriever back to the handler and smiled at her. Thank you so much, he said. These animals are such a delight. We're the ones who need to be thanking you, she said. Your generosity is fully appreciated. And your donation even more so, said a plump woman who lumbered up to Kellerman. He shook her hand before telling the group that he had another appointment and needed to get going. With a cordial nod, he turned toward his assistant. Casey, dear, please go easy on me, Kellerman said to his assistant. I was trying to finish on time, but I told them I'd take a few more pictures. Those puppies are so adorable. She offered a warm smile back. Year 230 is here, Mr. Brady Hawk. Outstanding, Kellerman said. I've been looking forward to meeting this guy for quite a while now. He offered his hand to Hawk, and the two men exchanged a firm shake.
It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Kellerman, Hawk said. Please, call me Marty. I'm not your dad, though I do know him quite well. Tom Colton is a gem in the industry.
Hawk winced.
What is it? Kellerman asked. What did I say?
Oh, it's nothing.
Though it's really awkward to talk about it, Hawk said. Tell me what I said. Tom Colton isn't exactly my father. Big mix-up nearly 30 years ago. But we're good now.
Kellerman's eyes widened.
Wow. Now that is not what I was expecting you to say. I thought maybe I'd offended you because you... Seriously, Hawk said. I'm not offended. In fact, it's very difficult to offend me. On the other hand, I'm sure plenty of people find me offensive. Well, we've already found out we have something in common, Kellerman said. Isn't that right, Casey?
She offered a thin smile and nodded.
Again, I apologize for meeting like this, Kellerman said. Usually we do this in my office at our KindNet headquarters. But there's a big fundraiser tomorrow for the SPCA and other animal shelters in the Bay Area, and I agreed to let them catch my softer side.
You have some pets? Hawk asked.
Believe it or not, I'm more of a cat guy. Might explain why I'm still single after all these years. Or that I just got tired of writing alimony checks.
Either one of those could be a deterrent to marriage.
Well, anywho, let's take a walk,
he said as he turned toward the exit, his assistant remaining a safe distance behind them.
I'm curious about the reason for your visit, especially since President Young is the one who recommended we get together. Since you work at a defense think tank in Washington, I figured this ought to be good.
Hawk kept pace with the lanky Kellerman, whose long strides indicated he was in a hurry to get somewhere, rather than taking a leisurely stroll.
Well, sir, come on, it's Marty. Don't do that again. You're going to make me feel old.
Of course, Hawk said.
Marty, the president said that the intelligence community might benefit from seeing some of the AI things your company has in the works. He suggested there might be some benefit to exploring that with you.
Kellerman laughed.
President Young is too kind, but I'm afraid he might be overselling my company's technical skills. KindNet is more about using our advanced proprietary technology to connect like-minded individuals with each other. I'm not sure how I could envision using KindNet and all its resources as a way to bolster national security.
But aren't you working on a joint venture with Colton Industries?
The tech mogul nodded. Yes, but the application for that is strictly in the civilian market. Colton Industries does a lot more than just make weapons of war, contrary to what the media will tell you. They do a lot of good all over the world.
You don't need to tell me about that, Hawk said. When you grow up thinking that Tom Colton is your father, you're more than well informed on the benevolence of Colton Industries.
My apologies, Kellerman said. I just wanted to make sure you understood that our agreement with Colton Industries had nothing to do with weaponizing the internet. Believe me, there are people who are already doing this inside the Pentagon. I don't think they need my help.
Now that we've cleared that up, what do you see your partnership with Colton Industries being able to do for the world?
We're going to put people together from all over the world to work collaboratively. This AI software that we're deploying will be able to link like-minded people together for creative projects, as well as community organization and education purposes. It's going to be amazing.
And that's the big deal?
Kellerman shook his head. No, the big deal will be revealed in a few weeks. And unfortunately for you, I can't talk about it. I signed an NDA and won't be able to discuss it until Tech Expo DC next week. You're going to be in Washington, yet I flew all the way out here? Hawk asked, before punctuating his question with a sigh. From my understanding, you had something burning that you needed to get out. But maybe we'll reconnect when I get to Washington. I think a slower conversation over dinner might be the way to go.
I think we can make that happen, Hawk said.
That's what I like to hear. Now, do you happen to know any good barbecue haunts? Hawk smiled wryly. If it's barbecue you seek, I am your tour guide. And not just for Washington. I'll take you to the best places around the world for the best pork barbecue, if you really want me to. Okay. You talk to Casey before I go so we can connect up when I'm on your side of the country. Sound like a deal? Roger that, Hawk said. Text me your number, and I'll be ready at your beck and call. Kellerman whipped out his phone and tapped furiously on the screen. Done. Hawk's phone buzzed. Got it already. Great. I probably don't need to say this, but if I don't, I might regret it. But please keep that number private. Your secret is safe with me, Marty, Hawk said. After parting ways with Kellerman, Hawk waited until he was out of the building to call Mallory Kaufman at the NSA. To what do I owe the pleasure of this call? Mallory asked after the two exchanged pleasantries. I need you to keep track of a number for me, Hawk said. Do you have a warrant? I couldn't get one if I tried. There's not a judge alive who would allow a tap on the cell phone of one of the president's most ardent and well-known supporters. Without a warrant, you know I can only track his phone records, but not his calls. Will that still work for you? I guess that'll have to do. I'll let you know what pops up, she said. Take care out there, because it sounds like you're about to wade into some dangerous waters. I'm already there, Hawk said. At this point, it's more like I'm trying to keep from drowning. Good luck. Hawk hung up and headed back to the airport. Kellerman seemed like the perfect guy, yet that made Hawk all the more uneasy about the man. Chapter 17. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt jammed a copy of the Washington Post under his arm as he opened the Firestorm office doors. Disguised as a defense think tank, he managed to maintain a public persona while conducting very private business for the government. As a result, he sometimes needed to speak with different journalists, a task he loathed. But he felt it was necessary to at least read up on what his potential interviewers were saying and thinking in the free press. Blunt settled into his chair and started scanning an analysis highlighting the country's weakest points when it came to national security. Accessing the country through the air was so difficult now that it was hardly even considered a threat anymore, according to the pundit. But ports and border crossings were far more easily accessible. The writer, who used to serve in the intelligence community, went on to explain how a big flashy explosion on American soil is great for recruiting, but that undermines the true objectives of the terrorists. Their real goal was to weaken the U.S. from within by undermining the structure of our society. Attacking and destroying power grids, cell phone systems, water sources, and the internet were all ways to force the U.S. to crumble. While Blunt wasn't particularly fond of most of the man's takes, this one was spot on. Blunt disagreed that terrorists had abandoned the Big Blast simply because terrorist organizations needed to recruit more troops, especially the kind that sent their soldiers into crowded marketplaces with the full intention of sacrificing themselves to kill others for the cause. But ultimately, the bigger threat rested with infrastructure, including highways and supply chain networks. And that wouldn't be a threat you could suddenly stop one day if you hadn't known it was coming and were able to prepare for it well in advance. After reading the rest of the depressing news, he smiled. At least I can still do something about all this madness. A knock on his door snapped him out of his stupor, and he looked up to see Christina Shields leaning against the door jamb with a notepad in her hand and a pencil tucked behind her ear. Sir, there have been some developments that I need to keep you apprised of as we move forward, she said. Blunt gestured toward the chair across from his desk. Is this about Agent Black? You haven't given me an update on him since things went haywire in Via. Well, if that was haywire, things are now more apoplectic.
Blunt grunted as he clipped the end of a cigar.
Give it to me straight.
An FSB agent named Sasha Petrov has captured Black and Kozlov, she said.
Blunt's face fell. Are they going to kill him?
Well, that's the ray of sunshine for now. It sounds like Petrov intends to use them to capture Dark Knight, who allegedly committed some heinous crimes against Putin.
And then Petrov will get rid of Black, Blunt said. If I've seen it once, I've seen it 100 times. That's just how those Russian agents work.
I can assure you that Black is thinking the same thing, she said. But as long as he's alive, he still has a chance.
Blunt templed his fingers and leaned back in his chair. Are you still monitoring him? She shook her head.
His earbuds have been destroyed, which was the only means I had for tracking him.
So now what?
We wait and pray, she said. The last thing I heard before the earbud went out was that they planned to go to St. Petersburg to link up with a contact of Dark Knight's. Apparently, that's the only way anyone knows to reach him.
Blunt scowled. But Kozlov is the one who knows that, not Black. Why would Kozlov not make that fact known?
He did, Shield said. But Petrov made up some excuse for wanting to keep Black with him.
Well, as long as Black is still alive, there's still a chance he'll be able to wriggle his way out of this situation.
She nodded. And if anybody can, Black can.
All right, he said. Anything else?
As a matter of fact, there is, she said. I reached out to one of those digital forensics you recommended to see if I could get them to assess those pictures of Congresswoman Dixon you gave me.
And?
Your expert pal says they're fake.
He did.
She furrowed her brow. Why do you seem so surprised?
Blunt waved dismissively at her. It's nothing. Please continue.
Well, I made a few calls to some of my political operatives in the know to find out if there was any dirt floating around about Dixon.
And?
Clean as a whistle. From what they told me, there aren't any skeletons in her closet. At least, any that haven't leaked out yet.
Well, I guess that settles it for now. Keep me posted on Agent Black's progress. I'm very concerned about him.
Shield shrugged. He thrives in situations like these. He'll be fine.
But he's in Russia working with an FSB agent. There's nothing fine about that.
I'll keep you posted, she said, before exiting his office.
Blunt leaned back in his chair and threw his head back, staring at the ceiling. He hated waiting idly for news from the front lines, but that's all he had for the moment. His thoughts bounced between Black and Dixon, both of whom found themselves in precarious situations. However, there was only one of them he could help at the moment. Blunt reached for his phone to dial Dixon's number when an incoming call interrupted him. He glanced at the number and smiled.
I was just about to call you, Blunt said. I'm in serious trouble, J.D., Congresswoman Dixon said. I need you to come over to my office quickly before they get here.
Before who gets there? He asked.
The FBI, she said. They're coming with a warrant for my arrest.
Chapter 18. St. Petersburg, Russia. After a 2-day drive to St. Petersburg, Black was more acquainted with Sasha Petrov than he wanted to be. For hours, Black listened as the FSB agent complained about the hierarchy of the Russian military and how the most inept seemed to get promoted. Petrov didn't appreciate Black's assessment that the Russian military sounded a lot like the landscape of American politics. Plenty of bribes, a network of friends, disdain for the people they were supposedly serving. The similarities were glaring to Black. But the personal life of Petrov was what made Black want to jump out of the car. Petrov divulged how his wife had obliterated him in court as a result of his firing from the military. He was viewed as a disgrace by almost everyone. The consequences resulted in him losing the right to see his children. But Petrov shifted from the injustice of the situation
to playing the victim about every other detail of his private life for most of the trip. And Black could hardly take it anymore. Once they arrived at their hotel in St. Petersburg well after nightfall, Black was looking forward to stretching out on the bed and resting. Instead, Petrov had Kozlov set up a meeting via text with Dark Knight's contact, Irina Morozov. She said Kozlov could meet her at the Praj dance club downtown.
"Leave him here," Kozlov said, nodding toward Black. "Too many people might spook Irina." "I'm not going to leave the American here by himself," Petrov said with a scowl. "Nor am I going to let you have 1 second alone with this woman. You will both stay with me, unless instructed otherwise."
Black sighed and rolled his eyes. "We're going to stand out at the club."
Petrov eyed Black. "I agree. Those clothes you're wearing scream that you are a spy. We're about the same size. Change into these."
Petrov grabbed a shirt and pants from his suitcase and flung them at Black. Reluctantly, Black changed into the black denim pants and silver button-down shirt.
"I look like an anarchist in this," Black said. "You're American," Petrov said with a wry grin. "You are an anarchist."
A half hour later, the trio entered Praj. They were greeted by a flashing red light, a thick haze of smoke, and thumping dance music with bass that Black felt in his chest. Couples paired up around the room, mostly drinking and smoking, with a few dancing vigorously.
"I told you we'd stand out," Black said to Petrov.
He waved the back of his hand, dismissing Black's comment.
"Where's Irina?"
Kozlov nodded toward a woman standing by a bar table in the corner of the room. She had a pink umbrella in her drink, which was the sign Kozlov said that she was the contact.
"How well do you know this Irina?" Petrov asked Kozlov. "Would she accept a drink from me?" "She's open to anything," Kozlov said. "Good," Petrov said. "Let me order her a drink, and I want you to take it over to her."
Black watched as Petrov ordered a borscht cocktail and then dumped liquid from a small vial into the drink before stirring it. He put his index finger to his lip as he glanced at Black before turning the glass over to Kozlov to deliver.
"Go give this to Irina and tell her it's from me," Petrov said. "Then you are to come straight back here without saying a word. If you cross me, I'll eliminate you, seeing that I may not have need for you again."
Kozlov glared at Petrov.
"If you make such a decision, you'll regret it."
Petrov nodded.
"Then don't give me a reason to carry out my promises."
Black leaned against the bar and watched as Kozlov navigated through the maze of patrons packed together. When he looked at Irina, she gave no hint that the two were acquainted. And given the fact that she had to use an umbrella in her drink to signal to him who she was, there wasn't any indication that Kozlov and Irina knew each other outside of online interactions. But Black couldn't be sure, especially since he was unable to see all the micro-expressions on their faces. She smiled and raised her glass at Petrov once Kozlov pointed at the FSB agent. Petrov grinned as his eyebrows shot upward. He raised his glass and mouthed, "Spasiba," to her. The suave move impressed Black. However, he was disturbed by the ease at which Petrov spiked her drink, something he'd obviously done many times before. I wonder if that's how he met his wife. Black turned to Petrov.
"So what's the plan now?" "In about 2 minutes, I'm going to walk over to the table to speak with Irina. 5 minutes later, we're going to escort her out the back and to my car."
Petrov walked across the dance floor to the other side of the room, where Irina was standing. But barely. Her knees were shaking, and the slap-happy smile she wore on her face a few minutes earlier had faded. Right as Petrov strode up to the table, a man who appeared to be in his 20s hustled past Petrov and started talking with Irina. She waved him off, but he insisted on helping her, placing her arm around his neck and easing her toward the door. Petrov glared at the young man who was about to wreck all of the plans the FSB agent had for Irina. For a moment, it appeared as though the man was going to whisk her away. Petrov realized he had to do something quickly, and something that didn't involve starting a fight. He decided to use his charm.
"Thank you, sir,"
Petrov said as he held out a $100 bill.
"I'll take my girlfriend from here. She's been known to have too much to drink from time to time."
The man eyed Petrov suspiciously. "You're her date." Petrov nodded.
"I didn't see you with her the entire night,"
the man persisted.
"I just got off work."
The man scowled, still clinging to Irina.
"I know Irina. She always comes here alone."
Petrov narrowed his eyes and pulled back one side of his coat to reveal his gun.
"I suggest you let go of her before I find something to arrest you on. I hear Lefortovo is a horrible place to be in the winter."
The man threw his hands up in a gesture of surrender.
"I was just trying to help."
Petrov nodded, the money still visible in his hand.
"And I appreciate that."
Then, the man reached for the money, but Petrov drew it back and clucked his tongue, while shaking his head.
"You had your chance," Petrov said. "Now, I'll take Irina from here."
The FSB agent collected Irina, and then nodded back at the American and Kozlov, before exiting through the back of the club. When Irina awoke, she was lying on the hotel room bed. She sat up, teetered for a moment, and then crashed over onto her right side. After a series of groans, she asked where she was and what she was doing there. Black sat at a small desk in the corner of the room, still considering making a break for it. Leaving now would leave Petrov with a quandary, but without a car or documents, escaping St. Petersburg would be a near superhuman feat. Instead, Black decided to wait out the situation and look for a better opportunity to escape.
"Please,"
Irina said.
"what do you want with me?"
"We need some information from you,"
Petrov said with a reassuring pat on her leg. She drew back, her face twisted with fear.
"Why would I help you? Look what you've done to me."
"It's for your country, Irina," he said.
"My country? The one that had my uncle hanged? The one that left my family in so much poverty that my sister died from starvation? That country? No, that country can go to hell. I'm leaving."
She swung her legs around to the edge of the bed and scooted off it. When she stood, Petrov moved directly in front of her, just inches away.
"You will sit back down and tell me what I need to know,"
Petrov said as he revealed his weapon. Irina complied, though in a rebellious manner. She eased back down into a sitting position on the bed, as if she was pretending to be in slow motion.
"Don't try anything like that again," Petrov said. "Next time, I won't be so forgiving."
She balled up her fists as her nostrils flared. Her visible defiance in the presence of a man who wouldn't have any qualms about putting a bullet in her head impressed Black. He'd rarely seen such disdain exhibited outwardly in the presence of a captor. To Black, it was obvious that she embodied the phrase, "live free or die." After a minute of silence, Petrov knelt in front of her and locked eyes with her.
"I'm only going to ask this question once. Every time you refuse to answer questions to my satisfaction, I'm going to dole out a punishment."
He pulled out another gun, this one a revolver. After releasing the cylinder, he showed her it was empty before placing one cartridge inside. He spun the cylinder before closing it.
"What do you think, Agent Black?"
Petrov asked as he glanced at his American prisoner.
"Getting to play Russian roulette in the country where this wonderful game was invented must be a special treat for you."
Black shrugged. "I don't think this is necessary."
"That's where you're wrong, Agent Black. This is very necessary. Because if I'm not willing to kill the woman, she won't be willing to give me the information I require. Isn't that right, Irina?"
She narrowed her gaze and pursed her lips.
"You are a monster. I did nothing to you."
"Perhaps friendly persuasion would work just the same," Kozlov offered. "Shut your mouth, or else I'll make you a participant as well,"
Petrov said, as he pointed at the hacker.
"And remember, if she doesn't talk, you will suffer the same fate she does."
"Please, Irina,"
Kozlov said, his eyes pleading with her.
"Tell him what he asks. I don't want to die. I have a wife, and she doesn't deserve to be widowed at such a young age."
Petrov backhanded Kozlov and then shoved him against the wall.
"Not another word from you."
Irina took a deep breath and exhaled slowly.
"What is it you want to know?"
"Much better," Petrov said. "What was so difficult about that?"
"Hurry up, before I change my mind,"
she said with a snarl.
"I am looking for a friend of yours,"
Petrov said as he paced back and forth in front of her.
"He goes by the name of Dark Knight. Do you happen to know his whereabouts?"
Irina's eyes widened.
"Dark Knight? You want me to give him up?"
"Yes. Do you have a problem with that?"
"My job is to make sure no one ever knows who he is. That's how I make my living, keeping his true identity secret and managing all his assignments. If I tell you where he is, I have the feeling you're going to kill him. And then where would that leave me? At the mercy of my country, which has shown me how horrible she really is?"
"There are worse situations."
"I'm not sure I can do it," she said.
Petrov grabbed the revolver and placed it against her head. She winced and braced for Petrov's next move. Without hesitating, he pulled the trigger amidst Kozlov and Black pleading for the FSB agent to stop. Click. No bullet was fired.
"Now, are you ready to talk?" Petrov asked. "Or do you want to keep playing? It's your choice."
"Okay," she said. "If you promise not to hurt me, I'll tell you where he lives, and I swear I won't tell him you're coming."
Petrov nodded.
"Fair enough. I'll also put a surveillance detail on you. And if Dark Knight isn't there, I will have the men grab you and deliver you to Lefortova. Are we clear?"
"Yes."
"Excellent,"
Petrov said with a smile.
"Now that our negotiations are out of the way, tell me what I want to know. Where do I find this Dark Knight?"
"In a small village in the northeastern corner of Turkey," she said. "I'll write down his address."
Petrov handed her a sheet of paper from the hotel stationery on the desk. He offered a thin smile as he inspected the address. He turned toward Black and Kozlov.
"Comrades, it's time to complete our journey and get what we're all after."
Chapter 19. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt hustled toward the front steps of the Capitol building. The urgency in Dixon's voice during her phone call put Blunt on edge. If his contacts couldn't find any dirt on her beyond a speeding ticket, the likelihood that she had transformed into a criminal overnight seemed low. And given the fact that she was also being blackmailed, Blunt couldn't help but conclude someone was aggressively targeting her to get her removed. The looming question for him was why. As Blunt considered all the possibilities of why the FBI would be arresting her, he knew he needed to get to her first, and have one last conversation free of watchful eyes and ears. But when he heard the hum of the media hive buzzing near the doors, he realized he was too late. He watched as journalists and cameramen swarmed around Dixon. She kept her head down, shielding her face from their efforts to capture a look of pain or embarrassment. He rushed over to her side, knifing his way through the moving throng that tried to keep pace with her. Blunt didn't want to attract any attention with his mere presence and obvious gesture of support, but he couldn't let her twist in the wind. He locked eyes with her, and then she glanced at her lawyer before whispering in his ear. Once the federal agents ushered her into a black SUV parked along the curb, Dixon's lawyer, Robert Norton, nodded at Blunt. "Check her office," Norton mouthed. Blunt nodded and promptly worked his way upstream against the crush of the journalists, which edged nearer to capture a sullen Dixon for the next 24-hour news cycle. Once Blunt emerged from the pack, he walked quickly back to the Capitol building. A few minutes later, he reached the reception area to Dixon's office and knocked. A disheveled young man looked up from his computer monitor and then nudged his glasses up his nose. "Can I help you, sir?" the man asked. Blunt nodded. "Actually, I was—" "Oh, I'm so sorry, Senator Blunt. I didn't realize that was you. The Congresswoman told me you might come by and had something for you. Follow me." The man stood and then led Blunt to a small conference room. Inside, an envelope was situated in the center of the table, with Blunt's name on it. "She wanted you to have that," the man said. "You can read it here if you like. Take all the time you need." Blunt thanked the man before he left, and then snatched up the packet. The Firestorm director eased into a chair before removing all the documents. Blunt's eyes widened as he flipped through page after page, detailing the federal charges being brought against the Congresswoman. "This can't be true," he muttered to himself. If there was one thing he knew about Dixon, it was that she prided herself on knowing the law. That's what had propelled her to seek out a seat in Congress in the first place. So the idea that she willingly broke the law made Blunt all the more curious about who was behind this attack against her, and why. She wasn't the most powerful woman in Congress by a long shot, yet someone was leveraging everything they could to get Dixon removed. A knock on the door interrupted Blunt's thoughts. He stood and then opened the door, coming face to face with Dixon's husband, Philip. Lines creased his forehead as he entered the room and greeted Blunt. Philip crumpled into one of the chairs and buried his head in his hands. "JD, I just don't understand what's going on. You've known Adriana forever. She'd never do anything like what they're accusing her of." Blunt sat in the seat next to Philip. "Of course not. She's not like the sewer rats that have run things here for so long." "Exactly," Philip said as he raised his head, his voice quaking. "She's a paragon of virtue, intent on fixing all the things that are wrong with our government." "Well, I've known Norton for a long time, too. And if there's any lawyer in this city who can expose how absurd these charges are, it's him." Philip reached for the papers in the middle and scanned some of the charges. "How is this even possible? It says that she sold off some of her stocks to avoid losing money from shares that were about to be devalued. And it says that she saved in excess of $250,000. That's crazy. We've never had that kind of money just sitting around in accounts. I'm pretty meticulous with our finances." "Why don't you check then?" Blunt said. Philip's eyes widened as he stared at the screen on his phone. "No way. This can't be." "What is it?" Blunt asked. Philip stared slack-jawed for a moment before answering. "One of our accounts has $250,000 more dollars in it now than it did just a few days ago." "Are you sure?" "Positive," Philip said.
I check these accounts all the time. There's no way I'd miss something like that.
When did it say that money was deposited? Blunt asked. Because the charges listed here say that it happened 2 months ago.
Philip sighed. Well, that should be easily provable in court, that wherever that money came from, it wasn't from the sale of shares.
Just look it up to be sure.
Blunt watched Philip tap away on the screen of his phone before he gasped incredulously. You've got to be kidding me.
What is it?
You said that the federal charges claimed that money was 2 months ago, right?
Uh-huh, Blunt said, knowing what was coming. 2 months ago exactly from today.
Well, I don't believe it, Philip said. According to my bank account, it was deposited 2 months ago today.
What about your statements? Blunt asked.
We don't receive paper statements anymore, just electronic ones that we download at any time.
Check those too, just in case.
A few seconds later, and more groans from Philip. I just don't believe this.
Believe it, Blunt said as he stood. Someone with a lot of resources is targeting your wife, and you best believe that they're going to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at her.
But what has she done? I mean, it's Adriana. She's one of the sweetest women I've ever met.
Blunt chuckled. I don't know if sweet is a word I'd use to describe her, but she's definitely compassionate and kind. But that may not matter in this case. She could be completely innocent, but if someone wants her out of Congress, they're going to move heaven and earth to see it through. We're going to have a fight on our hands.
We? Philip asked, a faint smile breaking across his face. You're going to help her?
Damn straight, Blunt said. If anything, to expose who's doing this, because this isn't the work of amateurs.
Blunt told Philip to be in touch after warning him not to talk with any members of the media. Then Blunt grabbed the list of federal charges off the table and tucked them under his arm. As Blunt strode out of the office and walked through the halls of the Capitol building, he drew in a deep breath and exhaled slowly. This hallowed ground had been his domain for years before retiring, and he didn't miss it one bit. But Blunt was still on the same mission, if in a different position. He wanted to make sure American freedoms didn't get trampled on at home or abroad. Yet Adriana Dixons were getting stampeded from within, and Blunt wasn't going to let up until he identified who it was and made them pay. Chapter 20. Tbilisi, Georgia. Titus Black slung the backpack over his shoulder as he prepared to exit the plane. While there were several opportunities for him to escape from Petrov's ever-watchful eye, Black had settled on joining the mission wholeheartedly, especially since Petrov had doled out forged travel documents to his 2 hostages. If Dark Knight was the villainous hacker the intelligence community the world over claimed he was, Black wanted to bring him in to ensure that any planned attacks were stopped. Such a move necessitated remaining tethered to Petrov, along with the only person who had a previous relationship with Dark Knight, Sergei Kozlov. Black had endured much worse travel partners in the past, and the conversation was tolerable after Petrov had exhausted the subject of his ex-wife. Once Petrov secured a rental car, they piled in and drove toward the Turkish border.
What do you think of your president? Petrov asked Black.
Black shrugged. What do you mean?
You're an American. You're free to speak your mind. Tell me what you think. Do you like him? Do you like his policies? Do you think he's a dirtbag?
The jury is still out on this subject, since he's still relatively new to the office, Black said.
Spoken like a Russian, Petrov said. So diplomatic. Such a nonsense answer, too.
You want to tell me what you think of Putin? Black asked.
He's a great guy,
Kozlov said from the back seat.
I love seeing bare-chested photos of him riding horses.
Petrov chuckled.
Those are fake news. I can confirm that he does not have rock-hard abs or a muscular chest, like the ones depicted in those pictures.
So, you don't like Putin? Black asked. Petrov shot a sideways glance at Black and scowled.
I never said such a thing.
A faint grin broke across Black's face.
Maybe we're more alike than we'd like to think.
The three men broke into polite laughter, though Black wasn't sure how genuine Petrov was. Sharing humanity was one of the biggest keys to survival while being held captive. Something Black sought to do. But would it be enough? That was the question nagging Black, and one he wasn't likely to get an answer to anytime soon. As they neared the border, Petrov decided to stop at a gas station to refuel, as well as use the restroom.
Too much coffee,
Petrov said with a grin. He told Kozlov and Black that they could use the restroom after him. With Petrov using the facilities, Black searched for an opportunity to communicate with Shields. There wasn't time to make a call on the payphone outside, and Petrov kept his weapon, his keys, and his phone on him every second of the day. But Black's sharp eye noticed a long-shot possibility when he saw the cashier's cell phone sitting on the counter. Black asked the man for a pack of cigarettes, and the moment he turned around, Black pocketed the phone. Then, when Black inspected the cigarettes, he turned his nose up at it and slid it across the counter back to the man. Petrov gestured for Black to use the restroom next. He entered and locked the door behind him before turning on the water and the vent. Confident that his conversation couldn't be heard beyond the door, he dialed Shields' number.
"This is Black," he said as she answered.
"Thank God," she said. "I was starting to get a little concerned. Are you okay? And where are you?"
"I'm fine for now, but we're on the border of Georgia and Turkey, headed to a small village in northeastern Turkey, Childid. Ever heard of it?"
"I'm looking into it right now."
"I don't have long, so don't waste your time. I want to know any and everything about Russian General Sasha Petrov."
"Sasha Petrov," she repeated. "Give me a second."
Black listened as she typed furiously on her keyboard.
"Okay, here's what I've got. He was stationed at the prison on the Kamchatka Peninsula and was in charge of security there. He's got a well-decorated history, including a handful of medals for bravery. But he was terminated following an incident at the prison where an American escaped." This story sounds very familiar.
"I'm all too aware."
"Did you already know all of this?"
"Petrov has made it explicitly clear that he was pursuing me out of revenge. Apparently he blames me for his plight in life, though he then said I was to be thanked."
"What for?"
"Helping him escape his marriage. Look, it's a long story, and one I don't care to retell right now. I just wanted to make sure all of this was true. Anything else I can use against him?"
"It says here that his grandfather was executed for selling secrets to the U.S. during the Cold War. Not much else in this file that you could use."
"That's more than helpful," Black said. "Now be ready, because if I get a chance, I've got an uplink device hidden in my shoe that I'm going to connect to Dark Knight's computer. Once it's online, I'm not sure how much time you'll have to download everything, but we need to get what we can."
"Roger that."
"Now I've got to go before Petrov starts to suspect anything. I'll reach out soon."
"Take care," she said. "And Black?"
"Yeah."
"Whatever you do, don't kill Petrov," she said. "The last thing we want to do right now is create an international incident."
"Roger that." Black hung up, and then erased any record of the call in the phone's history. After putting the phone in his pocket, he flushed the toilet and exited the bathroom. Kozlov hurriedly rushed past Black to enter the restroom. Petrov was standing outside and wore a furrowed brow as he looked at Black.
"Everything all right?"
Petrov asked. Black nodded hyper-aware of the phone bulging out of his pants pockets.
You were in there for a long time.
Black rubbed his stomach.
The food on the airplane wasn't kind to me. What's in your pocket? Petrov asked.
For a fleeting moment, Black wondered if this might be his chance to break free from Petrov. Black prepared to hit Petrov against the side of the face with the cell phone, when the bathroom door swung open and bumped Black. He staggered forward a few feet, bumping into Petrov. During those few seconds, Black slipped the phone onto one of the shelves and palmed a pack of crackers. When he stood upright again, he held the crackers up for Petrov to see.
Are you trying to get caught for stealing? Petrov asked, lowering his voice to a whisper. Do I need to tell you what they do to thieves in this country?
Black shrugged. I only had it in my pocket because I was in the restroom. I was going to ask you to pay for it. I swear.
Fine, Petrov said, holding out his hand. Give it to me.
Black gave Petrov the crackers. He went to the counter and paid the cashier for them, before handing them back to Black once they were outside.
Next time, just talk to me first, okay? Petrov said. We don't want any more unfortunate misunderstandings. Of course not, Black said. Now get in the car. We still have a little bit of a drive ahead of us.
Chapter 21. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt greeted President Young at their regular meeting location, deep within the bowels of the White House. The two men exchanged pleasantries quickly, before turning their conversation to the important matters Young wanted to discuss.
How could this possibly happen? Young asked. Dixon is one of my strongest allies in the House. Without her on the Defense Committee, I'm left with nothing but a bunch of hawks looking for any reason to push us into war again. I think she's being set up, sir, Blunt said. Set up? By who?
Blunt shrugged.
Not sure at this point. I know she tends to rub some people the wrong way because she's a strong and confident woman. But your guess is as good as mine.
Young clenched his jaw.
I bet this has something to do with that defense oversight bill Congress is trying to ram through. Well, they can't ram anything through unless you sign it.
Young sighed.
It's a lose-lose proposition for me, and they know it. If I try to veto that bill, I look like a power-hungry tyrant.
Blunt chuckled.
That's taking it a little too far, don't you think? It's how the media will portray me, at least. But the fact of the matter is, if I cede my authority to investigate the military, I have no recourse for when things go sideways, like what happened with the Fulgood Initiative. The investigation I initiated led to the dismissal of those who were leveraging their bureaucratic positions for power. And now Congress wants me to yield that to them? There are quite a few people with a vested interest in seeing status quo return in the military.
Young stood, before pacing around the room.
We don't need more wars. What we need is what we're doing, targeting the people responsible for creating chaos the world over, and eliminating them. War should only be a last resort. We're in agreement on that one, but there are some people in both parties that don't see it that way, Blunt said. And while I'd prefer to turn half of the troublemaking countries into glass, that's not the winning strategy. Exactly. But my hands get tied when these officials at the Pentagon are egging me into conflicts to appease military contractors. And if I don't have the ability to investigate with an independent commission, my hand will be forced. You're still the president.
Young huffed a soft laugh through his nose.
I thought you'd been around this city for a while, at least long enough to know that my power isn't necessarily supreme. No, I get that part, but I still think you can put pressure on lawmakers to refrain from making a power play. Believe me, I'm working behind the scenes on this one, making deals and proposals to keep it from happening. Is it working? To be honest, my most hopeful outlook is one that's a long shot. I have a small group from the House that's willing to help me, but I heard this morning that one of them is teetering on defecting.
which would essentially eliminate the group's power. At that point, Warren Woods entered the room and sat down in a chair. "Saving the world, Mr. President? With Senator Blunt here?" Woods asked. "A bit like talking about these issues with you. He hasn't been any more helpful in advising me with any new strategies," Young said. "That's because there aren't any," Woods said, working a pen through his knuckles. "That's what I'm trying to tell you. Congress is led by some of the slickest people in the country. No offense, Senator Blunt." "None taken," Blunt said, "especially since I'm no longer part of the cabal." "Dixon was able to keep that bill from getting to the floor," Young said. "But with her out of the picture, it's going to get through, and will get passed. And you should sign it, and then ignore it the next time you feel like there's a problem," Woods said as he raised his pen in the air emphatically. "Appoint your own commission, and if Congress tries to sue you to stop, we let the courts decide if this bill is even constitutional. It's the only way to beat them at their own game. You're assuming SCOTUS will rule in our favor, and that's a big assumption," Young said. Wood nodded. "Either way, it's better for you politically. To the average voter, it'll look like you are a reasonable leader. And if you need to challenge the law, I'm sure you'll win. Meanwhile, if you decide not to sign it, you'll get branded a tyrant, and it'll be used as a bludgeon against you in the next election." Young growled as he stopped and leaned against the far wall. He folded his arms and stared down at his feet. "Is there a way to get Dixon out of this mess?" "Maybe," Blunt said. "She could save me a lot of scrambling and posturing if she were to retain her position on that committee," Young said. "It won't be easy," Blunt said. "But I'll figure out something. I'm sure there's a legal loophole we can exploit to get her back in Congress." "Whatever it takes," Young said. "Of course, Mr. President," Blunt said. Blunt shook the hands of both men before exiting the room. He jammed a cigar into his mouth and bit down hard on the tobacco. The minute he committed to getting Dixon out of custody and back to the Capitol, he'd regretted it. He needed a fresh idea, and he needed it yesterday. Chapter 22. Childer Turkey. Black shifted in his seat as Petrov stopped to inquire about the exact whereabouts of the address Irina had given them for dark night. Outside, the moonlight glistened off a fresh coat of snow, while a stiff wind rattled the windows of the car. Black turned to Kozlov, who'd remained relatively quiet for most of the trip. "What will you do when you see Dark Knight?" Black asked. Kozlov shrugged. "I doubt I'll do anything. Doing his bidding is what's landed me in this position. All I want to do is get back to my wife. I'd do anything to get out of here." "Are you willing to take out Petrov?" Black asked. "Are you asking for my help?" Kozlov said with a laugh. "You, the man who tracked me down and is responsible for getting me back into this mess." Black grunted. "No one made you work with a hacker who infiltrated the CIA's database. In fact, I think you might be rather proud of that fact." "What difference does it make now? I'm already being made to do things I don't want to do, and my freedom is at stake." "Well, if you'd like to work with me, I think we could make a great team," Black said. "Not to mention, I'm confident that even without guns we can overpower Petrov." "But we must get Dark Knight first?" Black nodded. "I'm afraid there's no way around that." "How can I trust you?" "Trust doesn't come by way of a simple verification. It's something you earn by proving where your loyalties lie." "And where's that for you?" "With my country's security," Black said. "People deserve to be free, and not just in the United States. I believe everyone the world over has a right to the kind of freedom we have to speak our minds and make our own path. And when I say speak our minds, I mean say whatever we want without being offensive." Kozlov scrunched up his face and cocked his head.
What?
It's a joke, Black said, offering a thin smile. I believe you should be able to say whatever you want to say. However, that's not an opinion shared by all Americans. Constitution be damned.
You have people who want to police your speech.
Black nodded. It's becoming a problem.
Sounds like Russia. You can't call any government official a cotton-headed ninny-muggins without getting a visit from the FSB.
Black stifled a laugh for a moment, before the dam broke. He was still in stitches when Petrov returned to the car.
What did you find so humorous, Agent Black? Petrov asked.
Apparently, Mr. Kozlov and I share the same taste in comedic Christmas movie comedies, Black said, happy that he could stave off any suspicion with the truth. Petrov turned to Black and glared at him.
You sit on a throne of lies.
Black tried not to show any emotion, creating for an awkward moment of silence. Then Petrov cocked his head to one side, as a faint smile spread across his lips.
I thought you said Elf was your favorite movie, Petrov asked.
I did, Black said.
That was a line from the movie. Remember?
Black and Kozlov both broke into laughter again, this time joined by Petrov. The three men continued talking about their favorite Christmas movies, before Petrov put the car into drive and returned to the road. They traded some of the best comedic lines from the movie, as well as the insults. This conversation went on for a few more minutes, before something in the road made Petrov slam on the brakes. The car slipped on the ice for a second, before regaining traction. Petrov let out a string of Russian expletives before the car came to a halt. A large sign stretched across the road, which was now hugging a lake. The moon shimmered over the water, but quickly disappeared as a dense fog rolled down the mountain and into the area.
What is happening? Kozlov asked.
We need to turn around and get out of here, Black said. If not, we're going to get stuck trying to navigate out of this mess. Petrov sighed and pointed down the road.
It's only 2 more miles, straight ahead.
Black shook his head. It's never just 2 more miles straight ahead. You need to turn around.
We can walk, Petrov said with a sneer.
Not with the wind and that fog that just blew through here, Black said. I doubt you'd be able to keep track of us.
Petrov sighed. And you find this to be problematic?
Not if I want to escape before I catch Dark Knight, Black said. But I'd rather catch Dark Knight and worry about everything else later.
You're not going to escape, Petrov said. Now, I need you to get out of the car and come with me.
I'm not moving, Black said. This is insanity. Kozlov nodded at Black.
I'm with him.
Petrov whipped out his gun and oscillated between Black and Kozlov.
Now, I'm going to shoot one of you if you don't both get out of the car. Consider this a variation of Russian roulette. You have 3 seconds to both get out of the car, or I shoot one of you.
Black and Kozlov both got out. The wind thrashed Black's face, pushing away any hint of heat and freezing him almost instantly. His nose went numb in a matter of seconds, as did his toes. He squinted as he stared past the road sign, struggling to see through the thick fog that had settled over the area.
Did you say 2 miles in this?
Black asked. Kozlov's teeth were chattering so loud that Black thought for a second that he heard a woodpecker.
Look at him,
Black said, pointing at Kozlov. He's going to die out here.
Let's go,
Petrov said, gesturing with his gun for the pair to join him. They didn't advance more than 20 meters before a man greeted them on the other side of the sign. He started saying something to Petrov that Black could barely hear. When Petrov turned around, his eyes widened.
We need to take another route, he said.
Thank you, Black said. Finally, some sanity.
The only way to get where we want to go is on a horse-drawn carriage across the lake, Petrov explained. Apparently, it's a tradition in this village, but we need to drive around the other side of the lake to reach the place where the sleighs leave from. Do we need the Christmas spirit to make it fly? Kozlov asked. Funny, Petrov sneered. No more elf jokes. Let's go. The fun-loving Petrov had vanished, replaced by the stern taskmaster. He said nothing as they drove back around to the other side of the massive lake. 20 minutes later, they parked and ambled down to the dock, where several horses stamped and snorted, their breath hanging in the air almost as thick as the fog. Petrov paid for all three of them to take a jaunt across the frozen lake on one of the sleighs. A few minutes later, a driver skidded to a stop near the dock. The driver introduced himself as Haluk before helping his passengers aboard. As they embarked on their journey across the frozen lake, Haluk shared the story of how a great battle was fought around the body of water during the Armenian-Sasanian War in the 4th century A.D. Pop, who led the Armenians into battle, was in pursuit of a defector who was leading a group of Persians trying to incite an uprising. However, when Lake Childer stood between Pop and the rebels, he prayed one night, and the lake froze over almost instantly, allowing Pop and his troops to make a sneak attack by traveling over the ice. And as a result, the people in the area commemorated the victory in battle by taking horse-driven sleighs across the frozen lake every winter. Despite the fog, Haluk urged his team of 2 horses to run faster. Black noticed lanterns on top of the ice and inquired about their significance. That's from the ice fishermen, Haluk said. It keeps us from trampling them, or our horses going into the water where they have cut holes in the ice. After about 15 minutes, they reached the other side of the lake, and Haluk prepared to turn around. However, Petrov grabbed Haluk's arm. I will pay double your rate if you wait here for a few minutes, Petrov said. We need to visit a friend. Haluk readily agreed, and his passengers disembarked. Black followed Petrov and Kozlov up a small embankment until they reached the main road that had been blocked off. They all struggled to keep from slipping on the icy surface, making it all the more apparent to Black why it had been shut off in the first place. Due to the icy conditions, the slightest wrong move would easily result in the car sliding into the lake. Petrov stared at his phone, using the GPS function to navigate them down the road and to Dark Knight's hideout. As Black surveyed the area, he was impressed at the hacker's choice of location, which was both equally scenic and remote. Black doubted anyone in the village even suspected that a mastermind cyber-terrorist lived in their midst. They stopped about 40 meters away from the house. Petrov directed both men to gather by a large boulder sitting near the edge of Dark Knight's property. With everyone assembled, Petrov pulled out a pair of infrared binoculars and studied the area. The house had floodlights positioned in multiple directions on every corner. There was a small cast-iron fence that encircled the property, but there didn't appear to be any other security measures. What is your plan? Black asked Petrov. Petrov ignited a cigarette and blew a large plume of smoke into the air. We're going to charge through the front door. Catch him off guard. Black shook his head. That's a bad idea. Dark Knight is a notorious hacker. He's not going to leave his security to chance, relying on the remoteness of this place. I think you'll find this is going to be more difficult than you think. Then what do you suggest? Petrov asked. One person knock on the front door, while the other 2 stand at the back entrance and capture him when he makes a run for it. Petrov chuckled, which devolved into a cough. I'm not going to let you out of my sight. Not after we've come this far. We will all stick together. Don't blame me when this fails, Black said. It's not going to fail, Petrov said with a growl. Now, follow me. Petrov led the way across the property,
with Kozlov and Black in tow. They hopped the short fence and trudged through the thick, wet snow. When they reached the front door, Petrov pointed at the deadbolt and then motioned for Kozlov and Black to step back. After easing a few feet away, Petrov first took 2 shots at the deadbolt with a suppressor on the end of his weapon. Then he gestured for Kozlov and Black to rejoin him, before kicking open the door. As soon as it flung open, an alarm sounded both inside and outside the house. Black saw a person streak across the hallway. Petrov charged inside to pursue the man, but by the time they'd all scrambled inside, Black found a door that was locked with a sophisticated keypad. Petrov cursed in Russian. The Dark Knight had locked himself in a panic room, and based on Black's cursory study of the security measures, they weren't breaking inside anytime soon. Chapter 23. Washington, D.C. Brady Hawk rubbed his eyes as he awoke for the day. Spending so much time in various time zones all over the world had started to take a toll on him. He glanced at his clock, which was showing just past 10 a.m. After checking his phone and seeing he'd missed 2 calls from Blunt, Hawk ripped the covers off of him and started his day in earnest. After putting on a pot of coffee, he grabbed a copy of the Washington Post from his doorstep and then settled onto the couch. An article detailing Martin Kellerman caught his eye as he flipped through the newspaper. "Good old Marty," Hawk said aloud. "What is he up to?" Hawk got up and poured himself a cup of coffee before returning to the couch. He started to read the report about a new technology that Kellerman was slated to reveal in the nation's capital at an upcoming conference. And while Kellerman wasn't interviewed, the piece consisted of tech experts speculating what the media's favorite techspert was about to unveil. One person suggested that it would be a personal wellness device that could track our vitals in real time using a smartphone. Another pundit opined that Kellerman would introduce new technology designed to keep personal payment methods more secure. Several other ideas were listed, but no matter what it was, the tech industry was buzzing over the prospect of what new innovation Kellerman had dreamed up. After Hawk finished reading the paper, he turned on the television and surfed through the channels until he came to a local station's mid-morning show. On the screen was a perky blonde interviewing Kellerman, who appeared to be at his home in San Francisco. Hawk recognized the furniture and noted the sun beginning its slow ascent in the background. The newscaster, Mindy Orson, quizzed Kellerman about what kind of future technology he anticipated changing the lives of everyone in the next 10 to 15 years. His answers were vague and felt to Hawk more like something off an episode of The Jetsons. The Jetsons said everyone would be driving flying cars by now, but that hasn't happened, Hawk mumbled aloud. Hawk continued to listen as Kellerman explained how his meteoric rise to the top in Silicon Valley was attributed to his bold and innovative thinking, and that he couldn't wait to share his latest invention with the world. Despite a fawning interview that was more about style than substance, Mindy, to her credit, followed up with the question every interested viewer had. "Would you like to share with us the nature of this new device?" Kellerman politely declined, but told Mindy that he'd love to see her at the conference in Washington later that week. She smiled and nodded, assuring him that she wouldn't miss it. Hawk sighed and turned off the television, his opinion of Kellerman unchanged. "There's something about you, Marty," Hawk said aloud. "I can't quite put my finger on it, but you can bet I'm not going to stop until I figure it out." With that, Hawk took a quick shower before calling Mallory Kaufman to see if she'd had any luck with the number Hawk had given her. "Nothing all that interesting to report," she said after he requested an update. "I mean, it's entirely possible that you find listening to a recording of him ordering dry cleaning
Or a clip of him denying reports that he said misogynistic things to a coworker after a human resources executive asked him about an allegation. Somewhat interesting. But it appears like he must conduct the majority of his work online, because I'm not hearing anything that makes me think he's calling 100 people a day to broker deals. That is curious, Hawk said, before thanking her and hanging up. Without anything but a hunch and the wild claims from a desperate exile, Hawk wondered if he'd been duped by Charles Harris. While Hawk was trained to spot inconsistencies as well as convenient coincidences, he started to review his interaction with Harris. Could this have been a more perfect setup? But the wild card that left Hawk doubting was a nagging question. How could Harris have known that Hawk wouldn't kill him? All Hawk could figure was that Harris was willing to take that chance, if it truly was a spectacular con. Desperate times, desperate measures. But Hawk concluded that nobody was that good. No spy could have concocted a story like that on the spot, unless it was true. Harris appeared to be under duress and living in fear of someone. Hawk's phone buzzed, snapping him out of his contemplative state. The screen registered an unknown caller. Probably someone wondering if I was interested in purchasing a warranty on my car. Hawk hesitated to send the call to voicemail before deciding at the last second to answer the call. "This is Hawk," he said as he answered. "Agent Hawk, this is Charles Harris." "Yes?" "I was wondering if you had a chance to look into Martin Kellerman yet or not." Hawk's brow furrowed, curious about the timing of the call. "I did make a trip out there to see him." "And?" "Charming gentleman," Hawk said. "He seems like he could be hiding something, but I couldn't determine if I was just suspicious because you told me to be, or because I actually felt like there was a reason to suspect he was up to something." "He's up to something, all right," Harris said. "And if you don't stop him, the entire world is going to pay the price, either directly or indirectly. Look, I don't have much time, but I wanted to let you know that something is about to happen, and you need to do your best to make sure it doesn't." "What exactly is going to happen? You need to be more specific if you're truly going to help me here." "You'll know it when you see it," Harris said, before promptly hanging up. Hawk sighed and stared at his phone before repeating Harris's sign-off. "I'll know it when I see it." Hawk racked his brain, but couldn't see anything. Just a tech mogul basking in the sunlight and building up the expectations of another great product to market. "What am I missing?" he asked himself aloud. Chapter 24. Childer Turkey. Black watched as Petrov tried a number of combinations on the keypad, but to no avail. He pounded on the door and cursed in Russian. Fully agitated, Petrov narrowed his eyes as his gaze met Kozlov's. "I need proof that this is indeed Dark Knight," Petrov said. "It is," Kozlov said. "I swear it." "How do I know that you didn't set me up with Irina?" Kozlov's eyes widened as he drew back. "How could I? Even if I did know her in real life, which I don't, when would I have told her what to do?" Petrov spoke in a clipped manner. "I don't like games. Understood?" Kozlov nodded. "I'm not playing any. This man is responsible for my incarceration by the CIA. Do you think I'd want to help him?" Moving toward Kozlov, Petrov raised his weapon and jammed the barrel into the side of his captive's head. "I want proof that this is Dark Knight, or else I'm going to kill you. You have 5 minutes. 5 minutes? That's hardly enough time to break the encryption on his computer. 10, Kozlov conceded. All three men searched the house until they found the computer terminal sitting in a study near the back of the house. Black studied the wires that ran up the wall and disappeared into a hole about the size of his fist.
A few monitors sat on a table that stretched the length of the room, while others were affixed to the wall. Under the table, he noticed a handful of hard drives. But Black wanted to find the server. He peeked inside the closet, which had a large server in it. With Petrov preoccupied with Kozlov and watching his every move, Black inserted a small device into a USB port on the server and rejoined the men. Petrov whirled, with his gun trained on Black.
"What were you doing over there?"
"I was just checking to see if the server was connected to another room in the house," Black said. "I want to see this guy brought down as much as you do." Kozlov hammered away on the keys for a couple of minutes before he announced that he'd cracked into the computer. He turned toward Petrov.
"Now, what would satisfy you as proof?" "Find the unedited personal photos of Putin that Dark Knight released," Petrov said.
Kozlov nodded and went to work. In less than a minute, he located the photos in a folder and showed them to Petrov.
"Nice work," Petrov said. "Now that we have confirmed we're at the right house, let's get that door open."
Petrov gestured for the men to head back down the hallway toward the panic room, which was still secured. Kozlov volunteered to take a crack at opening the door. After a few minutes of futile attempts, he shrugged and backed away.
"I believe this is a little above my skill set," Kozlov conceded. "I'm the person you want digging inside your computer, not on the outside of it." "Agent Black, would you like to give it a try?" Petrov asked.
Black nodded.
"Why not?"
He used a butter knife Kozlov retrieved from the kitchen to pry open the face of the keypad. Then Black studied the wiring for a few seconds.
"Something look familiar?" Petrov asked.
"I've seen one like this before," Black said. "Give me a minute. I think I can get this open." Black fiddled with the wires, cutting a few, and touching different combinations together to see if the door would budge. On the fifth attempt, the pressure around the door released, allowing Petrov to enter. Black and Kozlov followed the Russian.
"Are you the hacker Dark Knight?"
Petrov asked. A man with a patchy beard cowered in the corner. His hair was unkempt, much like his shirt tail, which was half in and half out. There was an ink stain at the bottom of his pocket on the front of his Oxford shirt, and his glasses had sunk to the tip of his nose. He pushed them back up with his middle finger and squinted at Petrov.
"I'm sorry. Who do you think I am?" the man asked. "The hacker, Dark Knight. Are you him?"
Petrov asked again.
"You must have me confused with someone else. I'm a computer programmer. I don't know anything about the underworld of computer hacking. My name is Uri Smirnov, and I—"
Petrov persisted in his interrogation.
"Why do you have personal and private pictures of President Putin on your computer?" "I don't have any personal pictures of President Putin, stolen or otherwise. I mean, it's possible that there might be a meme or two on there, but nothing personal in nature."
Petrov narrowed his eyes.
"I don't have time for your games." "I swear to you, I don't know what you're talking about." "If you want to live, just tell me that you're Dark Knight." Okay,
the man said, raising his hands in the air in a gesture of surrender.
"I confess. I'm Dark Knight. Now please, don't—"
Before the man could finish his plea, Petrov shot him in the head. The man staggered back a few feet before crumpling to the ground. Black and Kozlov didn't move. Black stared slack-jawed at the now lifeless body.
"Let's go, or you're next," Petrov said. "I don't want to keep our sleigh driver waiting any longer."
Black turned to exit the room when he felt a wave of heat wash over him. He looked down the hallway and noticed a fire spreading quickly along the wall and floor.
"A real firewall,"
Petrov said as he broke into a sprint. Black and Kozlov followed suit, racing out of the house. Once they barreled outside, the house exploded. Orange flames leaped skyward, evaporating some of the nearby fog.
"Let's go,"
Petrov said. Black glanced over his shoulder at the house, now engulfed in a raging fire. Then he refocused on keeping pace with Petrov, eager to determine the motivation behind his actions.
"Are you going to release me now that I've helped you find Dark Knight?"
Black asked. Petrov offered a thin smile before reaching into his back pocket and producing a pair of handcuffs.
"No, not when you've murdered an FSB agent."
Black scowled as Petrov put the handcuffs on him.
"I've never murdered anyone on this trip to Russia, let alone an FSB agent." "The evidence says otherwise, Agent Black," Petrov replied. "Your fingerprints were all over the gun that killed my partner."
In an instant, the gravity of what Petrov had done dawned on Black.
"You son of a bitch. You took my gun and murdered your own partner, just to get back into the good graces of that tyrant leader of yours, didn't you?" "I'm not at liberty to talk about an ongoing investigation, Agent Black. Now get in this sleigh, before I shoot you right here on this spot." "You're going to turn me in to look like the hero, aren't you?" Black asked.
No answer.
"What's it like to not have a soul, Agent Petrov?"
Black persisted, refusing to move.
"Shut up and get on this sleigh," Petrov said,
aiming his gun at Black's head. Black sighed and rejoined the march down to the water's edge. Haluk sat in the driver's seat with a worried look on his face.
"I was starting to think you weren't going to return." "Sorry to keep you waiting," Petrov said. "Our visit took longer than expected. You'll be compensated fairly."
The three men clambered into the back seat behind Haluk. He checked on his passengers before whipping the reins to get the horses moving. Black bit his lip as he pondered everything that had just happened. He needed to make a move quickly before he ran out of options. Chapter 25. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt scanned the text message from Christina Shields about Black. While she'd lost contact with him again, she let him know that he was still alive based on the activation of a device that allowed her to access Dark Knight's server. Shields reported that she was able to download a treasure trove of data before the connection broke. Having one of his operatives in a compromising situation was disconcerting, but he was confident that if anyone could handle it, Black could. The more pressing issue was the one that had President Young up in arms, and that was figuring out a way to get Dixon out of custody so she could fight the charges. However, that was secondary to a new issue that had arisen, demanding immediate action: Dixon's censure by the House. Blunt received a message from one of his insiders that House leaders were planning to censure Dixon. If that motion passed, Dixon would summarily be stripped of her committee positions until she could answer all the charges. That wasn't going to happen fast enough for the committee to advance the Defense Oversight Bill to a vote, and Congress was champing at the bit to pass it. Blunt gnawed on a cigar and pondered who might be able to help him stave off Dixon's censure. He needed a true ally, someone he trusted that had been true to their word in the past. Then, the answer came to him: Natalie Richards. Richards was in a similar position to Dixon, a strong woman who had to fight and claw for every piece of power in a male-dominated legislature. It was a long shot, since Richards had barely been in Washington for a year, but it was far more likely than finding someone on the other side of the aisle to work with him to stop the censure altogether. Blunt called Richards' administrative assistant to set up an impromptu lunch. Richards' assistant said she would have to decline because she already had a lunch arranged.
"Where is she?" Blunt asked. "I need to speak with her today."
"I can pass a message on to her," the assistant offered.
"No, this is urgent."
"I'm sorry, Senator Blunt, but I can't give that information out,"
Who is she meeting with? Blunt asked. Please, Senator. You know I can't tell you that. Look, I have an urgent matter to discuss with her, which would be very beneficial to her career. Can you please at least tell me who she's meeting with? I'm not sure anyone is going to help her career more than who she's meeting with. Blunt realized that was about all he was going to get out of Richard's tight-lipped assistant. However, she'd at least given him a clue. So he said goodbye before ending the call. Who could help Richard's career? He thought for a moment about who would fit that description. Bob Timmons, the Speaker of the House, was who first came to mind. But why would he be meeting with her? Then, it hit him. Timmons was already thinking like Blunt. Replace Dixon with Richards, the party's new up-and-coming star. Blunt had a great relationship with Timmons and his staff, so Blunt decided to call the Speaker's office and find out if his hunch was true. After a short conversation, Blunt's suspicions were confirmed. And there's only one place Timmons went for lunch in the middle of a work week. Off the record, at the Hay Adams Hotel. Blunt grabbed his jacket and navigated through Washington's slugging traffic as quickly as possible to catch the two. When he arrived at Off the Record, Blunt spied Richards sitting alone, finishing a drink. He slipped into the empty seat across from her while she was in the middle of a final gulp. She nearly spit her drink out before regaining her composure. Senator Blunt, she said, her eyes widening. What are you doing here? I wanted to talk to you, he said. President Young needs your help. She placed her arms on the table and leaned forward. Does he now? What could he possibly want from a freshman congresswoman? Are you familiar with the Adriana Dixon situation? Blunt asked. How can I not be? That's all anyone is talking about on the Hill, wondering how it happened, or how come she hadn't been arrested sooner, depending on which party the person belongs to. Of course, the Capitol is such a bastion of bipartisanship. She chuckled. Can you make this quick? I really need to get going. Blunt nodded. I'll walk out with you. The two stood and headed for the exit together. Go ahead, she said. I'm all ears. I think you're being coy with me, Blunt said. Did Timmons approach you about taking over for Dixon? That's our little secret. Blunt sighed. Look, I don't want to beat around the bush, so I'll spell it out for you. If Dixon gets censured— When Dixon gets censured, she corrected. Blunt paused and eyed her closely. Did Timmons tell you this was happening? Of course, but it's not like he had a choice. 2 months ago, we censured Edward Probst for nearly the same thing. And while I know this town is full of blatant hypocrisy, this was just too difficult to pass. So, am I right in assuming that Timmons wanted you to fill Dixon's committee seats? Richards nodded, her wavy brown hair bouncing as she did. Not all of them, but a few of the higher-profile ones, like the Defense Committee. In exchange for what? She cocked her head and drew back. I don't think I understand what you mean. Did he ask you to do him any favors if he appointed you to those seats? Not really, she said. Though he did mention something about releasing the Defense Oversight Bill to the House, so the entire body could vote on it. You can't do that, Blunt said. Can't do what? Don't release that bill, Blunt said. That strips the executive branch of any ability to launch independent investigations into the military. She smiled and patted Blunt on the shoulder. What's so awful about that? Lord knows we have enough investigations around here. We don't need the president starting his own too. Blunt stopped and narrowed his eyes, his gaze meeting Richards. I know you're new here, but I must warn you that allowing this to become a law would be a major mistake. There are nefarious forces at work within the Pentagon that I recently helped flush out, and we need to investigate to see if our own military isn't compromised anymore. Is that really a job for the president? She asked. He already has so much power when it comes to controlling them that I don't see what it would hurt to rein him in. Trust me, this is not good policy, Blunt said. It's going to weaken our ability to make sure we don't have foreign actors or traitors pulling the military's levers. Sorry, but I'm going to have to disagree. We still need to catch up properly soon. Come on, Natalie, Blunt pleaded. Sorry, Senator. I've got another appointment with some of my constituents in 15 minutes, she said, continuing on without looking back. I don't want to be late. Blunt stamped his foot and turned to walk in the other direction. He didn't want to deliver the bad news to the president. Not yet, anyway. Blunt fished his cell phone out of his pocket and called Robert Besserman, the deputy director of the CIA. JD, how the hell are you? Besserman asked. You don't want me to answer that question right now, Blunt said. That good, huh? Yeah, something like that. Look, the reason I'm calling is because I need to find out who's behind that arrest warrant the FBI served on Adriana Dixon. Do you know anything about that? No, Besserman said. But I found it to be rather peculiar at the time. Dixon is a saint. Exactly, Blunt said. I know she wouldn't be doing what she's accused of doing. You thinking someone set her up? I don't know what to think at this point. We live in Washington, and I'm constantly surprised that I'm ever surprised when I learn about what illegal activity people in this town are engaged in. I'll make a few calls for you, Besserman said. As soon as I hear something, I'll let you know. Thanks, Robert. Blunt ended the call and let out a sigh of relief. At least I'll have some shred of good news to tell the president. Chapter 26. Childer Turkey. Black gritted his teeth as they glided across the ice. Haluk rambled on about another legend from the area, but Black wasn't interested in anything but escaping. His options were limited, given the conditions, yet he still had hope. However, he couldn't wait long. They zipped past a couple of fishermen still perched on their seats near their small holes in the ice. The lanterns were barely visible when they approached, but gave off enough ambient light through the fog that Black could make out shapes. After he passed a second group of fishermen, Black determined he wouldn't pass a third one before taking action. As they sped through the darkness, Black saw another pin of light piercing the fog. Here goes nothing. Black lunged to his left and rolled out of the sleigh, falling into the void of Lake Childer. He scrambled to his feet as he heard the sleigh's brakes digging into the ice and Haluk shouting something. Black didn't have much time, but he hoped it would be enough. Petrov reached for a fistful of Black's coat as the FSB agent noticed his prisoner escaping out of the other side of the sleigh. With Black's hands still cuffed, Petrov didn't think Black would be able to pose much of a threat on the ice. But in the darkness, Petrov was uncertain about the kind of danger Black might pose. Petrov produced another pair of handcuffs from his pocket and fastened one on Kozlov and one on the sleigh. "What is this?" Kozlov asked. "You'll keep your mouth shut if you know what's good for you," Petrov said in a hushed tone. Haluk turned around. "What are you doing to my sleigh? What is going on, anyway? What are you—" The questions stopped when Petrov saw the man's eyes fall on the weapon. "This is a state matter," Petrov said. "But don't worry, old man. You will be fairly compensated." "You can't go into the dark like that," Haluk said. "You need a light." The driver clicked on a flashlight and then tossed it to Petrov. "Spasiba," Petrov said as he caught the device. "I'll be back shortly." Haluk nodded. "You must be. We can't wait more than a few minutes. The horses will start to freeze up in this weather. They need to either stay warm or keep moving." This shouldn't take long, Petrov said. He spun and scanned the area for the American, sweeping back and forth across the ice. Petrov didn't see as much as a silhouette of anything. Nothing but a vast area of darkness. Agent Black, you need to come back to this sleigh, Petrov said. You won't last long out here. These conditions are brutal. You'll be dead before sunrise. Petrov wandered in one direction for a few meters, and then ambled in the opposite direction. After a couple of minutes, he'd lost sight of the lights on the sleigh. He heard what he thought were footsteps and spun behind him, only to see an oncoming sleigh swerve to avoid him at the last second. Turning back around, Petrov continued his systematic search. 10 strides to the left, a 90-degree sweep with a flashlight. 20 strides back to the right, another 90-degree sweep with the flashlight, followed by 10 strides forward, before repeating the entire process all over again. Petrov could almost taste redemption. He'd been maligned by most of the other agents and supervisors at the FSB, dismissed because he'd spent time in the military. The lifelong FSB agents viewed Russian army commanders as lazy and sloppy, unable to translate their skills to the rigors of investigative work. But Petrov was determined to prove them wrong. He envisioned his triumphant return to the office, dragging behind him both the murderous American spy and the report of a dead mercenary hacker. He'd be respected again. Now, all he had to do was find Agent Black. Agent Black! It'd be a shame if you died out here tonight, Petrov shouted again. All he wanted was to hear something. The shuffling of feet, the crackling of ice, the gasping of breath in the dropping cold. But everything in his near vicinity remained silent. Black felt his face burning after landing on the ice and striking it so hard. Without his hands free, he didn't have a way to fully brace himself for the impact. But he didn't break any bones or sprain any ankles. And at the moment, being fleet of foot was most important. He heard the screeching of the runners on the frozen surface and scrambled to his feet. Crouching low in the darkness, Black moved to the edge of visibility with Haluk's sleigh. The faint light some 40 meters away served as Black's beacon in the void. After about a minute, he heard Petrov walking toward him and calling out. But Black wasn't interested in another conversation with the Russian megalomaniac. All Black needed to do was get in position and execute his plan. Agent Black, it'd be a shame if you died out here tonight, Petrov said. Black agreed. It'd be a damn shame if I died, but not if you did. Black wanted to kill the vengeful Petrov, who had plans to frame him. But the last words Shield said at the gas station at the border kept Black focused on the most important part of the mission, escaping with his life. As Petrov opened his mouth again, Black sprang onto the Russian from behind. Black encircled his arms over the man and drove him into the ice, dislodging the gun. Petrov managed to wriggle free and started to wave his flashlight back and forth in search of the gun. Black broke into a sprint and headed back toward the sleigh. However, Petrov, who had ditched his search for the weapon, dove at Black's feet, knocking him to the ground. Black hit the ice hard and slid for a few meters, with Petrov in tow. As soon as Petrov released Black's feet to get up, he slammed the heel of his boot into the Russian's face, knocking him backward. Black jumped to his feet and resumed his sprint toward what he thought was the sleigh. Instead, he found himself next to an ice shanty with a small lantern. Petrov slammed Black into the wooden structure, toppling it and revealing a man and a boy with their lines in the water. The man shouted something at Petrov and Black after losing the shelter, but both men ignored him and re-engaged in their fight,
With the advantage of having both hands free, Petrov delivered a combination of wicked punches against the side of Black's face. However, he managed to stay on his feet until he slipped backward on a patch of slick ice. His foot dropped into the hole the fisherman had created, pinning him down for a moment. As Black scrambled to get his leg freed, he noticed Petrov grab an auger and raise it over his head. He swung downward with such force that it would have knocked out Black, if not killed him on impact. But Black rolled to the side, avoiding a blow. Missing Black caused Petrov to stumble and fall off balance. And that was the opening Black needed to regain the upper ground in the fight. He hit Petrov with a roundhouse kick, sending the Russian sprawling to the ground. Then Black climbed on top of Petrov and started beating him with his fists still tethered together. Petrov tried to get up to avoid more blows, but when he did, Black delivered a vicious headbutt that knocked out Petrov. Black reached inside Petrov's pockets and found the key to the handcuffs. After Black freed himself, he took Petrov's flashlight, keys, and a wad of cash before sliding his body far away from the ice hole. Then Black turned and apologized to the man and his son for the destruction they'd caused. He handed the man $200 before hustling off into the dark. Black panicked for a moment as he searched for the sleigh, but after hunting for a couple of minutes, he located the familiar pattern of lights on the sleigh and rushed over to it.
"I was just about to leave,"
Haluk said. "Thank you for waiting," Black said.
"What about your friend?"
"He's decided to get home another way." Haluk grunted.
"Russians are so weird sometimes."
Kozlov nudged Black and gestured toward the handcuffs tethering one of the hacker's hands to the sleigh.
"What happened?"
Kozlov asked. Black shrugged and inserted the key into Kozlov's cuffs. "I guess he got lost on the ice. He'll find his way back."
"Will you still take me with you?"
Kozlov asked. "A promise is a promise," Black said. "You'll be free before you know it." Chapter 27. Washington, D.C. Hawk settled into his seat at the back of Gaston Hall on Georgetown University's campus. The auditorium was nearly filled to capacity, but Hawk had managed to secure a complimentary ticket to hear Martin Kellerman speak at the gathering held in conjunction with the Tech Expo DC conference. The event had been sold out for months, but Hawk managed to convince Casey, Kellerman's assistant, to save him one at will call. The event was billed as a meeting of the minds, but was little more than 20-minute speeches emceed by Wired Magazine's chief editor. He introduced 5 different experts before Kellerman took the stage. Based on the way the room fell silent, and most of the attendees moved to the edge of their seats, Hawk knew Kellerman was the person they'd all come to hear. Kellerman glided across the stage wearing a white Oxford shirt, with the sleeves rolled halfway up his forearms, and no tie. His black denim jeans were also a departure from the more formal attire of the previous speakers. He wore a confident smile as he soaked in the welcoming applause. What struck Hawk the most about Kellerman was how hypnotic he was once he started speaking. While he spoke in vague generalities, Hawk felt overwhelmingly positive about the future and excited about how new innovations were going to improve everyone's lives. Kellerman clicked a small device, sliding from one picture to the next, that demonstrated how small inventions built upon themselves until a seminal moment occurred in history, transforming life as we know it. Hawk realized that for the first 15 minutes, none of the information in the talk was earth-shattering. If anything, it would have proved rather boring had it not been for Kellerman's engaging storytelling ability that captivated everyone in the hall. But the final 5 minutes, he finally got to the meat of what he wanted to say, the real reason why everyone gathered at his feet. There was a time when people were scared to walk down a street in New York City without fear of getting their pocket picked, Kellerman said. Then the fashion industry saw the need to add extra pockets to the inside of coats and jackets. Now, it didn't make you completely free from thieves in the city, but it did make stealing exponentially more difficult, reducing the number of targets. Generally speaking, only the fools who place their wallets in their back pockets are in danger of getting their wallets stolen these days. The heads in the auditorium bobbed knowingly. Then, Kellerman broke out his big reveal. In the 21st century, we don't worry about our wallets getting stolen, Kellerman said. What do we worry about? Our credit card numbers being utilized by thieves. Our identities being employed by grifters, who know that law enforcement won't even attempt to go after them for such small amounts. And while we'd like to think it's important enough to our society that these people are stopped and punished, we mitigate it by living with higher prices. Businesses, banks, and credit card companies pass the cost on to you in one way or another. And heaven forbid your identity gets stolen. You'll suddenly be the one spending countless hours on the phone with a low-level worker from a credit bureau who doesn't care that someone spent $500 using your credit card number. They'll simply demand that you prove you didn't buy it, which is a difficult feat. Hawk could sense where Kellerman was headed, and everyone in the auditorium began to smile in anticipation of his announcement. That's why my company will be launching a new product called FortressNet next week, Kellerman said with a smile. He turned around to admire the slide with a picture of the snazzy logo and a woman smiling, and a look on her face as if she knew something you didn't know. Kellerman went on to explain that FortressNet was an innovative way to secure all your information necessary for purchasing products online and with a credit card. Thieves would no longer be able to use your credit card number, even if they had everything. FortressNet was designed to work interchangeably with personal computers, business credit card machines, and any other way that payments were received. For home use, you simply plugged FortressNet into a port on your computer, and then entered a code sent to your phone. If the chip was connected to the computer, the sale would be secure. However, Kellerman went on to explain that FortressNet also inhibited hackers' ability to get into your home computers. No more virus programs, Kellerman said. FortressNet would be searching for them in real time, snuffing them out before they ever took root in your computer. It's the next-gen level of personal computer safety. Kellerman concluded by explaining how 50% of the company's profits would go to a foundation he started in Africa, designed to bring fresh water and blanket-free internet to several developing nations on the continent, which also drew more cheers from the audience. Then he showed a 1-minute video that would undoubtedly be shared all over social media the moment the talk ended, if not before. The audience rose to its feet, roaring with applause in approval of the new idea. Kellerman smiled and raised his hands in the air in a gesture of appreciation before exiting the stage, with everyone still clapping and shouting. Hawk didn't waste any time in hustling to the speaker's green room to get another moment with Kellerman. At first, Hawk was met with some resistance by the event security, but Casey caught Hawk's eye and vouched for him with the guard. "Thanks," Hawk said. "I was beginning to wonder if I needed to call Marty myself." She smiled. "He's fond of you, so I'm sure he would have been happy to do it himself. Anyway, he's over there, in the corner. We have to leave in 10 minutes for another event, so please try to keep your business brief." "Of course," Hawk said. "Thank you again." "My pleasure," Casey said, before nodding toward Kellerman. Hawk hustled across the room to Kellerman and offered his hand. Kellerman smiled and shook it. "You made it," Kellerman said. "I didn't think I'd see you here." "It was a much shorter trip this time," Hawk said. "So what did you think? I'm sorry I didn't tell you about that earlier, but I was bound by an NDA to keep a lid on this until today. FortressNet sounds like a great idea,
and one we really need today. Now I know why the president wanted me to speak with you." Kellerman handed Hawk a card. "Again, I'm sorry I was so misleading before. Maybe we can talk more about it later, and I can give you my thoughts on how this might benefit national security." "That'd be great," Hawk said. "There's a code on the back of that card I gave you, in case you want to sign up. This will give you FortressNet free for a year, so you can see if you like it." Hawk tapped the card against his hand and studied it for a second. "How can I possibly resist? I mean, security is kind of what I do all day." "Outstanding," Kellerman said as he glanced at his watch. "Okay, I need to run, but it was great seeing you." "Marty, I did have a quick question for you," Hawk said. "Okay, but make it quick." Hawk nodded. "So we've heard that there may be a wide-scale cyber attack on the U.S., and I was wondering if you'd heard anything like that lately." "Well, in my business, we hear about attacks all the time. It's an ongoing battle to turn back hackers every day." "But you haven't heard anything out of the ordinary lately?" Kellerman pursed his lips and stared off into the distance for a second. "Not that I recall. As I said, I hear about so many threats that it's hard to tell, though I doubt any of those would rise to the level of concern with national security." "These reports we're getting are a little disconcerting, but if you happen to hear something, please let us know," Hawk said. "Casey knows how to reach me if anything comes to mind." "I'll do that," Kellerman said as he grinned. "And thanks again for coming. The enemy is always striking. The question is whether or not you're going to be able to stop him each time." Hawk nodded and waved as Kellerman hustled over to Casey before darting out of the room. While Hawk didn't get anything actionable out of Kellerman, there was a sense from Hawk that the tech mogul wasn't saying everything he knew. The last little warning was evidence of that. Hawk had a burning question that demanded an answer. Who's going to strike next? Chapter 28. Washington, D.C. J.D. Blunt entered the empty conference room at the Firestorm headquarters and took his seat at the head of the table. He turned on the television and leaned back in his chair, hoping to hear news that President Young had vetoed the Defense Oversight Bill. Instead, he saw an interview with Natalie Richards, who the reporter described as brave for going against the old establishment in her party and working in a bipartisan way. Richards explained her position articulately, though Blunt couldn't be sure how sincere it was. He was certain that the only reason she was awarded the spot on the committee was because she agreed to release the bill. And once she did, it was rushed through both houses and sent to Young's desk to sign. The anchor on the news desk rambled on about the significance of the bill, which would stop government waste on partisan investigations, allowing Congress to handle the job it was tasked with when it came to accountability. Blunt shouted a few choice words at the screen, contradicting everything the man said. And that's because Blunt recognized how that bill opened the door for more corruption. The branches needed to be able to check one another more, not less. While Blunt certainly wasn't in favor of expanding the power of the executive office, he didn't want it to be more limited. Based on everything that had just happened with the Fullgood initiative, Blunt found such a move unconscionable, if not an open invitation for the president to be usurped. However, there was one other provision tucked away in the bill that stated the president couldn't invoke the Emergency Powers Act without consent from 2/3 of the Senate. Blunt found that crippling in case of an attack on the country, and it made him angry. "Are you okay?" Shields asked as she entered the room. He grunted and shook his head. "I know you felt like that bill was going to cut the president off at the knees. It's not guaranteed that will happen, but it certainly creates more opportunities for that to happen." The anchor then shared the news that the president had just signed the bill.
Blunt slammed his hand down on the table and cursed. Once the horse gets out of the barn in this city, it never goes back in, Blunt said.
I can't believe Young agreed to sign it, Shields said. Why would he do that?
There was so much bipartisan support for that bill. A veto would be little more than a political gesture. Congress would have been able to override him. Don't forget that Young wasn't elected, so he's doing everything to win favor from the American people. He's acting like he thinks that if this is what Congress wants, then it must be what the people want. And I can tell you nothing is further from the truth. Young knows better, but he's already thinking about getting elected and staying in power rather than leading.
That's a problem, isn't it? Shields asked.
A big one. But right now, we can't worry about how he will or won't wield his power to protect the American people. All we can do is focus on our jobs at keeping this country safe.
And what about Dixon? Are you going to be able to help her?
I hope so, Blunt said as he glanced at his watch. I've got a meeting with her in an hour. I'm hoping we can salvage her career in Congress. We need her here in Washington, fighting for our security. This team does a damn good job of that. But I'm afraid it'll turn into a case of whack-a-mole, bringing unprecedented chaos to the country. If we don't have stability, what do we have? Shields shrugged.
A third world country?
Blunt nodded. We'll be on a fast track there if some of these idiots on the Hill get their way.
Well, why don't you do your best to ensure the Republic has the right kind of people fighting for it?
That's the goal, Blunt said, before jamming an unlit cigar into his mouth. Shields handed him a report on the interview Black conducted with Kozlov while they were at Ramstein before returning to the U.S. Anything of interest in here? He asked.
Based on everything I read, it seems as if the CIA pegged the wrong guy for the breach, she said. I've been combing through all the files we downloaded from Dark Knight's computer, and as far as I can tell, the hacker responsible for everything is now dead. Kozlov was just a broker, like he claimed.
What does he want?
Asylum in the U.S., Shields said. And I don't see any reason why we should deny him based on what just went down. Black and Kozlov both escaped the custody of an FSB agent, even if it was over the border. And there's almost no chance that agent is going to tell his superiors that Kozlov was an innocent bystander in all of this.
And what if this Kozlov guy returns to his old ways?
At least he'll be here, so we can keep an eye on him.
Blunt grunted. I want a much further evaluation before I sign off on this.
Of course, sir. I'll set that up when they arrive.
When are they due back?
Tomorrow, sir. Agent Black intends to bring Kozlov in and place him in a safe house until we can figure out how you want to handle this.
Thank you, Shields. Great work, as always. She flashed him a quick smile before exiting the room. Blunt picked up the report and started reading it. He didn't get too far into it before his mind started to drift. With so many issues demanding his attention, he could hardly concentrate. After sifting through a few more pages, he carried the document back to his office and headed over to see Adriana Dixon. Blunt strode into Adriana's house and smiled at his host. The bags under Dixon's eyes, along with the puffiness around them, indicated that her situation had been more difficult on her than she let on. She offered a thin smile, but the hurt behind her eyes was as obvious to Blunt as the nose on her face. Blunt gave her a hug. It's going to be all right, Adriana. She drew back and shook her head.
I appreciate your desire to instill confidence and optimism in me, but I know better. This is an unmitigated disaster, and there isn't really a way out of this.
Fortunately, I disagree. She gestured for him to walk down the hall.
Everyone's in the solarium.
Blunt headed toward the sunroom, just off the kitchen. There she found her lawyer, Robert Norton, along with Philip and a couple of congressional aides. They were all huddled over a document placed in the middle of the coffee table.
"What do you think, Robert?" Dixon asked as she settled into her chair. "Do we have any options?"
Norton sighed. "At this point, I feel like your hand has been forced. You either take the deal or risk the outcome of a trial."
"You know I didn't do this, right?" she said, her eyes pleading for Norton to come up with a new idea.
"I believe you, Adriana," Norton said, "but I'm not sure a jury will see it that way. If you take the deal the government is offering you, all you have to do is pay a fine and spend 60 days in jail, though I doubt they'll keep you in there that long."
"This seems like extortion," Philip said. "My wife didn't do anything."
"I know," Norton said, "but it's going to be difficult to prove that it was fraud. Whoever did this is really good. Now they have documents to back up their claim. Whether or not she initiated selling off that stock is going to be inconsequential to the jury. They're going to see the dollar signs on the statements and not care if she was guilty or not."
"That's not fair," she said.
"I know," Norton said, "but that's just how it works. You can't expect to get sympathy from a jury when they see how much money you have." "I think you should fight this," Blunt said. Norton shook his head. "No, absolutely not. This deal expires in 24 hours. This case can't be won in either court or the court of public opinion. If convicted, and there's no reason I don't think she will be, she will face up to 5 years in prison. And do you think a judge is going to go easy on her? Dream on." "We have the most important thing on our side," Blunt said, "and that's the truth. Someone framed her, and we're going to prove it."
"Time is not on our side," Norton said, "and that's the truth."
Blunt set his jaw as he stared at Norton.
"Look, do your damn job and buy us another week. This deal isn't acceptable. It's not just a month or 2 in prison versus 5 years in prison. It's also her integrity and her dignity at stake, too. And you better do all you can to protect those before suggesting she take a deal to appease these congressional terrorists."
Norton narrowed his eyes as he looked at Blunt.
"I'll ask for 3 more days, but if you can't prove anything by then, you're likely never going to be able to do anything to help the Congresswoman's case."
"Fine," Blunt said.
"We'll take it, and then we'll win this case."
Chapter 29. Washington, D.C. The next morning, the entire Firestorm team gathered at the headquarters to create a plan moving forward. Black entered the room and placed a stack of nesting dolls in front of Shields. Her face lit up as she studied them.
"How did you have time to get these?" she asked. "Because from what I was able to see, you spent most of your time either pursuing a hacker or getting dragged across the continent by an FSB agent."
"I have to admit they're not completely authentic, but I did buy them at the airport in Tbilisi," Black said. "That makes them Russian nesting dolls if you concede that the country of Georgia was once part of the Soviet Union. They're kind of the same thing, right?" She inspected the dolls closely before nodding.
"I'll allow it."
Black eased into his seat, while Blunt gnawed on his cigar.
"Where's mine?"
Blunt asked.
"Your what? Your gift?"
Black asked.
"Absolutely. You know how much I like vodka. I'll order you a bottle. That's not the same thing, but I'll allow it," Blunt said with a wry grin.
"You're forgetting about me,"
said Jana Shadid, the team's chief engineer, responsible for creating Black's favorite espionage tools.
"I didn't forget about you," Black said, "because you've been on vacation, and it's our tradition on this team that you bring us something. To be honest, I was hoping for something nice from Hawaii."
Jana's head dropped, and she covered her face with her hands.
"Rookie mistake," Blunt said. "We'll forgive you once Black gets me that vodka. Now,
let's get down to business because we have a lot to discuss, starting with an update on what we found on Dark Knight's computer. Shields?
Thank you, sir,
Shields said as she stood. Grabbing the remote for the PowerPoint, she started clicking through slides and talking about the treasure trove of data she was able to harvest from Dark Knight's machine before it stopped transmitting. Shields explained how she was able to verify that it was the Dark Knight's computer, since she found code he'd written that matched with other viruses he wrote and infected systems with. She then discussed the type of project he'd been working on, one that was planning on being launched in the U.S. How do you know Dark Knight was going to unleash this on us? Blunt asked.
I found an email that he likely believed was encrypted, she said. But he got a little sloppy, and it was easily cracked. The time and date stamp was about 2 months ago, but the anticipated launch date of the cyber attack is 2 days from today.
What kind of attack is it? Jana asked.
It's a program that infects servers and shuts down certain programs intermittently, making it difficult to find the malicious code, she said. The programs will come back online in a matter of minutes, but being able to pinpoint the location of the code and extract it will be a monumental challenge. Not to mention, it will also duplicate itself and hide elsewhere in the system. That way, even if you remove the code, the same problem will return, and in greater force. It would be an unending task until you were able to develop a program to capture it and delete it and its offspring.
This sounds like an episode of Star Trek I once saw, Blunt said. It was called The Trouble with Tribbles. These little furry creatures kept reproducing so fast that they started to take over the ship.
That explains why this virus is called Tribbles, Shields said.
Blunt bit down hard on his cigar. What industries could be hurt the worst from this?
There's no industry that wouldn't have a difficult time with this, though it'd be more costly to some than others. It'd be brutal on the server farms, the financial sector, traffic control systems on the ground and in the air, the power grid. Really, anything could be ravaged by this virus.
But we've stopped it, right? Blunt asked.
Shields sucked in a breath through her teeth. That's what I'm not sure about at this point. The virus may have already been launched, but was supposed to begin its attacks in 3 days. Or it was to be embedded in 3 days' time. I can't really say for sure at this point.
Black shifted in his seat. Is there a way to identify it within the next 3 days?
It'd take a legion of programmers to identify this, she said. But there's a danger in this, since we don't know completely how it will react once activated. Everything I'm telling you is speculation on my part, based on what I know. But it could be even more malicious than I'm predicting it'll be.
I don't think sitting back and waiting for this to be unleashed is a good strategy, Black said. That makes 2 of us, Blunt said. Shields, I want you to deliver all of this information to the CIA and the NSA. I'll make a few calls to see if the directors of those 2 organizations can put some of their best people on this and stop it before it begins.
I'll do it right away, sir, Shields said,
before scooping up her documents and scurrying out of the room. Black stroked his chin.
There is another urgent matter we need to discuss, and that's asylum for Kozlov and his wife.
Are they here? Blunt asked.
Black shook his head. They're at a safe house right now, but I think we need to consider whether or not this is a good idea.
What do you think about Kozlov? Blunt asked.
Black shrugged. He's a nice guy. I mean, the CIA tried to tear him to shreds, but he stayed consistent with his story. As far as I can tell, it checks out, too. We went to Dark Knight's home and found all this information on his computer that we verified was him. So it seems to me that the CIA was wrong. He's not even a hacker? Jana asked. I think he dabbles in it, but is more of a broker. However, his wife writes code and works as a digital forensics expert, Black said.
She might be just the person I'm looking for, Blunt said.
What for?
Blunt updated Black on Congresswoman Dixon's case
and how they didn't have much time to prove her innocence before she'd suffer an unjust fate. "So you want Kozlov's wife to dig into this for you?" Black asked. Blunt nodded. "We don't have much time. Let's get going." As everyone got up, Jana asked Black and Shields to stay behind. Once the room was cleared, Black asked Jana what she needed. "Actually, I do have a present for the two of you," Jana said. Shields' eyes lit up. "A present? For me?" "Well, yes. I guess it's more for you than for Agent Black," Jana said, producing a device the size of a ring box from her pocket. "What's it do?" Black asked. "You plug it into a computer port, and it'll crack the password," Jana said. "How in the world?" Shields asked, studying the object closely. "That's my secret," she said. "But if you plug it in, it'll allow you to get into any protected computer, bypassing the password." "This is solid gold," Black said, "especially for someone like me. I sure could have used this in Turkey." Jana nodded and smiled. "Well, now you don't have to worry about it anymore, especially if Shields isn't around and can't help you." "Excellent work," Shields said, still inspecting the device. "This is incredible. I just hope you get to use it soon." Blunt breezed past the agents guarding Sergei Kozlov and his wife Katerina. She greeted Blunt and Black with a warm smile as she eased out of her chair. "Please, don't get up," Blunt said. "We don't want to trouble you, at least in that way." Kozlov stood and shook the hands of the two Americans before sitting down next to his wife. "How is it looking on our asylum case?" Kozlov asked. Blunt sat down and placed the laptop on the coffee table. "The CIA is still investigating, trying to determine how they made a mistake about you. Dark Knight was one of the best hackers in the world, maybe of all time," Kozlov said. "Yes, and the fact that you corroborated with him and other hackers isn't sitting well with the CIA," Blunt said. "Now, Agent Black here has told me that you were incredibly helpful during the effort to capture Dark Knight," Blunt said. "If it hadn't been for you, the operation would have been a huge failure." "That has to be worth something, doesn't it?" Katerina asked while rubbing her belly. "How much is what I'm trying to figure out," Blunt said. "However, Katerina, I hear that you're a digital forensics expert yourself. Is that true?" "That's what I tell people. I've been a freelance developer for a long time, but I have a set of special skills that people like yourself sometimes like to utilize." "What kind of special skills are we talking about?" Blunt asked. "I can uncover things that are hidden, identifying digital footprints, if you will," she said. Blunt gnawed on his cigar and thought for a moment. "That might be worth something more to the agency, if you're willing to offer your services for a period of time." "I am great with child, in case you haven't noticed," she said. "So I'm not sure how much longer I'll be able to do this before I must focus on my baby, but I'm willing to help however I can." Blunt nodded at the laptop on the coffee table. "As a trial run, I'm interested in seeing just how good you are." "Sure," she said. "What do you need?" Blunt opened the computer and explained to her what he needed in general terms. He showed her the folder containing all the files that Norton had given him relating to Congresswoman Dixon's case. The three men excused themselves to the dining room to allow Katerina to work in peace, with only the watchful eye of the CIA agents to monitor her. "Thank you so much," Kozlov said to Blunt. "Agent Black was kind and understanding of my situation. I know he had orders to return me to the agency that didn't look like this, but I promise you that the right man is dead." "I appreciate your candor, and I'm sorry about any discomfort your detention may have caused you and your wife," Blunt said. "I'm sure you can understand why, given the limited information that we had."
Kozlov nodded. It'll all be forgiven, if you can help us get asylum. We're doing our best, but unfortunately, it's not my decision to make. The three men talked for another half hour before Katerina returned to the room with a laptop in her hand. Blunt's eyes widened. Are you finished? She nodded. I believe so. What did you find? Blunt asked. I was able to identify the date of the transaction and prove that it was changed. I also traced the origins of this cyber attack to the Siberian Collective, an underground agency based in St. Petersburg. Coincidentally, they have strong ties to Dark Knight. Now that's good work, Blunt said, and not at all what I expected to hear. That should confirm what we told you, Kozlov said. Dark Knight was the one who was the real threat to the U.S., not me. Blunt nodded. I appreciate this. I'll pass this information along to the people who are making this decision and see if they are now willing to grant you asylum. Blunt and Black exited the safe house and didn't speak until they got back to their car. Well, what was your read on that situation? Blunt asked. It sure helps you figure out your little predicament with Dixon, but it doesn't confirm anything for us. I'm naturally cynical about everyone, even Kozlov, despite the fact that I like him. I need to let Besserman know about this development, Blunt said. If someone is hiring these folks to target our own government official and blackmail them out of office, the agency needs to know about it. Black nodded. Agreed. Blunt dialed Besserman's number and filled him in on the recent development with Kozlov and his wife. Besserman said he'd look over the paperwork, but would agree in principle to let Kozlov and his wife attain asylum in the U.S., but they would be placed in the Witness Protection Program and given new identities. I doubt they'll argue with that stipulation, Blunt said. As they continued discussing the details, Besserman stopped in the middle of his sentence and blurted out a few expletives. What's going on? Blunt asked. The power just went out here. You experience anything like that where you're at? I'm in a car right now, so we're fine, Blunt said as he rounded a corner. But instead of rolling up on an intersection, he hit the brakes and skidded to a stop amidst mass hysteria in the streets. Cars were turned sideways. Other cars appeared to be T-boned by other motorists. One man was standing on top of the hood of his car, shouting at an entire line of vehicles trying to get through an intersection. I take that back, Blunt said. Complete chaos where we're at. The traffic lights aren't working, and it looks like everyone decided to go at the same time at full speed through the intersection. Call me when you get back to the office, Besserman said. I need to figure out what's happening right now. Is everything all right? Black asked. Blunt shook his head. I think the timeline has moved up. Chapter 30. Washington, D.C. President Young entered the Situation Room with cabinet members and military leaders to discuss how to address the rolling power outages all across the country. With the new Defense Oversight Bill already signed into law, Young's options were limited. Labeling a systemic failure of the power grid as terrorism without proof meant he had to wait for a legitimate reason that could stand up in court to show that this was indeed an emergency induced by foreign actors. But at the moment, he could barely reach anyone to discuss how to handle the issue. Young glanced over a report handed to him by one of his aides before he tossed the papers down on the conference room table. Can you just summarize what all this says? Basically, it's an aggregate report from what's going on across the country right now, the man said. Right now, lines of communication are so strained that cell towers are falling out due to the lack of power, creating large pockets of dead zones. Landlines still work in most places, but you know how many people actually use landlines now? Young shook his head and leaned back in his chair. I want some videos. Some reports from people on the ground. first-hand accounts of how this power outage is wreaking havoc on our country, Young said. Gathering data is difficult right now, said Rachel Geller, the Secretary of State. We have power here, but we can't access the databases. Those storage facilities where the servers are located still have power, but they aren't able to get onto the internet, if that makes sense. Young turned to Victor Jackson, the U.S. Secretary of Defense. Are we under attack? It's hard to say who's doing this, sir, Jackson said. This could be the work of outside interference. It could be a complete collapse of the power grid in this country. Or it could be some hackers taking our entire system on a joyride. At this point, we can't be sure. Can anyone in this room be sure of anything right now? Young said, before slapping the table with his hand. In chaotic times, the people look to us for answers. Of course they do, Mr. President, Jackson said. However, there's nothing in our orientation manuals on how to navigate wide-scale outages in an era when people have become so dependent upon electronic devices. We can handle natural disasters just fine, but this is foreign to everyone in this room. I know, Young said, as he narrowed his eyes and set his jaw. We're leaders, so we need to lead, right now. We're going to come up with something to help us get through this. Young turned toward Jackson. Is there any way we can activate states to mobilize their National Guards? To do what, sir? Jackson asked. Losing power doesn't mean that everyone is going to die. We'll have to navigate. Before Young had a chance to respond, the lights came back on. Staffers started calling different leaders, governors, military generals, police chiefs, mayors, hospital presidents, any and everybody who could give them a fuller assessment of the fallout from losing power for the past hour. A collective sigh went up from the room. Everyone was relieved that the emergency was short-lived. Then, the stories started rolling in. Some downtown areas had been looted by the masses, entire storefront shops stripped clean in some areas. Fires had broken out in some cities. Traffic was gridlocked in most places, too. Hospitals were reaching capacity as the injured and sick hobbled into emergency rooms to receive medical assistance. And television stations that had the ability to reach a large number of people remained offline. If this doesn't constitute an emergency, I don't know what does, Young roared. It's an emergency, but not the kind that gives you the sweeping powers you need right now, Jackson said. You can authorize FEMA to get involved in these areas and provide medicines, as well as supply people with food. You can also initiate a process for people to start receiving financial assistance. But when it comes to doing something that matters, that ship sailed when you signed the Defense Oversight Bill. One line crammed into that bill has essentially neutered me? Young asked, still in disbelief. Forget it. I'm going to do it anyway. Sir, need I remind you that your tenure could be a short one if you try to make an unconstitutional move, said Young's Chief of Staff, Warren Woods. Instead, use this to put the blame on the other party standing in opposition to you. I don't want to play politics with the lives of American people, Warren. This is a serious matter that demands my action, and I want to figure out a way to do something right now. I'm sorry, sir, Jackson said. But until we can prove that this is an intentional act of war committed by either terrorists or by actors from a foreign nation, your hands are tied. Damn it, Young said. Somebody get me my car. I'm going to speak with some people who can actually get something done. Young was whisked upstairs by members of the Secret Service and ushered to his limo. When he stepped outside, he heard sirens wailing in the distance, and more car horns than usual resounding throughout the city. As they tried to move through the traffic that was at a near standstill, Young saw large plumes of smoke towering over the city. What the hell is happening? Chapter 31. Washington, D.C.
J.D. Blunt nearly spit out his cigar when his assistant rushed into the conference room and told him who was at the door. Blunt froze for a moment, wondering if his assistant was the victim of a prank. With the rest of the team still gathered around the table, Black nodded toward the door. "I don't think the Gipper likes to be kept waiting," Black said. Blunt scrambled to his feet and lumbered out of the room and down the hallway. Outside the doors, he noticed a pair of Secret Service agents standing around President Young. Blunt activated the door by depressing his thumb to the keypad. As the doors slid open, Young pushed his way past his security detail. One of the men grabbed Young's arm. "Sir, please, we need to secure the building," the agent said. "Like hell you do," Young snarled, as he ripped his arm away. "This place is safer than the White House, and I trust more people here too." The agent relented, but remained just a step behind President Young. "This is quite a surprise," Blunt said, offering his hand. Young shook it, but kept walking. "This isn't a social call, J.D. We've got a serious problem brewing all over the country." "So, what are you doing here, then? Shouldn't you be in the Situation Room?" "All those people in there are worried about me losing power," Young said. "To hell with them. I need some people who can take action and get stuff done." "In that case, you've come to the right place." Blunt directed the president up a flight of stairs to the second floor and into the conference room where the firestorm team sat awaiting their director's return. When Blunt entered with Young right on his heels, there was a collective jaw drop from everyone sitting at the table. They quickly stood up, paying their respects to the president. Sit down, Young said. "We don't have time for all this. America is deteriorating in real time, and I need some answers, along with a team of people who can take immediate action." As the team sat back down, Black nodded. "What do you need, Mr. President?" "I need a time machine to go back and not sign that stupid defense oversight bill that Woods convinced me I needed to sign," Young quipped. "I didn't realize it reduced my power in the Emergency Powers Act as well." "Unfortunately, our technical expert here, Jana Shadid, hasn't invented one of those yet," Shields said. "But I wouldn't put it past her. In the meantime, I'll settle for knowing who's behind this and why," Young said. As they were talking, the lights flickered and the power went off again. Within a couple of seconds, the firestorm generator kicked on again. Young let out a string of expletives before slumping into a chair. "What is the meaning of this?" "We're just as confused as you are, Mr. President," Blunt said. "These power outages are rolling across the country, knocking out vital services. We've managed to keep our power on for the most part due to our backup system, but we're having trouble being able to do the research that we need because other databases and servers are out, slowing the internet to a crawl." "Have you learned anything so far?" Young asked. Shields nodded. "I was able to get a live report on the country's power grid, detailing which portions were out and which ones weren't. And these are rolling blackouts, sir, which is making it difficult to pinpoint the source," Shields said. "This seems like a virus to me, but a planned one. How could this even happen? Who's capable of doing something like this?" "There are plenty of candidates, but the biggest problem with all of this is that you'd have to have access to all 3 of our major power grids in the lower 48, Shields explained. "There's the Eastern Grid, Western Grid, and the Texas Grid." "Texas has their own grid?" Young asked. Shields nodded. "It's Texas, sir. Those people seem to do whatever they want, though that is one gigantic swath of land." "So can we shut down the grid ourselves to possibly reset the system?" Young asked. "That's a possibility, sir, but that might make things worse." Young furrowed his brow. "How so? If we cut the power, it's just going to be for a longer period of time." "It's possible that if this is virus-related, trying to restart the system might create more of an issue," Shields said. "If the virus reproduces, things could get much worse and eventually collapse the whole system." Young eyed her closely.
It sounds like you've seen something like this before. Blunt nodded. We were part of a mission last week that eliminated one of the world's most dangerous hackers, Dark Knight. We were able to gain access to his computer and downloaded a large cache of files. Shields identified a string of codes that was viral in nature and would behave like this one. Then let's extract that code, Young said. Wouldn't that solve it? Not as quickly as you might think, Shields said. If Dark Knight was the one who did this, he'd have the code hidden in multiple places. Finding it would take weeks of intense searching. Is there any quick fix? Young asked. Not that we've been able to determine, unless we could identify the actual servers the virus was inserted on. That'd make the job of removing much quicker. Like days instead of months? More like hours instead of days, she corrected. But that's contingent upon that information. We're not likely to get that anytime soon. Young's eyes widened. But if we can, if you can get that for us, we'll get it fixed for you. A faint smile spread across Young's face. That's what I like to hear. Young's phone rang. He answered it, and the smile on his face transformed into a frown. Well, tell him to fix it himself, Young said. I saw him cheering me signing the defense oversight bill last week on his social media account, and he knew exactly what it meant. A short pause. I don't care if LA burns to the ground. I don't have any power now, thanks to the monsters who crafted that piece of legislation. After another short pause, Young resumed talking. Who? Martin Kellerman. He's in Washington right now? Get him to the Situation Room immediately. I want to talk to him. Young hung up. I need to get going, but keep me updated on what's happening. If I don't present a calm face to the American people with some hopeful news, this country might tear itself apart, based on what I'm hearing. It's a madhouse out there right now. Blunt nodded and stood. The rest of the Firestorm team followed suit. Let me walk you out, Mr. President, Blunt said. Young waved him off. You have work to do, so get busy. I'll look forward to hearing from you. Of course, Blunt said with a nod. He didn't say anything for about 30 seconds after Young exited the room. Are you all right, sir? Jana asked. I will be, once we figure out how to restore normalcy to the nation, Blunt said. Shields nodded. We won't let you down, sir. With Young gone, the Firestorm team parceled out the work and began researching everything they could about how a virus could infect 3 different grids at once. Shields brought her desktop into the conference room and encouraged everyone else to get their laptops. In a matter of minutes, they had assembled their own Situation Room. Blunt paced while chewing on a cigar. His head hurt from all the data being tossed around by the team members, but he needed to hear what they were saying. As they shared new information, Blunt hoped it would trigger something in his mind, and he'd be able to put the pieces together on how this virus had infected the entire grid and brought the U.S. to its knees. After a half hour, a humming noise started up, and about 5 seconds later, power was restored. Blunt shut off the generators again and continued to mull over the problem. When Blunt returned to the conference room, everyone was abuzz over something Shields had just said. What did I miss? He asked, as he shuffled back into the room. I found some phone records of Dark Knight's buried in all those files I harvested off his computer, Shields said. And? He'd been communicating with someone in the U.S. for the past few weeks, she said. Blunt nodded. Sounds suspicious given the circumstances, but I'm not sure that fingers him as the mastermind behind all of this. No, not yet, Shields said. But I also found this note buried in the system. It was titled Virus 0202. That's today's date, February 2nd. And guess what time the power went out in the East Grid? 2:02 p.m. And the Texas Grid, which runs on Central Time? 2:02 p.m. And the West Grid? 2:02 p.m. in Phoenix.
That can't be a coincidence, Blunt said. Something like that takes precision and planning.
Exactly, Shields said. And based on what we know at this point, I think it'd be crazy to think that Dark Knight wasn't involved with this operation on some level, if not the mastermind himself.
He had to have help, Black said. He was on every terrorist watch list we had. It seems inconceivable that he snuck into the country and embedded his virus on 3 different power grids, with a code so strong that it disabled all the fail-safes and crippled the entire system. So, who helped him? Blunt asked. From all our intel on the guy, he was a loner. And he looked the part, Black said. He was holed up in a house overlooking a lake in Turkey on the outskirts of a small village. There's nothing about him that even hinted at his ability to pull off a sophisticated operation like this. Then it was an inside job, right? Blunt asked.
That's what I'm leaning toward, Shields said. He had to send this virus to all the different grids and have someone at each site break protocol to upload the code. I'm not saying that can't be done, but that'd take a lot of coordination.
Maybe he had help for that too, Black said. Look, I just can't imagine this guy having the personality to pull this off. Someone here had to help him.
Blunt snapped his fingers and pointed at Jana.
Take that number from Shields and see if you can find out who Dark Knight called. And do we have a real name for Dark Knight? I'm tired of calling him by his stupid online handle.
It's Oliver White, sir, Shields said.
Blunt furrowed his brow. Oliver White? I thought Dark Knight was Russian.
We all did, sir, she said. But we got a report from Interpol after his dental records were matched up. Oliver White was originally from South Africa and emigrated to Turkey 3 years ago. Where he came from directly is unknown.
Maybe he had more charisma than we gave him credit for, Blunt said.
No, Black said as he shook his head. Absolutely not. That guy I saw in Turkey couldn't sell an ice cube to a man dying of thirst in the desert. He was way beyond awkward. At least the minute or so I saw him alive.
Blunt grunted. Just find out who Oliver White called and why. I want to give the president something as soon as possible.
Everyone dove back into their work, while Blunt lumbered down the hallway. He needed to think. He was missing a few pieces of the puzzle, but needed to clear his mind to figure them out and put everything together. Chapter 32. Washington, D.C. At the White House Situation Room, President Young's anger intensified with each passing second. With the power back on, television stations flooded the airwaves with images from all over the country. Traffic gridlocked, cities set ablaze, hospitals overwhelmed. The scenes appeared more suited for an apocalyptic movie as opposed to real life. And Young knew exactly where the finger of blame would be pointed. Young put his hands on his hips and sighed. He locked eyes with Jackson. There has to be some action I can take now, right? This appears to be a national emergency, and to keep my hands tied like this is insanity.
There's not much you can do at the moment, Jackson said. What can you do that would help right now? Open up the federal purse strings because there's been an outage? People aren't starving. People have essential resources.
Woods put his hand on Young's back.
I understand your desire to help, but consider what you can actually do versus what people need. We simply need the power to return to a stable and dependable utility. This will be forgotten in a week or two.
Young didn't agree with any of his advisor's assessment of the situation, which made him wonder if either he was crazy or he had surrounded himself with an incompetent staff. Neither conclusion was a good one. One of his aides tapped him on the arm, snapping him out of his thoughts.
Sir, Mr. Kellerman is here to see you.
Young turned around and saw Martin Kellerman, who was offering his hand with a worried look on his face. The tech mogul thanked Young for inviting him to consult for a few minutes.
Let's cut to the chase, Young said. What can we do about this situation?
Is there anything you'd recommend?
We have to shore up security for our power plants, Kellerman said. Who knows what's going on? But if this is a test run to see how cutting off power to America affects us, it's pretty obvious that it's bad.
Young tapped his index finger to his lips and nodded subtly. Kellerman frowned.
What am I missing, sir? Because it's apparent to me that you don't seem to wholeheartedly agree here. I'm considering all options, Young said. But never once has the idea emerged that this attack was due to tampering with power stations. And I'm certain that you understand that.
Kellerman withdrew, wide-eyed.
Perhaps you misunderstood what I was saying, sir. I just meant that terrorists might see this as a viable way to attack us in the future.
I agree with your assessment there, Young said.
But terrorists would have to knock out literally hundreds of power stations to create this same kind of effect. No, this was the doing of a cyber attack, which is why I was eager to talk with you about this, since you purport yourself to be the nation's authority on cybersecurity. I am, sir. But I hadn't considered the possibility of this since the 3 power grids in this country are closed networks, meaning hackers can't infiltrate them from the outside. They'd have to all be on the inside, working together. It's possible, but I think it'd be easy to pinpoint the source of such an attack. At the moment, we're still trying to gather information on this, but I do appreciate your insights, Young said. At the very least, we know this had to be an inside job, though it could be a simple glitch in the system. Now, I heard about your new software launch. Would that be able to detect a new virus being placed into a system like this?
Absolutely, Kellerman said.
FortressNet will detect any abnormalities and check them against a vast database of viruses, as well as virus-like code before installing it. You can also use our proprietary authentication device to ensure against nefarious uploads, allowing your company to fully control the individuals who can add outside code and software to the computers. Sounds like this needs to be implemented immediately at the control centers for all the power plants across our power grids, Young said. I can make that happen for you, Mr. President, Kellerman said.
Young snapped his fingers and motioned for Woods. The 3 men discussed how to get Kellerman's technology out to every power station on all 3 grids as quickly as possible. When they were finished, Woods patted Young on the shoulder.
See, sir, that's the kind of thing you can do without challenging the Constitution and sullying your image, Woods said. This will show you're leading, even when Congress is trying to hamstring you with burdensome legislation.
Young nodded and then thanked Kellerman for helping, before slumping into a chair. The president stared at the images rolling across the television screen at the far end of the room. More chaos and destruction. He hated seeing the worst of Americans in a time of crisis. But he could only hope the situation would be short-lived, and that the steps he was taking to address it would keep the power on indefinitely. Kellerman checked his phone as he exited the White House. By the time he reached his car, he noticed a message from his company's chief financial officer, reporting that they were doing all they could to keep up with FortressNet sales. The new launch was on pace to shatter all sales records of any new product they'd released by a margin of 4-1. Kellerman smiled, though he felt guilty about it. Seeing the country plunged into a tailspin made him sad. But he was pleased that people could at least now see a tangible example of what happens when your networks are unguarded. If no one is minding the store, you're inviting trouble. That was Kellerman's favorite line to use and help close deals with companies with a massive number of employees. But for the next few weeks, maybe even months, cybersecurity was all anyone would be talking about. The deals to implement FortressNet would close themselves. He directed his driver to take him to the airport immediately. His company needed him, and he couldn't wait to get back. Tomorrow, we celebrate.
Chapter 33. Washington, D.C. The following morning, Blunt returned to the office with his team to see if they could get some answers about who was responsible. He had a meeting scheduled with President Young at the White House in the afternoon and wanted to present something to him. If Firestorm couldn't prevent a crippling terrorist attack on the country, Blunt figured his clandestine organization ought to at least be able to figure out who was behind the blackouts. Blunt turned on the television as the normally perky Joanna Myers recapped the fallout of the power outages with a solemn tone. The rolling blackouts occurred twice, lasting a half hour each time in all 3 grids. But that was enough to send damages skyrocketing into the billions. Medicines requiring refrigeration were lost. Months' worth of perishable food spoiled. More than 24 deaths were directly attributed to the loss of traffic signals on the road. A handful of hospitals lost patients when the facilities couldn't start their backup generators. However, Blunt could quickly tell the most devastating toll was the psychological one. As he cruised the channels, the follow-up stories from news agencies weren't questioning how this happened, but what Americans could do to feel safe again. Blunt felt as if he'd seen this movie before. Just like 9/11. In the aftermath of the deadliest terror attack on U.S. soil, Americans were willing to give up anything to restore security, even if it meant standing in line for hours before boarding an airplane. Blunt didn't think those precautions were overbearing, but in recent years he had sensed a shift in public sentiment toward just how far American citizens were willing to go to be kept safe. This power outage incident was just another one in a long list that stoked the flames of fear. And if Blunt could prove that there really was nothing to fear, he'd consider this mission a success. Yet he still had to find who was responsible for this and why before he could claim any victories. He scanned some reports on the data collected from Dark Knight's computer that Shields had compiled. She had already successfully tied him to another cyber attack on the U.S. Social Security database as a result of all the information she gleaned. But she hadn't found anything concrete enough to link Dark Knight directly to the power outage. Blunt was in the middle of taking a sip of water when Shields barreled into his office, waving a piece of paper. "I found it," she said. Startled by Shields' sudden entrance, Blunt nearly sprayed his drink all over his desk. "A knock would have been nice," he said, after swallowing the rest of the liquid in his mouth. "I'm sorry, sir," she said, "but this is what we've been looking for. I found out where Dark Knight called, and you won't believe me, even after I tell you." "Try me." Brady Hawk was in his office poring over some of the data that Shields had found when his phone buzzed with an incoming call. "Did you finally meet with Kellerman?" asked Charles Harris. "You're like a dog with a bone on this," Hawk said. "It's because there are important things at stake here. If he has his way, the current administration isn't going to have a prayer at stopping any future attacks. The whole country is going to be held hostage." "Is that speculation? Or do you know something that you're not telling me?" Harris ignored Hawk's question. "Look, I think it's at least obvious by now that Young is going after the wrong people." "There seems to be some truth in that statement, but I need more help." "I wish I could help you more, but I can't. Just know that if you don't take action, the whole nation is going to suffer." Harris hung up, leaving Hawk with more questions than answers. Blunt shook his head in disbelief as he stared at Shields. "Dark Knight called a burner phone here in Washington. That narrows it down to about 1 million people. I thought you said this was good news." "I haven't reached the good part yet," she said. "Be patient." "I'm all out of patience. Just tell me what I need to know." Shields nodded. "So, we don't know who owns the phone since it was paid for in cash, but we do know that it was purchased in Washington, as well as the general vicinity of where the call was received." "And that is?"
Franklin Square, across the street from the Hamilton Hotel."
"That possibly narrows it down for us," Blunt said. "But whoever that phone belongs to didn't necessarily stay at the Hamilton."
"Of course not. But I did some digging and found another call from Dark Knight to that number, 6 months earlier, that was in the same vicinity."
"See if the Hamilton will give you their records, and cross-reference those 2 dates with all the guests," Blunt said. "At least it will give us a place to start."
Shields didn't leave Blunt's office, instead sitting down in the chair across from his desk and pulling out her phone. She dialed the number for the Hamilton Hotel and waited for a reply. When the desk clerk didn't give Shields what she wanted, she asked to speak to a manager. The manager said he couldn't comply with her request for legal reasons. Blunt eyed Shields, her chin tucked into her chest.
"Don't get discouraged that easily," Blunt said. "If you need to hack into their system, go ahead. You don't really need my authorization. It's desperate times and all. Feel free to pull out all the stops in order to uncover any more potential suspects."
"Roger that."
Shields stood up before her phone buzzed. She swiped it open, and her eyes widened as she read a note on the screen.
"What is it?" Blunt asked.
"A threat," Shields said. "Someone doesn't like us looking into this."
She held the screen out so Blunt could see it. It read, "I suggest you stop looking into this matter. You will, if you know what's good for you." Blunt shrugged.
"Don't worry about that. It only confirms you're on the right track. Keep digging, but be vigilant."
Chapter 34. Washington, D.C. When the Hamilton Hotel refused to share its guest information with Firestorm, despite Shields' insistence that it pertained to national security, Black suggested they obtain the data by other means. The hotel's strict privacy policy meant only a federal warrant could force management to yield that information. But there wasn't time to navigate the bureaucratic red tape. Later that evening, she put together an operation to harvest the Hamilton's client list over the past year. Black's task was simple: sneak into the hotel and attach a device to the server that would enable Shields to access the server remotely. He checked his comms to ensure that they were functioning properly before entering the lobby. Flinging his scarf over his shoulder, he approached the man standing behind the marble kiosk.
"Good evening, sir," the man said. "May I help you?"
"I was wondering if you might have my bag from earlier today," Black said. "A lady at this desk tagged my luggage and said it would be here for me when I got back. Would you mind retrieving that for me now?"
"Sure thing, sir. What's the name?"
"Austin Sayers."
"Okay," he said with a smile. "I'll be right back."
As soon as he disappeared around a wall, Black checked the area before leaning over the counter and jamming the uplink device into one of the USB ports on the side of the computer. "How's that?" Black asked over his comms.
"Perfect,"
Shields answered from her position in a utility van parked a half block away.
"I've got a clear signal, and I'm hacking into the system right now."
A few seconds later, the clerk emerged from the back with a furrowed brow.
"What did you say your name was again, sir?"
"Austin Sayers," Black answered.
"I'm sorry, sir, but I didn't see anything set aside."
"Are you kidding me?" Black said as he dug into his pocket and held up a small piece of paper.
"I've got a receipt right here."
The man held out his hand to receive the ticket from Black before inspecting it. He smiled after studying it for a moment and then held it up.
"The problem, Mr. Sayers, is that this receipt is for the Marriott. You're in the wrong hotel."
"You've got to be kidding me," Black said.
"I could have sworn this is where I—"
Before he could finish his thought, 2 men clad in security uniforms stormed toward him and shouted for him to stop. Black realized he'd been busted and needed to leave immediately. He turned on his heels and raced through the lobby.
We've been compromised, Black said. Someone in security saw me meddling with the computer. We've been compromised? Shields asked incredulously. I'm betting just you have. Shields, what are you thinking? Black heard Shields slam the van door. She chuckled before answering, Just don't get caught. I can take care of myself. He rounded the corner and headed out a side exit, near where she had parked the van. As he did, he saw her walking casually past him. What are you doing? He asked over the comms through clenched teeth. Just don't get caught. Shields hustled up to the clerk, who signaled for her to come over. He wore a dark suit and adjusted his glasses as she approached. May I help you? He asked. Shields nodded down the hall in the direction where she'd seen the 2 security guards. What was that all about? The clerk raised his eyebrows and shrugged. Nothing to worry about, I'm sure. Well, in that case, I was wondering if I could book a room. Certainly, but unfortunately all we have available right now are queen rooms. Will that work for you? Sure. Okay, I'll just need to see your driver's license and get a credit card from you. Shields glanced around as she dug into her purse. Noticing that the area was clear of any other guards, she moved forward with her plan. As she produced what the clerk asked for, she pushed it across the counter, resulting in both her license and the credit card tumbling to the floor behind the counter. When the clerk bent down to pick up the cards, she leaned over the counter and jammed a transmitting device into the back of the computer. She remained in that position, waiting for him to stand up again. Sorry about that, she said. Don't worry about it, he said with a faint smile. It's not the first time that's happened to me. He typed on his computer for a few seconds before looking up at Shields. How does a room on the first floor sound? He asked. Sounds perfect, she said. He processed her credit card before returning it along with her license. Then he handed her a key card and directed her toward her room. Once Shields reached her room, she pulled out her computer and went to work. With the transmission link, she didn't need more than a half hour to break into the system and gather the customer information. She cross-referenced the guest list on the 2 dates of the phone calls from Dark Night. There was only one name that matched. Her eyes widened as she shook her head in disbelief. Her phone buzzed with a call from Black. Please tell me you're not calling me from a police precinct, she asked. Black chuckled. If I can't outwit a pair of hotel security guards, I need to find a new line of work. Glad to hear you're okay then. I barely needed to break a sweat. So how'd your idea pan out? Like gold, she said. So you identified a hotel guest who was there during both of those dates? Uh-huh, she said. And you're never going to believe who it is. Try me. None other than the infamous Martin Kellerman. You surprised? I wish I could say that I was, but I'm not. Well, we don't have any time to waste. Call Blunt and see if he can get the plane ready for us to go pay Mr. Kellerman a visit. I'm already on it. Chapter 35. San Francisco, California. As Black drove through the winding hills of the Pacific Heights neighborhood later the next day, Shields increased the volume on the radio so they could hear a report about the continued fallout of the media-dubbed Great Blackout. The news anchor recounted the statistics, including everything from how many deaths had been attributed to the loss of power to the economic winners and losers. However, Black didn't blink when he heard that Martin Kellerman's KindNet, the company behind the new online security measure FortressNet, had watched its stocks triple in value. Why am I not surprised? Black asked. If you were surprised, you wouldn't be here right now, Shields said. Good point. Black rumbled along until he reached the iron gates of Martin Kellerman's spacious mansion that towered 4 stories high. Inside the guard hut,
a security officer walked out to greet his visitors. He crouched down and waited for Black to roll down the window. "I'm sorry, but Mr. Kellerman isn't scheduled to receive any visitors today," the man said. "We're not on his list," Black said. "Then you should just turn around and go back to where you came from." Black held out his hand. Shields gave him the warrant. "We're not going anywhere," Black said. "Give it a gander. It's a warrant for us to search the premises. I trust you're not going to invite any legal trouble by denying us this, are you?" The man snatched the document from Black's hand and studied the warrant for a moment. After glancing over it, he tossed it through the window. "Wait here until the gate is fully open," he mumbled as he strode back to his post. Black looked at Shields. "See? I told you it'd work." "And what if he'd said no? Where would we have been?" she asked. Black patted the steering wheel. "This is a Range Rover. I'm fairly certain it would have done more damage to the gate than the gate would have done to this beauty. You're lucky your forgery skills are still sharp." Black smiled as the gates rolled open. "I've still got the touch. Plus, people never read much past the first few lines of a warrant. They don't want anything to do with legal issues." "Well, I can guarantee you that Kellerman won't be happy." He shrugged. "I don't know about that. We'll tell him we're here to help and see where things go from there." "Your optimism is annoying sometimes," she said. "Just like your death wish." "It's an odd combination, I know," Black said as he eased through the gates in the direction of the guard. "But what can I say? I'm an odd fellow." "Never has a truer statement been made." He forced a smile as he parked the vehicle just a few meters away from the front steps of Kellerman's mansion. The two Firestorm agents got out and hustled up the steps before ringing the doorbell. After a few seconds, Kellerman wore a furrowed brow as he peered through one of the windows flanking the front door. He had a bottle of scotch in one hand and a glass in the other. "Who are you?" he mouthed through the glass. "Mr. Kellerman. Brady Hawk sent us," Black said. "We're from Homeland Security, and we need to speak with you." Kellerman's shoulders slumped before he unlocked the deadbolts and ushered them inside to the sitting room. "We're sorry that we had to spring a meeting like this on you," Black said, "but it's a matter of national security." "National security?" Kellerman sneered. "That's become a nasty four-letter word around here." "You've had some issues with national security?" Shields asked. Kellerman poured himself a drink before sauntering over to a chair directly across from where Black and Shields sat. "I'm gonna level with you, Agent Black, and this is my colleague, Agent Shields." "Okay, whatever. Agent Black and Agent Shields, nice to meet you. Really, it is. But I've got far bigger issues to deal with right now than answering some of your questions about what happened when the power went out across the entire country a few days ago." "How do you know that's what we want to talk with you about?" Shields asked. "You're certainly not here for a social call, so it's an educated guess, but one I'd be willing to bet is fully grounded in truth." "Well, your hunch is right," Black said. "But we still need to talk with you, or else innocent people may die. Or should I say that more innocent people will die if you don't tell me what I need to know?" "More?" Kellerman asked as his eyes widened. "I'm afraid you're going to be held responsible for the blackouts, unless you can help us catch who did this," Shields said. "I don't know what you think you know, lady," Kellerman said, "but I can promise you that it's wrong." "It's actually Agent Shields, not lady. And those are bold words coming from a man who has no idea what I'm thinking. In fact, I'm quite sure no man ever knows what a woman is thinking." Black cracked a faint smile. "Look, Mr. Kellerman, we have reason to believe that you were in contact with a hacker named Dark Knight. Does any of this sound familiar to you?" Kellerman squinted. "Who?" "A hacker who went by the handle Dark Knight," Black answered. Kellerman shook his head resolutely. "Never heard of him." "That's extremely odd,
considering that he called a number in the U.S. twice, Shields said. And he called a cell phone that was at a location in Washington on the exact dates you were staying there. An odd coincidence, I'm sure, Kellerman said. But it's clear that you have no evidence here. You're just on a fishing expedition. I can assure you that's not the case, Black said. We wouldn't have flown all the way out here unless we had a solid reason to believe that you were behind all this. Kellerman glared at Black. And what motive would I have for betraying my country? Your stocks are soaring right now, Shields said. And just a few months ago, KindNet was on the brink of falling into bankruptcy. So you're suggesting that I did this for money? Kellerman said as he started to chuckle. You're crazier than you look. People betray their country for all sorts of reasons, Mr. Kellerman, Shields said. I suggest you come clean, or we can make your life miserable. Kellerman poured another glass of scotch and drained it before responding. You don't know miserable until you've poured your heart and soul into a company, only to see it die a slow death. And I'll be damned if I'm going to let a couple of federal agents lecture me and accuse me of being a traitor. Kellerman paused when he heard a phone ringing and craned his neck to look back down the hallway. You need to get that? Shields asked. We can wait. Get out, Kellerman said. I need to tend to some issues we're having regarding the overwhelming inquiries we're getting about FortressNet. Black and Shields didn't move. We'll wait, she said. Kellerman growled as he raced back to his office, with Black and Shields right behind him. Kellerman hustled into his study and opened a drawer where a phone buzzed. He glanced up to see the two agents standing in the doorway, watching his every move. Would you mind giving me a moment of privacy? Kellerman said. He glanced at the number and uttered a few curse words under his breath. This is Kellerman, he answered. Where's the money? The man asked. I already initiated the transfer, he said. I don't know what's taking so long. Maybe it's because it's such a large amount. Per the terms of our agreement, if you're late with the payment, the cost is doubled. Kellerman growled. I'm not sure what else I can do, but I've initiated the deposit into your account. You should see it any time now, if not any minute. Wrong answer, the man said. It's too late. The cost has doubled. And if I don't see that new full amount in my bank account within the hour, I'm going to activate a hidden code within the virus that'll put the U.S. back into the Stone Ages. You understand? Kellerman said nothing. I said, do you understand? Yeah, I do, Kellerman said, before hanging up. He looked at the screen until it fell dark. Kellerman's hands began to tremble before his cell phone tumbled out of them and hit the floor with a thud. Chapter 36. Black had listened intently to half of Kellerman's conversation. Whatever was said from the other end of the line visibly shook the tech mogul. He stared blankly out of the window, seemingly unaware that Black and Shields were standing in the doorway of Kellerman's office. Trouble in River City? Black asked. Kellerman turned slowly toward the door, setting his jaw and cocking his head to one side. I thought I told you to leave. Shields ignored his comment. So you're certain that you weren't receiving calls from Dark Knight when you were in Washington? Positive. Uh-huh, she said. Then Shields dialed the number. The phone that Kellerman had just answered buzzed across the desk. Might want to get that. Damn you, Kellerman said. None of this will be admissible in court. Black laughed and shook his head. We're not here to make a case for a prosecutor. We're here to make sure that the world doesn't devolve into chaos. It's too late for that, Kellerman said with a thin smile. Doesn't matter, Shields said, gesturing toward Kellerman's chair behind his desk. You need to tell us what's going on, in order to keep things from getting worse. Kellerman slumped into his chair before throwing his head back and looking skyward. I'm being blackmailed. By whom? Kellerman shook his head and closed his eyes. By the infamous hacker Dark Knight. Dark Knight is dead, Black said. That's a lie, Kellerman said, rising to his feet. He's demanding payment for the work he did on the power grid updates one of my subsidiary companies shared worldwide. Shields stared at him, her eyes widening. You hired him to write code for our nation's power grids? Kellerman shrugged. More or less. He has a legitimate business called Starlight Industries that companies the world over outsource work to. But I didn't know that Dark Knight was affiliated with Starlight until it was too late. Dark Knight? Starlight, Shields said with a faint smile, almost in admiration. A modern-day Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Right now, Dark Knight is definitely the evil side of himself, Kellerman said. He's threatening to activate another hidden virus within the virus if I don't pay him double, because he's accusing me of being late on my payment. For all I know, he's probably the one holding it up. Well, that's impossible, Black said. What's impossible? Kellerman asked. That Dark Knight is blackmailing you. And why's that? Because he's dead, Black said. Kellerman furrowed his brow. I was just on the phone with him. I watched him get shot and bleed out, right in front of me. Kellerman shook his head resolutely. That's rather impossible. He's the only one who knows this phone number, and it sounded like the same person every time. Well, whoever it is, pay them what they ask, or triple it even, Black said. Anything to keep the power from breaking down again. And what are you going to do? Kellerman asked, rising to his feet. We're going to find the bastard and bring him to justice, Black said. And if I learn that you're cooperating, things will go easier for you. Just remember that. I'll do whatever you want me to do at this point, Kellerman said as he collapsed back into his chair. Black gestured for Shields to follow him out the door. He was halfway down the hall when he heard Kellerman slam his fist down and break into an expletive-filled tirade. All things considered, I think Kellerman took that rather well, Shields said. He knows he can hide behind lawyers in court, Black said. But he's not going to get away with this. At least, not if I can help it. They jumped into their rental and roared away from Kellerman's property, headed straight for the airport. Shields dialed Mallory Kaufman's number and put the call on speaker. Christina, Mallory said as she answered. What can I help you with today? You know the number of that burner phone we gave you a few days ago? Uh-huh. It's active again, and I need your help tracing a number that just called it. Mallory clicked away on her keyboard. Give me just a second here, she said. After a brief pause, she asked for the information. Once Shields confirmed the number of Kellerman's burner, they waited for Mallory to pinpoint the origination point of the call. What's taking so long? Shields asked after a couple of minutes. Mallory sighed. Whoever this is good. They're routing this call all over the place. So far, it's bounced from locations on 5 continents and 17 countries. Reykjavik, Iceland, to New York City, to Paris, to London, to Prague, to St. Petersburg, to Melbourne, to... Wait, did you say St. Petersburg? Black asked. Yep. St. Petersburg, Russia? That's the one. Anywhere else in Russia? Black asked. Give me a second, Mallory said. Ah, yes. There's one from a town I've never heard of in Russia. Vaya. Why do you ask? Vaya. Black's mouth dropped open as he shook his head, realizing a sobering truth. That son of a bitch, Black said through clenched teeth. Shields looked at him and nodded knowingly. Kozlov is Dark Knight. Black nodded, And I vouched to have that bastard granted asylum here, with his pregnant wife, and given new identities. The CIA was right about Kozlov, Shields said. Black glared at her. Too soon. Well, maybe they can help us find out where the FBI relocated Kozlov. I'm not sure I want to have this conversation right now, Black said. Swallow your pride, Shields said. We've all made mistakes before. Black shook his head, but stared blankly at the road in front of him. But one this big? So you're not perfect, Shields said with a shrug. This isn't news to me. But fortunately, we've built up enough equity with the CIA's deputy director that maybe he won't go nuclear on you for helping Dark Knight gain asylum in the U.S. Fine, Black said. Call Robert Besserman. I'll grovel for forgiveness. You've saved his ass so many times, I'm sure he'll be inclined to do so. Black shook his head. I doubt helping the cyber terrorist who's toying with the U.S. escape Russia and gain asylum here balances the scales. Kellerman and his choice to utilize Dark Knight's company are where the blame needs to fall on this one, not you. Either way, I doubt he'll take it well. Shields dialed Besserman's number and put the call on speaker. There's only one way to find out. After the third ring, Besserman answered. He exchanged pleasantries with Black before they dove into business. Black explained his strong hunch about who Kozlov really was. So let me get this straight, Besserman said. You found Kozlov, but didn't bring him in because you believed his story, and he helped lead you to a hacker that he told you was Dark Knight? And now Kozlov and his wife are living in the U.S. as part of the Witness Protection Program. Did I miss anything? That about sums it up, sir, Black said. Besserman let out a string of expletives. If you hadn't saved the agency so many times, I'd have you defrocked for this. So where do we go from here? I want to make it right, sir. And how do you intend to do that? Besserman asked. We're going to catch Kozlov and hold him accountable for what he's done. Good luck with that. Now, do you need anything from me? Maybe a contact at the FBI who can tell us where Kozlov is living, Black said. He knows me, so there's a relationship there to draw from in case things go south. I hope it doesn't come to that, Besserman said. Me neither, sir. But desperate people do desperate things. I'll see what I can do, Besserman said. I'll call you back in a few minutes. Shields ended the call. That wasn't so bad now, was it? He said he would have had me defrocked, Black said. I'd say that puts me on the outs with him. Well, good thing he isn't your boss then, Shields said. Black arrived at the hangar, awaiting a call back from Besserman to determine where to travel next. He climbed aboard the plane to check the munitions stock, with Shields in tow. You think it's going to come to this? Shields said, gesturing at all the weapons. I have no idea, but it's always best to be prepared. She put her hand on his back. Don't beat yourself up over this. Anyone could have made a mistake like this. Kozlov is a con man. Black shook his head. No, I should have seen it coming. We went to St. Petersburg, and I know that's where he clued his wife in on what was going on. Then I don't know who the poor bastard was that Petrov killed in Turkey. But I have to admit, Kozlov was very inventive. But why would he want to live in the U.S.? I figure he would want to get as far away from here as possible. Revenge, Black answered. His father was killed by a CIA operative during the Cold War. At least, that's what he told me. Of course, that could be a lie, too. No, Shields said. That was the truth. How do you know? I found several articles about a KGB agent who'd been killed by the U.S., tucked away on his computer. At least we know that's true. And all I can guess is that he wants to be here to see this country burn down. Then that means he must have more in store. Black nodded. There's no doubt in my mind that he's about to unleash the real virus on the power system.
and bring this country to its knees. You saw how the country went to shit with just a few hours of rolling blackouts. Just imagine what will happen when the whole country loses power for a few days or weeks. It'll be devastating. And he wants a front-row seat to the meltdown. A half hour had passed since Besserman promised to call back. When he did, he apologized for the delay. "Is everything all right?" Black asked. Kozlov and his wife were relocated to Omaha, Nebraska, so we had an agent call them and speak with them on a secure landline that we installed in their house. We monitored the home using infrared satellite images, and nobody was home. One of our agents decided to check their phone and found out that it was forwarding to a prepaid phone. Long story short, when we did a search for the number, we found its location when it received our call. Black took a deep breath before exhaling slowly. "So where are we headed?" "You're not headed anywhere," Besserman said. "I've got a team already deploying there to clean up this situation." "You can't," Black said. "Actually, I can. I mean, it's not a good idea. If we use a large show of force, he could unleash that virus on us and cripple the country. What's to say he hasn't already done that? I don't know. But give us a chance to make this right," Black said. "I have a relationship with him. He might listen to me. A psychopath like that? I doubt he'll be interested in listening to anyone. But we need to try. There's too much at stake here not to." Besserman remained silent for a few seconds before finally responding. "Fine. I'll have my team hold off and serve as backup for you, in case things get out of hand." "Thank you, sir." "And Agent Black?" "Yes, sir. Don't screw this up any more than you already have," Besserman said. "I'll make sure Blunt fires your ass if you do. Do you understand?" "Absolutely. You won't be disappointed." "All right. I'm sending you the coordinates now. Good luck, Agent Black." "Thank you, sir." Black hung up as a message with the coordinates for Kozlov's hideout appeared on his phone. "So, are we doing this?" Shields asked. Black nodded. "Then where are we headed?" she asked. "It looks like Ash Fork, Arizona." She smiled. "Time to saddle up and ride, cowboy." Chapter 37. Ash Fork, Arizona. Black put his favorite disco mix on the sound system of the red Mustang Shelby GT500 he rented from the airport. He cranked up Disco Inferno and started tapping the steering wheel to the beat of the music. The engine roared as he turned west onto I-40, which was a section of the old Route 66. Flat prairie lands appeared to stretch for miles into the distance, flanking both sides of the road. Meanwhile, Shields was working on her laptop to get a satellite image of the ranch where Kozlov and his wife Katerina were hiding out. Shields glanced up at him halfway through the song. "I hope this isn't what you think is about to happen." "What are you talking about?" "An inferno," she said, pointing to the sound system. "I'm not interested in getting into a protracted gun battle." "I'd prefer a less violent solution," Black said. "But I think we both know that's not how it's going to go. These two conned me like I've never been fooled before. And that's not easy, given my extreme cynicism." "It's because you bonded with Kozlov," Shields said. "You actually started caring about him. And that's the best kind of con." "It also makes me want to rip his head off now." She smiled. "The cons always backfire. It's just that they count on being far enough away from you when you figure it out, that you won't care anymore." "I'm not sure that Kozlov cares where I am. It seems to me that he just wants revenge. But he's going to get a fight instead." "Can you at least attempt a little diplomacy first?" she asked. "Fine. We'll try it your way. But I'm not hopeful." They rode for another 5 minutes before Shields pointed out the turnoff. Black navigated off the interstate and onto a frontage road. He then veered off onto a state highway north for a couple of miles, before reaching the long driveway. After pulling up to the ranch gate, he put the car in park to assess the terrain. A dirt road meandered down a small hill, and then disappeared over another one. Sagebrush dominated the wide-open landscape, with the exception of a few trees growing around a small drinking hole. Black got out to examine the gate, which was padlocked.
"Got any bolt cutters?"
Shields asked as she got out to inspect the locks.
"Don't need any,"
Black said, as he turned and slapped the hood.
"This baby'll get us through with ease."
She rolled her eyes.
"You just want to make an entrance, don't you?"
"Who cares what kind of entrance I make if nobody can see it?"
"I'm sure Kozlov has cameras all over this place. He's probably watching us right now."
"In that case, let's give him a show he'll never forget." Black hustled back to the car, and Shields joined him. He backed up and then stomped on the accelerator. The car shot forward, ripping through the padlock and roaring onto the long driveway. He drove down a hill and over a bridge spanning a narrow but deep ravine. As Black went up the next hill, he turned around to check out the plume of dust behind them. He grinned and grabbed a gun from the cache lying on the back seat.
"Any movement inside?"
Black asked.
"There are 2 heat signatures, but they don't seem to be moving yet."
Black tore over the hill and up another one, before seeing the ranch house about a half-mile away.
"We've got movement now,"
Shields said. She peered through her binoculars, and then grabbed Black's arm.
"What is it?"
Black asked.
"He's got an RPG."
Black fixed his gaze on the figure near the house. A few seconds later, a blast of fire emanated from the man, and Black identified the RPG screaming toward them.
"Black!"
Shields yelled.
"I see it,"
Black said.
"Hold on."
As the projectile neared, Black whipped the steering wheel to the left, careening off the road, and narrowly dodging a direct hit. They bounced over the hillside, before Black retook full control of the vehicle and steered it back onto the driveway's 2 ruts.
"So much for trying a little diplomacy," Black said. "Is he reloading?"
Shields scanned the area near the house through her binoculars again.
"If he is, he's not doing it immediately. Looks like he's retreated into the house."
Black surveyed the area near the house. A rusty tractor was parked atop some cinder blocks near a horse trailer. There was also a pickup truck that looked like its best days were in the late 1970s. Several cactus trees dotted the clearing around the main structure on the property. On the far corner was a small aluminum-sided barn in need of a paint job. Black's disco mix blared Michael Jackson's "Don't Stop Till You Get Enough" over the sound system. He bobbed his head to the beat.
"We need to split up," Black said. "It'll make it more difficult for him. You up for that?"
She smiled.
"Does a kitty cat have climbing gear?"
"You know, I'm still not sure what all your South Georgia redneck sayings mean," Black said. "A yes or no works for me."
"Sometimes when you can't figure out these sayings, I look at you and think, if brains were leather, you wouldn't have enough to saddle a June bug."
Black shook his head. "I give up."
"Bless your heart," she said.
He shot her a sideways glance.
"I know what that one means."
She patted him on the shoulder.
"I don't mind splitting up, especially if you don't mind seeing how much of a better shot I am than you."
"We'll see about that," Black said, as he slid his comm unit into his ear. He sped near the house before veering away from it and skidding to a stop near the collection of old machines and vehicles scattered across the dusty space surrounding the house. Black and Shields both grabbed a few weapons and discussed their strategy. However, before they exited the vehicle, they were met by bullets raining down on them. Black's door was facing the house, so they both scrambled out of the car using the passenger side door. Black looked at Shields.
"Can you lay down some cover for me while I make a run for that tractor over there?" "You got it."
Black nodded and then crouched low as he hustled toward the rusty tractor. Bullets pinged off nearby objects and peppered the ground. He dove behind the tractor, and the shooting stopped. Easing to his knees, Black peered through a small opening in the tractor's engine to inspect the house, which was some 30 meters away. On opposite ends of the ranch house, mounted automatic weapons protruded from a pair of open windows. "Looks like Kozlov is prepared and digging in," Black said over the comms.
"Agreed," Shields said. "We need to smoke him out."
"I've just the thing," Black said. He dug into his rucksack and grabbed a canister of tear gas. Once he pulled the pin, he stood up and hurled it toward the nearest open window. Some shouting erupted, followed by two silhouettes darting out of the room. Black took advantage of the opportunity to dash inside the aluminum barn to see if he could find anything else that could force Kozlov and Katerina out of the house. He found a small utility tractor and grabbed a loose cinder block. He wheeled it around the back of the barn before lining it up with the front door. After starting the engine, Black placed the cinder block on the tractor's gas pedal, setting the vehicle in motion toward the house. As the tractor rumbled along, Black and Shields fired at the house. Both guns remained silent as the two firestorm agents kept shooting. When the tractor knocked open the front door, the tractor's progress quickly stalled. The doorway wasn't large enough to allow the wide tire base to pass. The engine continued to whine as it stubbornly tried to move forward. While Black watched with interest to see what would happen with the tractor, he realized the area had gone strangely silent otherwise. Kozlov and Katerina weren't firing back. Where are they? A few more minutes passed before Black finally spoke. "Did you see them go anywhere?"
"Maybe we hit them," Shields said. "I'm going to see if I can get a closer look with these binoculars."
"Be careful," Black warned. "I have a feeling that this is a trap."
"Of course," she said.
Black watched her ease onto her belly, taking up a prone position to study the house.
"No movement so far," she said. "Quiet on all fronts, as far as I can tell."
"Roger that."
"I'm going to see if I can get a better look," she said. "Shields!"
Before Black's warning could be heeded, she used her elbow to ease up. But when she did, the firing returned. Several rounds kicked up dirt near Shields' position. As she scrambled to a more secure position, Black heard Shields' piercing scream in stereo, both over the comms and naturally.
"I've been hit," she said.
Black sprinted toward her. More gunfire erupted. He slid next to her, moving her body away from the slightest open space near the vehicle. Shields grimaced in pain, and she clutched her left shoulder. Black dragged her behind a stack of hay bales before rolling her over onto her back and inspecting the wound. "You got lucky, in a manner of speaking," he said. "The bullet went clean through."
"It still hurts,"
she said through clenched teeth. Suddenly, more bullets hit around their position. Black repositioned one of the hay bales to provide extra protection before addressing Shields' wound. "You're gonna be okay," he said. He retrieved his first aid kit from his bag and went to work. In less than a minute, he had Shields bandaged up and resting. "Stay right here," Black said. "I'm going to get us out of this." Shields set her jaw.
"I'm not leaving you to do this by yourself."
"Come on, look at you. You're not in any condition to fight."
"The hell I'm not. Give me a gun."
Black handed her a weapon. But before he could strategize with her on how to attack Kozlov's position, the bale of hay caught on fire. Black peered around the corner and noticed another Molotov cocktail being hurled in their direction. "We've got to move," he said, using Shields' good arm to yank her to her feet. They crouched low as they hustled toward the barn. Bullets danced all around them as the Mustang burst into flames. Once they were safely inside, the shooting subsided for a moment.
"I think it's time to call for backup,"
Shields said. Black eyed a motorcycle in the corner of the barn as he nodded in agreement with Shields. Then, he heard Kozlov's voice coming through a loudspeaker.
Agent Black, I think it's time we had a little conversation.
Chapter 38. Black took a deep breath and stroked his chin. Summoning CIA backup would escalate the situation, likely pushing Kozlov to do untold damage to the power grid. But for all anyone knew, he could have already unleashed another virus, and no one would be the wiser.
Kozlov is desperate, Shields said. He might have us beat, but he knows he's in trouble.
But he still holds the power position, Black said. I wouldn't choose to negotiate like this.
What other options do we have? He'll kill us if we don't get help.
Black thought for a moment. You know what you said about relationships?
Uh-huh.
Relationships go both ways, and I think I might be able to leverage the connection I made with Kozlov into buying us some more time.
More time for what? This guy is itching to bury America in total darkness.
Do you think you can hack his computer?
You want me to hack the hacker?
Black nodded. Getting into his computer should be far easier than trying to find a needle in a haystack with his code, right?
I won't deny that.
Then maybe you can use this, Black said as he produced a small device from his rucksack. He handed the small object to Shields.
Is that what I think it is? She asked.
It's Jana's new invention. She gave it to me before we left.
She's hardly tested it on anything.
I doubt she would have named it the ultimate code cracker if it didn't work. Shields sucked a breath through her teeth.
I'm not sure about this.
All I'm saying is that it might give us a chance to break into his computer and identify the part of Kozlov's code that is destroying our power grid. She shrugged.
It's worth a shot, though I'd rather do this another way.
Black laughed. Since when did we ever do things the easy way? He dialed Kozlov's prepaid cell phone number.
Agent Black, it's so nice to hear your voice again, Kozlov said.
This is not how I imagined our reunion.
Well, that's because you didn't know who I was. If you did, I'd be sitting in prison right now.
You played me for a fool, Black said. But I only make that mistake once with a person.
Kozlov snickered. I appreciate the fight, Agent Black. How did they say it in all those westerns? Come hell or high water? That was you just a few minutes ago, willing to fight me no matter what. Come hell or high water. Well, the floodgates have been opened, and hell has unleashed its fury. So it's time for you to consider how you might escape this situation alive.
I'm listening.
You're going to let us drive away. I'm going to get on my airplane, which is likely parked right next to yours at the Ash Fork airstrip, and I'm going to disappear.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that.
I thought you might say that, Kozlov said. And that's why I haven't left you with any choice. Right now, my only concern is getting out of your terrible country, and I need to do so in order to protect my fortune and business.
Black grunted. You had plenty of money and asylum in the U.S. You could have lived here in anonymity. But that wasn't good enough for you, was it?
Agent Black, do you remember our conversation in the sewers of Kazan?
How could I forget anything while slogging through raw sewage?
I told you this story about my father and how he was murdered by U.S. federal agents. Well, I'm afraid my motives are easy to understand. Something I figured a man of your intellect would be able to grasp. But nevertheless, here we are. I need to leave, you need to live. It's really simple.
And I have no choice in the matter, Black asked.
That's right, because in 24 hours a sequence will begin at the power grid control centers.
that will randomly shut off power for hours at a time all across the country. But instead of rolling blackouts, it'll be a complete shutdown. And it'll continue until I decide to put an end to it. Just picture it now. No traffic lights. No life-saving power at hospitals. No way for the media to reach people. No way to charge cell phones. As if that even matters when there's no way to power cell towers. No way to keep food or medicines cold. Yes, every single issue you uncovered from when this happened a few days ago will be exacerbated. Everyone in the entire country will be begging for government leaders to end the Stone Ages. And there won't be a damn thing they can do about it efficiently. It'll be weeks, maybe months, before power is restored. And by then, it'll be far too late. Too late for what? Untold damage will have already occurred. Thousands upon thousands will be dead. Generational wealth will be lost. America will lose its place among the global elitist countries and be forced to exist in a vegetative state, both economically and militarily. Your might will be gone, likely to never return. So I guess, in essence, you still have a choice, just likely not one you want to live with. Black sighed. So what happens next if I go along with this choice that I must make? First, Katarina and I drive out of here without any further incident. Next, when we are safe in a country that you cannot touch us in, I will call you with the instructions on how to delete the code and save the shambles of your precious country. Black paced around the barn. How can I trust you? How can anyone trust anyone, Agent Black? Trust is a blind leap of faith that can be rescinded at any moment. We trusted each other in St. Petersburg, and in the sewers of Kazan, and on the ice in Childer. Why not trust each other in the wasteland of Arizona? Black muted the speaker and looked at Shields. Think you can crack that code? I wouldn't bet the future of the Republic on it, if that's what you mean, she said. There's no guarantee he'll send us a code. She shook her head. I doubt there's a code, but if he's going to present the illusion that there is one, he'll need to leave behind at least one computer. And that's all I'd need to figure out what's going on. Agent Black, Kozlov said. Are you still there? Black turned the speaker back on. I'm here. Just thinking over my options at the moment. As I said, there's really no choice. You either accept the deal, or you don't. I have terms too, Black said. This isn't a negotiation, Kozlov said. I dictate the terms, and you either agree or disagree to them. If you disagree, I move on without you. Give me a couple of minutes to weigh everything, Black said. I'll call you right back. Black ended the call as Shields stared at him, mouth agape. What are you doing? She asked. We need to talk to Blunt about this, Black said. I know what I want to do, but I'm not about to make a unilateral decision again after helping this con man gain asylum. Fair enough, she said as she dialed Blunt's number. Is this thing over yet? Blunt asked as he answered the call. No, sir, Black said. We're still in the thick of it, but we need your help. Black proceeded to explain the situation and asked for Blunt to advise them of what steps to take next. You have to let him go, Blunt said. If this blows up in our faces again, I'll lose you. Let Besserman's team handle him. You tried your best to resolve this a better way, but Kozlov isn't playing ball. Let him go, and we'll deal with the fallout. Sir, the fallout appears to be more than just some minor inconveniences, Shields said. It sounds severe and swift. Just let him go, and we'll deal with him. Black protested. But sir, I know it's not in your nature, Agent Black, but this is a case where you need to live to fight another day. If you don't drop this, you'll be in danger of being labeled an insubordinate pariah who will never work again for your country. That's a chance I'm willing to take, sir, Black said. Not on my watch. Okay, Black said. I'll call Besserman and have his men come in. Thank you, Blunt said. And I'll see you soon. Black hung up and glanced at Shields. I don't like that look in your eyes, she said. Why not? Black said with a wry smile. It means that I have an idea. Shields shook her head. That's what I'm afraid of. No, a winning idea, not a harebrained one. And what's this idea entail? I thought you'd never ask, he said. Why am I already regretting that I did? After taking 2 minutes to explain to Shields what he wanted to do, Black dialed Kozlov's number. Did your superiors finally help you come to your senses? Kozlov asked. I guess you could put it that way, Black said. So, are you ready to hear my terms? Kozlov clucked his tongue. I thought we already went over this, Agent Black. I make the terms. You accept them, or suffer the consequences. New rules, Black said. I respond to your terms with terms of my own. Now, are you ready to hear them? I'll humor you, if you must. I have drones approaching that are locked in on your location. You have 1 minute to evacuate the house. If you don't, I will order them to fire. Must be nice having the U.S. military at your disposal, Kozlov said. That's not an answer, Black said with a growl. My trust only goes so far, so I'm going to make you trust me now. You leave now, and I won't kill you. You call me with the instructions on how to remove the code, and I promise not to hunt you down and kill you. Otherwise, all bets are off. Your minute starts now. Black hung up. Do you think he'll call your bluff? Shields asked. I'll let you know in 55 seconds and counting. Black and Shields crept around the back of the barn and watched for any movement. With about 20 seconds left on Black's count, Kozlov tore around the side of the house with Katerina riding in the passenger's seat, leaving a wake of dust behind them. What if they rigged the house to blow? Shields asked. That's why I only gave them a minute, Black said as he ran toward the front door. He kicked it in and entered the house with Shields right behind him. In an office down the hall, they found several large computer monitors set up on a desk. Shields sat down and started typing. It's password encrypted. I'd expect nothing less, Black said. But we'll deal with that in a minute. What are you going to do? I'm going to make sure Kozlov doesn't get away. Black sprinted back to the barn and hustled to get the motorcycle outside. After kicking the starter a few times, the engine sputtered to life. He revved the engine before hopping onto the seat and speeding down the driveway after Kozlov. The more nimble motorcycle gave Black the opportunity to catch Kozlov, who had to be careful to navigate the terrain in his black Toyota 4Runner. Black moved stealthily, hiding within the wall of dust behind Kozlov's vehicle. In less than a minute, Black had caught up with the duo. For a brief moment, Black thought he might overtake Kozlov, but then the Russian sped up. Black eased off the gas and waited for Kozlov to swing wide right around a corner in order to get a cleaner shot. As the broadside of Kozlov's SUV came into view, Black fired 3 shots. The first one missed, but the next 2 pierced the front tire, sending the car into a spin. When it finally came to a stop, Black's mouth fell agape. The front half of the vehicle was suspended over the edge of a cliff. Kozlov had almost made it to the bridge that spanned the 2 sides, but instead was now teetering on plunging into the ravine. Black skidded to a stop. Seconds later, his phone buzzed. I thought we had an agreement, Kozlov said. We did. But I changed my mind, Black said. I'm not about to let you get away. You need to pay for what you did. Your government murdered my father. You don't really have any moral high ground here. He was a spy. You were no more than a meddling thief. And I'm not about to let you escape after what you did to this country. Oh no, you have it all wrong, Agent Black. I'm merely an opportunist. Mr. Kellerman presented me with an opportunity, and I took it. Simple as that. Only you took it further than he intended. Kellerman just wanted to scare everyone into buying his product. You want to burn down the civilized world. If that's how you see it, that's your prerogative. But you'd be lying to yourself. You got an innocent man in Turkey killed with your lies. He wasn't innocent. Who was he? Black asked. Does it matter? He was a useful pawn, just like you were. Only I was beginning to grow fond of you. Needless to say, that fondness has worn off now. Black noticed the vehicle teetering again. Likewise, Black said. Now, give me the passcode to stop the attack on our power grid, and I'll get you some help. No, you help me, or else your power will be turned off in less than 24 hours, Kozlov said. You could have an army of experts working around the clock to find what I planted in the code, and you wouldn't find it. I'll tell you the code, shouted Katerina. Black smiled at his good fortune. Put the call on speaker. Shut up, woman, Kozlov said. Then Black heard the sound of a slap. Hitting a pregnant woman? Black said. That's not a way to curry favor with me. Kozlov snickered. She's not pregnant, you fool. We told you that to play upon your sympathies. And it worked exactly as we planned. And because of you, we were able to do more damage to your country. It'll be years before you figure it out. But you'll know it when you see it. The code, Black said. Give me the code, if you want me to help you get pulled to safety. I can have a team of people here in a matter of minutes, if you just say the word. You're never getting the code until you help us out. That's how this is going to work. You're not the one in the power seat to negotiate this time, Black said. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed an object emerging from the driver's side window. Black dove to the ground as several shots whistled past him. He scrambled to take cover behind the motorcycle. I'm the only one who can help you right now, Black said. Shooting me is a good way to ensure that you'll die at the bottom of that ravine. This is your last chance, Agent Black. Go get us help, or your whole country will suffer. Black didn't flinch. That is, until he heard a gunshot from the vehicle. A few seconds later, he heard Katerina's voice coming from the phone. Agent Black, this is Katerina. I'm sorry about my husband. He's dead now. Please help me. I will tell you everything you need to know. Using his motorcycle as protection, in case he got shot at again, Black eased toward the passenger side. He could see Kozlov slumped over, head against the steering wheel. Katerina had both hands raised, panic painted across her face. Just get me out, she pleaded. She unbuckled her seatbelt and tossed her gun outside of the vehicle. She clung to the outside door frame, her eyes begging for help. As Black hustled closer, he noticed movement coming from the driver's side. You ungrateful traitor, Kozlov said with a snarl. Katerina, look out, Black shouted as he dove to the ground. Before she turned around, Kozlov put a bullet in the back of her head. She let go of the frame and collapsed into the dashboard. The slight weight shift was just enough to send the vehicle plunging down into the ravine. Black walked near the edge to see the aftermath. At the bottom of the ravine was nothing but a pile of twisted metal.
He sighed, but was all too aware his relief was likely to be short-lived. Black turned on his comms.
"How's it coming?"
"Not good," she said.
"What do you mean?"
"I don't think I'm going to be able to hack into this computer anytime soon. And by then, it might be too late."
Chapter 39. Black left a trail of dust behind him as he sped back toward the ranch house. Shields was in the office trying to hack into the computer when he rushed inside.
"Any luck yet?" Black asked.
"Other than finally locating a countdown clock, nothing yet," she said.
"How much time do we have?"
"A little under 4 hours now."
Black smiled.
"That should be plenty of time then, right?"
Shields shot him a sideways glance.
"To find a viral code created by one of the world's greatest hackers? I honestly need 4 months. But beggars can't be choosers."
"Well, did you forget about this?" he asked as he placed Jana's bypass device on the desk.
Shields shrieked. "I did forget about that. Time to see if it works."
She plugged the device into an open port and waited. After a minute, Black pulled up a chair next to her.
"How long do you think this will take?"
"No idea, but it's probably going to happen more quickly than if I'd kept trying on my own."
Another minute elapsed before a dialog box appeared on the screen, allowing her access to the computer's mainframe. Her fingers flew across the screen as she began to search for the code. Black called Blunt and gave him the news.
"So let me get this straight," Blunt said. "You killed Kozlov and his wife, the only 2 people who could help us more quickly identify the virus being uploaded to the grid, and you have less than 4 hours to identify it before the power goes out. Does that about sum it up?"
"Pretty much," Black said.
"But Shields is working from one of their computers now." "What a disaster," Blunt said with a growl. "It's not over yet, sir. Shields is working on it. We could patch you into Besserman's analysts to see if they could help." "I doubt it," Black said. "That'd take more valuable time away from Shields to solve this thing." "She's not going to solve this on her own," Blunt said. "You need their help. At least see if they know anything."
A shout of joy from Shields caught Black off guard, and he turned and looked at her.
"What is it?" he asked.
"I'm officially in," she said. "I've already identified where the code would be. I just need to pick it out."
"So you think you can do this in time?"
"Finding a code buried like this is kind of like searching for a needle in a haystack," she said. "But now that I know where it's at, it's more like a clothespin in a haystack."
"What's going on?" Blunt asked.
Black turned his attention back to his director.
"Shields is making progress, but we've still got a long way to go. I'm going to call Besserman and have someone on his team speak with you," Blunt said. "They might be able to help." "Do it quickly," Black said. "We're running out of time."
2 minutes later, Black's phone buzzed with a call from Langley. He put the call on speaker.
"Agent Black, this is Patricia Collinsworth from the CIA. We've been analyzing pieces of this code over the past few days, and we think we might have it isolated." "But that's the old code," Shields said. "There's a piece of this code that Kozlov didn't upload or activate until now. I need to do a dynamic code analysis on this, but I can't unless it's running. We've been following Dark Knight's virus codes forever, and we think we might be able to help you identify it."
Shields' fingers continued to fly across the keyboard.
"Give me what you've got. Maybe I can do a search for it and get lucky."
Patricia forwarded a few lines of code to Shields. She then ran a search for it and found it.
"Would you look at that?" Shields said.
"Did you find it?"
Patricia asked.
"Sure did. I'm deleting it now to see what happens."
A few seconds passed, and then Shields let out a string of expletives.
"What happened?" Patricia asked. "The countdown just went all the way down to 60 minutes.
Black cursed under his breath as he paced around the room.
"There has to be something we can do." Shields slapped the desk with the palms of her hands. Go to the wreckage site and get Kozlov's cell phone. He has to have the kill code stored on there, if there was one. But his car is at the bottom of the ravine. It'll take me an hour just to get down there. A wry grin spread across Shields' face. Maybe not. What are you thinking? If Besserman has a team on standby, use them. I'm sure they have access to a chopper. Rappel down there and grab it. 30 minutes later, Black was hitched into a harness and being lowered into the ravine. As he eased downward, the winds blowing across the prairie shook the helicopter. It rolled from side to side before the pilot steadied the bird. Black nearly smacked off the side of the canyon wall, averting a solid hit by kicking off it with his feet. The process took about 5 minutes to get him to the bottom of the ravine, which Black estimated to be about 300 feet. Then he unclipped himself and climbed over some boulders to the wreckage. He found the SUV on its roof, which was compressed down to the height of the doors. With the vehicle so mangled that the doors couldn't open, Black's only way in was through the windshield, which had spidered but remained intact. He kicked the glass a few times before it gave way. The scene was gruesome, especially Katerina's body, which was upside down. Her eyes were still open, haunting Black. He glanced at her stomach to confirm what Kozlov had said. She wasn't pregnant. Black then searched Kozlov's body and found his phone. I got it, Black said over the comms. Excellent, Shields said. Can you access it? Black tapped on the phone's screen and realized it was accessed through facial recognition. Hopefully a dead man's face works. His eyes don't have to be open, Shields said. Do I want to know how you know this? He asked as he held the phone in front of Kozlov's face. I tried it myself. I know, I'm weird like that and do crazy stuff when I'm bored. I'm in, Black said. Now, you can't stop looking at it, or the phone will lock down again. And unless you want to sever Kozlov's head, we're going to need that phone unlocked for me to find what we need. Black rushed back over the line and hooked it back up to his harness. With a tug, the chopper began to reel him up. Once Black was clear of the ravine, the chopper ferried him over to the ranch house. How much time do we have? Black asked Shields over the comms. I've got 8 minutes left. It's not much time, but it should be enough. As soon as the helicopter slowed to a hover near the front of the house, Black released himself from the line and raced inside, keeping the phone focused on his face. Once inside, he handed the device off to Shields, who started swiping through different folders. Come on, she said. Where are you? Have you found anything yet? Black asked. Nope, and I've only got 2 minutes left to find it. Now, is there any word or phrase that might be meaningful to Kozlov? Black thought for a moment. He worshipped his father, the KGB agent who was killed by the feds. What's his father's name? Shields asked. I don't know. Let me call someone. In a matter of seconds, Black was corresponding with Besserman, who patched him to one of the CIA's best analysts to look up the information. His father's name was Dmitry Smirnov, the man said. Apparently, Kozlov changed his name because he wanted to get out from underneath his father's shadow, according to the interviews we did with him at our Black site. Thanks, Black said, before hanging up and turning to Shields. Try Dmitry, or Dmitry Smirnov. Shields hammered away with their thumbs on the screen, before shouting with excitement. I've got it! This folder named Dmitry is full of kill codes. Shields started entering them into the code one by one, hoping to stop the virus. However, the countdown clock continued. 20 seconds to launch, Black said. How close are we? Shields growled. None of these are working. At 15 seconds, the computer started an audible countdown. 15 seconds to launch. 14. 13.
Shields didn't stop, entering in one code right after the other, and then praying aloud each one worked. When she reached the bottom, there were only 2 left, and she had time for one more entry.
"Which one do I choose?" she said.
Black was looking over her shoulder.
8. 7,
the computer said.
"Go with the last one,"
Black said. Shields typed furiously, getting it in just as the computer neared the end of the countdown.
2, 1.
Then, the power went out. Chapter 40. Black clenched his fists and closed his eyes as he screamed. He'd done everything right, until the last moment. He had an instinct to choose the last code, and he'd failed. Shields looked up at him, tears streaming down her face.
"We did the best we could."
Black opened his eyes. The room was lit only by the sun starting to fade into the valley below.
"But it wasn't good enough,"
he said as he punched the wall.
"Where does that leave us now?"
"We'll need to power the main computers at the control centers back on, sync them up, and then see if we can stop the virus by entering this final code."
"How long will that take?"
Shields' lips quivered.
"I don't know, without communications being operational. Days? Weeks, maybe. This is unprecedented."
Black leaned against the wall and slumped to the floor. He was exhausted and angry, frustrated that he'd been outwitted by a Russian con man. After a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. Shields and Blunt and the rest of the Firestorm team might tell Black that it wasn't his fault. But he knew better. He may have killed the world's greatest hacker, but not before he pulled off the world's greatest hack. Black buried his head in his hands, certain that he had just taken part in his last operation. Besserman and everyone else in Washington would be looking for someone to blame. And Black was an easy target, and a justifiable one, too.
"I blew it,"
Black said. Then, he heard a shriek from Shields, followed by the hum of machines. When he looked up, he saw light emanating from the overhead bulb, as well as from the computer monitors.
"What's happening?"
Black asked.
"It's a restart," Shields said. "The kill code deleted the virus, but the program had to restart. Now it's back online."
"So, we did it?" Black asked.
"Yes,"
Shields said, raising her hand triumphantly.
"We did it."
Black's phone buzzed with a call from Blunt.
"Do you have power in Washington, sir?"
Black asked as he put the phone on speaker.
"We lost it for a minute, but it's back now," Blunt said. "Does this mean the virus is eradicated?"
"Yes, sir," Shields said. "You might want to get Besserman to have his team run a diagnostic, but I think the virus has been eradicated."
"I'll handle that right now," Blunt said. "Meanwhile, you two get back to Washington. We need to celebrate and drink some bourbon together."
Black reached out and grabbed Shields' hand. Maybe it was the emotion of the moment. Maybe it was all they'd been through together trying to find out who was behind the sabotage. Maybe it was the fact that he almost lost Shields. But he couldn't restrain himself. Black leaped to his feet and gave Shields a big hug. She winced with pain.
"Oh, sorry," Black said. "Did you forget about my wound?"
Black inspected it again.
"I can't believe you did this with your arm like this."
"Adrenaline," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "But that doesn't mean I want you to squeeze it."
Black smiled before his gaze met hers.
"I hope this doesn't hurt too much."
Then he kissed her. Chapter 41. Washington, D.C. Titus Black entered the Firestorm headquarters 2 days later, for a meeting Blunt had called to discuss the near-disastrous fallout. He smiled at Shields, who gave him a coy wink before following him into the conference room. Jana Shadid was already seated with a stack of documents in front of her, while Blunt's chair at the end of the table was still empty. Black took a seat next to Jana, while Shields sat across from him, fiddling with her sling. Jana glanced at her two colleagues, her eyes bouncing back and forth. Are heroes always this casual when they walk into a room after saving the world? Black and Shields laughed. The real hero is you, Shields said, looking at Jana. If you hadn't given us that decryption device to bypass the password, we'd all be sitting in the dark somewhere right now. But here we are, Black said, and it's all thanks to you. Jana deflected the praise. That was just a small pot. You two are the ones who made it happen. It was a team effort, Blunt said in his gravelly voice as he walked into the room. He gnawed on a cigar as he lumbered to his seat at the head of the table. So where is the cake to celebrate? Jana asked. Blunt grunted. If we were celebrating, I'd have a bottle of bourbon open. But it's too early for that right now. First things first. Shields, how was your shoulder? I was very lucky, she said. The bullet went clean through, so I just have to tend this wound for the next few weeks and I should be fine. That's good to hear, Blunt said. We're all glad that you're still with us and won't have any major complications. Now, before we discuss future missions, we have a few loose ends to tie up, starting with Adriana Dixon. Is she still in trouble? Shields asked. Blunt shook his head. Ironically, thanks to Katerina Kozlov, Congresswoman Dixon had her seat restored after all charges were dropped. Katerina proved that the financial records were altered by hackers. Currently, we're still trying to determine who was behind it, but digital forensics suggests that the meddling originated in Saudi Arabia. Why would any Saudi actors be trying to sabotage Dixon? Black asked. That's a good question, but I'm certain there's a connection to someone in the U.S. government, perhaps some remnant of the Full Good Initiative, Blunt said. We haven't been able to determine that yet, but I'm working on that with Hawk and Alex, who are out on assignment right now. There's still more we need to know there. What about our friend Marty Kellerman? Black asked. How is he doing? I spoke with the FBI director this morning, and Kellerman is going to prison for a long time, Blunt said. The silver lining to this saga is that some of his developers have been hired as part of President Young's new task force to address the country's power grid and create more stopgaps within the computing software. Kellerman confessed that he acted alone in hiring Dark Knight's company, even though that was strictly against the terms of Kellerman's contract with the power companies. So, what's on the horizon? Black asked. Something that's been lingering around for a while, Blunt said. Bahiri Zahid, the Alsheri agent who escaped from Gitmo, is a priority again. We have intel reports that he's operational again and planning to strike against the U.S. Black smiled. I'm going to enjoy this assignment. I owe Zahid. I'll give you all the details in a report tomorrow, Blunt said. In the meantime, finish up your reports on Kozlov and take the rest of the day off. Black didn't move as Blunt dismissed the team and ambled out of the room. Jana followed him, but Shields lingered. Are you going to sit here all day? She asked. Black shook his head. I was thinking about my report and what I need to include in it. You don't need to include everything, she said with a wink. Well, the truth is, I'm not sure I remember everything correctly, and I was thinking that maybe we should debrief tonight over dinner at my place, Black said. I make a mean filet mignon. Sounds like a plan, she said, before exiting the room. I'll be there at 7. Black remained in his chair, the smile on his face growing, as was the angst in his gut. For the first time in his life, he might have a reason not to be so reckless. And he wasn't sure how he felt about it. But he was certain he needed to figure it out sooner rather than later. This concludes Power Play, Book 7 of the Titus Black series, written by R.J. Patterson, performed by Kyle Tate. The executive producer is Eric West. Copyright 2021 by R.J. Patterson. Production copyright 2022 by R.J. Patterson. Be sure to look for Book 8 in the Titus Black series, State of Conspiracy. Thanks for listening.